Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. 4. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. Snipe. Enemy team nearing the hill. Killing spree. kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball run. Killing spree. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the $1,000 Lucid Evo Challenge Tournament. It is number 2, and this is becoming kind of a staple in the grassroots community, Eli. As we know, year 5, it's all about the grassroots. And if you didn't tune into the first one, or if you haven't been on Twitter, Lucid has completely reimagined the game. Tell us a little bit more about that, Eli.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just map changes, it's sandbox changes. This week he made the biggest change so far, which was revamping the strafe acceleration speed. We're back to 120% modifier for that, so that kind of reintroduces the jiggle peak mechanic, but with battle rifles it's not as powerful as it was with bandits, so I kind of like this change.
Good point, good point. You'll see the battle rifle is back in the hands of our competitors. The classic weaponry from the Halo 2, Halo 3 era. Love to see that. I've even loved the battle rifle in Infinite. I actually think it's the most true to the classic Halo battle rifle we've had in the Halo Studios era of Halo. So I love seeing that. And let's say you do play a little BTB. Maybe you play some social settings from time to time. You're going to find it here in the competitive environment. And the way Lucid has formatted things, it actually makes weapons that you would never assume that you'd see in a competition work really well.
Right, yeah, like we've got a cinder shot on Bazaar, for example. Never thought I'd see that in any version of competition ever, but it actually is a kind of a skillful weapon, right? Like you can remotely control it while zoomed in, and there's some fun mechanics that we never really got to see in HCS competition, but the best players in the world are going to make these guns look way better than they've ever looked. So it's going to be really exciting to see. For now, though, I want to focus on the match in front of us. We got an EU versus NA battle here. Shiesty, Finners, Rainy, and Scarcity. I want to say Scarcity is also known as Excuse My Host, content creator out of Europe that's quite good at the video game. Yeah, Team Demon Killer. We got Blood Reyna, who just had a great weekend in the HCS tournament, finishing top 12, and a lot of fun names to watch here today.
Yeah, plenty of competitors from the grassroots scene coming out, showing out. We've got a Swiss format here throughout the day, so the way that works is everybody gets a chance to play, I want to say 5 series, which is phenomenal. You get knocked out twice, you're done. Not the case here on this Sunday. So everybody's 0-0 right now, so it's kind of just a hodgepodge or randomization. But once we get a little bit deeper into Swiss, all the teams that are 1-0 will play each other. All the teams that are 0-1 will play each other. So the competition is just going to get stiffer and stiffer throughout the day as Lickle Utes. Did I say that correctly? I think I did.
I wasn't looking at my monitor for 1 second, and it sounded like you were trying to yodel to me or something. I didn't know what that was, but yeah, that's their team name.
All right, well, Team Demon Killer has got to get some of Lickle Utes.
Can someone explain the lore of this team name to me, please? I'm so confused. But Finners here in an awkward situation, thought the battle rifle kill would have killed him, but finds it with the help of the repulse regardless. And now we'll be rotating back. Now this is a game mode that I guess probably has changed the least. There's not a ton of map changes to this one, but this gun right here is the biggest change in my opinion. Skewer in action on this map, and this is such a fun gun to use. It really rewards understanding bullet drop and having good timing with the shot, and it's very high risk, high reward, because if you miss that shot, you're stuck in that reload animation for like 5 seconds.
Yep, love seeing that weapon back in the mix. Really impressed by that repulsor tech from Finners to cleanly get into the tower, but he relinquished control of the skewer now in the hands of the red team as Finners goes down once again. Nice shots there from Mantis as they start to work their way through from the plasma pistol, but a great job by Finners there. I assume he made the call out that player had been pushing through that area, and he got cleaned up very quick.
Great long range shots here from Rainy, protecting himself with the oddball, and is able to get it into pipe, so huge play in terms of value. I do want to say this overshield out here is definitely going to make a big impact on the map, as well as Berg has grabbed it, and his location's not even known yet. Shicey's going to be met with a very difficult opponent and says, let me just run away, try to get the sticky grenade. I like the thought process here. It's one of the few ways to really negate the power of that overshield, but their teammate will be the one that gets the stick instead. And now Team Demon Killer, though, has pretty solid ball hold. They don't have a lot of space to work with, though. We'll see if Lickle Utes can push in and break the setup.
I do love the OS. Another one of those changes that we saw Lucid make in the Forge sandbox, with making C something you want to push for again, right? C has been routinely a pretty trappy spot here on Recharge, but now you got some value out of it, and you got a reason to go back to it to grab that OS as Finners maintaining positioning on the bat ledge. Good oversight. Has eyes on 2-3 players right now. As Blood Reyna goes down in the elevator. Scarcity going to remain with the oddball in his hands as they're on the stretch run, and with 4 down for Team Demon Killer, 80 seconds on the board for Liquid Utes, but you're looking at one more push or this round 1 is over.
Yeah, last push. And you made a good point about the overshield, kind of giving another reason to go to C. It also, you know, frequently you're trapped at C, and now, you know, if the timing works out, you could potentially have an overshield to help you out of the spawn trap. So a really good balance mechanic in that regards. As we see a solid push coming through, actually forces the play ball to bottom center, but Berg is going to be able to pick it up and just take it right back to A. Now the whole situation has reverted. It's Liquid Utes that are trying to break through while Demon Killer holds on.
Yeah, Demon Killer's had one final chance at it, and they got the reset. And despite the nice time to play ball, they're pretty quick. Burger's pretty quick to get right back on it and get it right back up to A, but Rainey is working his way through A on a flank with support over his right shoulder. 93 to 59 here as the on-ball sits out in no man's land. Rainey goes down. Nice shots here from Berg. Very difficult situation. Great job turning to. A lot of pressure in his face. Now Scarcity is the last player alive for Liquid Utes once again. Does have that OS to work with, so he's going to pick up Blood Random for free. But now they're working a rotation into C.
Oh, no.
And I'm curious if this times up with a potential overshield as well. 93 to 60, so still got some work to do, does Demon Killer, and they're not going to be able to do any work. 3 have gone down. Ball back in the hands of Scarcity, safely enough to secure the 100 points. 1-0, Liquid Utes.
Yeah, it was a little bit tragic there for Team Demon Killer as we take a look at this highlight here. Rainey, this was such a big play, honestly, from Rainey. I mean, you keep yourself alive for long enough to get the ball back to safety. That's massive. A big part of the reason why they won that, but that was competitive. Would not be surprised if we see Team Demon Killer take round 2, potentially force a round 3. Off the break, it's 3 dead for the blue squad. Looks like a couple of members of Demon Killer's team will survive, and now Demon Killer just trying to get information about where his teammates are, so he knows where to rotate the softball.
Liquid Utes with the 4 push through tower off the start, and while I do agree with strength in numbers, you lend yourself to a frag toss, really disrupting that push, and that's what we saw there as Team Demon Killer are able to pick it up off the start. A nice head start for them. 19 seconds, and they're still maintaining map control and the slaying possession. That's 2 push through from the long haul into Goldberg. Gonna wrap it. Could go back for the skewer, but he's not interested in that. He's got a 1v1 to win. Gonna go back and pick it up. No, he's not. He's just gonna leave it there. Show some love to the skewer. Come on.
I will say, considering this is an international event, some of these players are going to be playing on high ping today, and I have to imagine the skewer might be one of the hardest weapons to use on high ping, because you already have to account for the bullet drop, and then you have to add like the ping bullet drop as well, right? So we'll see if any of the international players are able to find some success with it. I imagine it's going to be difficult.
Scarcity checking his corners, anticipating the push from C, and here it comes. A little disrupted on the timing, I would say. As 3 go down once again, we've seen some nice team wipes, 3-4 downs in favor of Team Demon Killer. They just need to turn it into more time. Only up by 5 seconds right now as Blood Random gets it back in her hand. So just as it looked like Liquid Utes were about to set up at the back of C, Team Demon Killer do a great job disrupting that.
Yeah, Blood Reyna with her patented ability to stay alive and be very difficult to kill. She finally did get taken down, but definitely caused some commotion beforehand. Now, the ball has been reset off the map at a position in the game where one team kind of creating their L shape through A and Pipes, but Pipes is going to be contested by Team Demon Killer. There's a player all the way behind those players. I don't know if they're there. No, Demon Killer able to sneak away with 1 kill, but he gets taken down shortly thereafter. Liquid Utes should be able to get back into their setup.
Back into their setup and back in the lead as Demon Killer were able to put together 26 seconds. Don't have the lead, but they do have the OS. That is getting babied down quickly. Just a quarter of OS left. Still enough to stay alive if you take a grenade, as Blood Reyna does just that. The OS does come in clutch, but not clutch enough to keep her alive long enough. Spinners ultimately cleans it up.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, I really like the prioritization of the A side of the map here from Liquid Utes. Oftentimes we go to the Finner screen. He's just making it his entire identity to hold down this A side of the map, which is often a good strategy here on Recharge. Now, got a little bit overzealous on that play, I think. Maybe thought that he was being flanked and maybe that was his only option, but ultimately, they're still going to hold on to the map. Team Demon Killer has really struggled to kind of work together off spawn. It's made it hard to break these setups.
Skewer goes in the hands of Rainy, but not able to utilize it for even one shot. They go down, so too does the power weapon. Blood Raina now. With a teammate above, they'll do the high-low attempt here. Enters, doing a good job keeping himself out of harm's way, enough so to trade out with Blood Raina. 3 go down for Demon Killer with the oddball reset at the batteries. Just need to get one more kill, and you are in the clear for a good hold here. 32-26, it's close. That's just for now.
Also, shout out to this chatter whose username I will not read out loud. I see you. He says, Lickle Utes should be Caribbean slang. Not sure which island. Lickle equals little, Utes equals kids, teenagers. So I'm even more confused because this is a European team using a Caribbean team name, but I won't ask any further questions.
And they're also like 45 years old, according to bank details. So there's that.
Wait, why, you have their bank details?
Well, no, he does.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's right. Okay, sorry. I thought you had just hacked them before.
According to their bank details, yeah.
You're just reading through their bank details.
We have access to loads of information here on LVT. How do you think we put together such a good podcast?
Okay. Well, good to know Mikowski is not stealing the identity of these gamers while they're in the middle of the series. But this round's been a bit closer. Team Demon Killer giving himself a chance to bring this to a round 3.
Fenners preventing the push from the gold side of the map. Now he's going to work his way towards the whirlpool. Got one coming. 2 coming, actually. But the nade toss is perfectly timed. The double nade shot. Fenners shuts down the push. Going to the other side to make sure it's a clean wipe. The teammate Shiesty there actually picks it up. Rainy gets the oddball back in their hands. Ace spawns occurring for Team Demon Killer, but Fenners is not letting them breathe.
Yeah, Fenners just kind of being Gandalf, saying you shall not pass. This gold door entrance finally does get taken down. Scarcity, though, coming off spawn from C, just cuts straight through the center of the map, finds a double, and he's looking for more. Might just take this elevator control right back. I love this, the timing that he used to cross the map. He does ultimately get taken down, but his damage was felt, and that's going to really stabilize the map for Blue Team.
Rainy now with the oddball back in their hands. A 73 and rolling lead to 30. As Shiesty falls on the grapple, Berg pushing through the whirlpool, looking to disrupt this hold from the blue team. Now making his way, grenade toss goes out. No damage connected though. Good shots though on the Rainy, but the flank comes through from Shiesty. Not sure if they spawn there or wrap to it, but that was a nice move.
Ooh, repulsor grenade combination, just forcing Demon Killer to take all that damage. Scarcity at the same time got the overshield and the skewer and has eyes on the camo, which sits formerly on the shock rifle location. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Lickle Utes gonna take game 1.
Fairly dominant performance there from Lickle Utes. Not so much in the oddball control, but sandbox control, which is going to be such a priority throughout the day with so many more options to utilize on the map. They had the skewer all throughout. It felt like they had every single OS. I'd reckon to say Demon Killer didn't have the OS once.
Yeah, what's interesting to me about this tournament is the fact that a lot of players' muscle memory is so ingrained to the normal version of Recharge that they might not be used to utilizing all the new jumps and options that you have, but also just in strategy-wise, right? Like we talked about before, C normally isn't a place that you're going out of your way to go to, right? But now there's a reason to go there, and I think that Lickle Utes have kind of adjusted to the settings a little bit better than Team Demon Killer so far, because they are prioritizing picking up those items that, you know, are in different parts of the map you're not used to going.
There was no slack in that rope for Lickle Utes. Every member of the squad with more than 6,500 damage. Every member of the squad between 23 and 26 slays. So everybody woke up ready to play. And I guess it makes sense because they've got dinner coming up soon, do Lickle Utes, and Team Demon Killer maybe haven't even had breakfast yet.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Lickle Utes, for them, it's what, like
5?
6 p.m.? 6, 7 p.m.
Something like that.
Somewhere around there. So yeah, they've definitely maybe more so in gamer hours than Team Demon Killer, like you said. It's gonna make a interesting effects on all the teams here today. I know we have a few Australian teams signed up, which I don't even know what time it is there. They're like a 12-hour difference or something ridiculous. So we'll see how all these different teams fare. Do we have any like pro teams signed up? Did you have a look at all the teams? I'm very curious.
I'm not taking a look at that. Usually I leave that to you, Eli. You're smarter than me. But we'll pop in the command bracket and see if that takes us to the list of teams as we are down and set for game 2, 2-2 tie off the start. It's Blood Reyna staying alive with the stalker rifle on the other side of the map. You got the weenie cooker in the hands of Rainy now, and another one of those new weapons you're not used to seeing here on streets.
And not since season 1 at least. This one having its great return to competition. I know Lucid missed this. I can recall a few disgusting plays he made with it in season 1. Now back on the map, I think with less ammo than it had before, so doesn't have that full takeover potential like it had previously. But this thing is so fun and effective. If you have steady aim, this is such a good weapon.
That's a really, really good weapon in the hands of a good tracker. As the heat wave will ultimately go down for now. Settled at B as Shiesty pushes through. They're going to be able to grab it, the evade. Grab heat wave. I thought it was down right here. A couple of stickies go out. One of the plasma, one of the spiker variety. The killing spree comes through for Shiesty. 3 down, now 4 for Demon Killer. Another wipe for the local youths.
By the way, I got to shout out this guy on our screen, Shiesty. This guy has been around forever. I remember actually playing with him in the Halo 3 days, where he was playing from the UK on high ping and still keeping up with the KD ratios of the rest of the lobby. I mean, this guy's very talented. He's been around the block, very high Halo IQ as well. So I think he's been instrumental to their success so far.
Yeah, if you found success online in Halo 3 across the pond, you're probably taking the ankle weights off in Halo Infinite.
That's the final boss of lag experience, probably, right? Like Halo 3 was already pretty difficult online, then you add 200 ping to the equation. Very difficult.
Yeah, a difficult road to climb and come back from here as Demon Killer. And a lot of what we saw in game number 1, Rainy with the first triple kill of the day secures it rather easily. 23-13 now as local Utes are up by double digits.
They're playing so aggressive too, and that's how you have to play in Street Slayer. It's all about getting the kills, then running down all the lanes simultaneously so you can create a pinch on the opposite side of the map. I mean, they've literally just been running back and forth, cycling Team Demon Killer. They cannot get out of this. And even though I want to say there's a few extra tools on the subway side of the map for them to use coming off spawn. So like the way the map settings were designed was to stop this snowball from getting out of control, give the spawning team a little bit more options from the outside of the map. But even despite that, we're seeing a dominating performance.
Yeah, this is like watching one team's in the HOV lane, the other team's plodding along in the right lane, going 40 miles an hour on the highway, it looks like. It's just a completely different pace of play that we're witnessing from local youths as they continue to dominate with the sandbox control. And on the scoreboard, a once 10-kill lead has turned to 20+.
I am noticing some mistakes on the side of Team Demon Killer. When you're the team that's getting just kind of spawn rotated like this, you really have to play tighter together. You've got a 2v1 targets that are running at you in a single lane. You know, take them out of the equation. It's going to make the rest of the fight easier to play. I'm seeing Team Demon Killer kind of isolate themselves, maybe getting a little bit desperate, fighting for space, and they've just been kind of punished for it over and over. Finally, they do get a couple of them back, but I fear the damage is a little bit too harsh for them to come back from at this point.
3 down once again for Team Demon Killer. The 25-month resub just came through from Moon Dizzle. We're looking at a potential 25-kill deficit at the end game here. This is a steak-tacular brewing.
That was a brilliant transition. Thank you for that.
Radio segue.
Shout out Moon Dizzle. This guy is always in every Halo chat that I see. True lover of the sport. And yeah, this one's kind of shaping up to be a steak-tacular, kind of a formality here as we wane down the last 4 kills. Team Demon Killer's got to, you know, think to themselves back to game 1. They actually did keep like the first round close. If they can kind of find the teamwork they had then, they might be able to come back. But for now, it's going to have to start in game 3.
Waiting for the final sleigh to ring out. And it's a double up stake-tacular at that. They didn't need to get to the 30 kill threshold. They were in the clear. Steak and eggs for breakfast. I guess steak and asparagus for dinner on the side of little Ukes, as they're looking at about a 5-6 central time across the pond. And they, like I said, they no cobwebs in their eyes. They look awake and ready for the challenge, as they're making a team on the other side look a little worse than I'd give them credit for. I think Team Demon Kill is actually a pretty solid squad.
No, I have to agree with you. I know Blood Reyna, of course, but I'm actually less familiar with her teammates here. Maybe this more of a friendship vibe squad for her. I don't know the history here, but these guys on Lickle Utes, they've actually been doing quite well in the global online cups as well. This team actually got top 8, I want to say, in one of the HCS Open qualifiers leading up to Birmingham. So can't really sleep on these guys. These are some of the best players in Europe that are still gaming. So expect to see them go pretty deep in this bracket.
And it's not to say that they were just on fire shooting 50% across the board, as we will take a quick break. On the other side of this break, we got more Halo action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Killing spree. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. Snipe. Enemy team nearing killing spree. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Killing spree. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Ball drop. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. kill. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LVT Lucid Evo Tournament. $1,000 on the line, and a lot of new and exciting ways to experience the Halo we've come to know and love. Up next, we're going to not only feature Argyle, which has returned to this side of the competitive scene, but I believe we're going to see the Aussies up next as well, Eli.
Yeah, we got Rice on the screen for this next one. Always exciting to watch this guy. And he's teaming with some Europeans, I'm pretty sure, which means no matter what lobby it is, he's going to be on high ping. But frankly, the guy is so talented, it might not even matter. But I'm a little bit more excited about seeing Argyle. I feel like I was one of the few people that really enjoyed this map. I prefer dual snipe meta, but we've got some pretty big changes on it that I saw Lucid added to this one.
Do you know what those changes are, or should we find out together in real time?
Well, this window on the left of the screen is the biggest one, in my opinion. It just opens up a whole new route that's typically part of the map that was like a choke point before, where you only had a few ways in and out. But now with that window wide open, we'll see a little bit more interesting fights. There's the classic snipe on snipe battle that we're used to seeing on this. A few of the other changes: he made snipers spawn a little bit faster. They're every 2 minutes, but only have 4 bullets in the gun, so it kind of negates the ability for snipes to fully take over the game like before. And a few other changes, including a really risky jump on the snipe side from under the base to the top of the base.
As I always do at the start of a series, I glance on the top left and top right, see who we've got in the mix, and everybody's gonna recognize Rice, probably the best player in the lobby, one of the best players in the tournament today. And the sniper off the start for Smiling Friends, Stefano Biscuit. This is a veteran Halo player that just seems to get better with time as hop on board with the man himself.
He's been in the mix for quite some time in the AM bracket scene, just kind of working his way up. I feel like if the Halo Infinite HCS circuit had continued on further, he'd eventually work his way higher and higher. Very talented player as well. Got K95s and Evil Carmine and Jesco. So these guys are all kind of those AM bracket grinders that have been here since the start.
Rice, gotta get on the defensive here. Long range battle rifle shots, but he's now on the offensive with the flag out and in his hands. Can he get to the middle of the map uncontested? I think he will. Yeah, there's a player in the vents, but they haven't presented themselves. I think Jump Out Gang is playing for a score, and so too are Smiling Friends. It's created a situation, Eli, where nobody's playing much defense until just now.
Yeah, we got ourselves a standoff already. And man, there's one person I probably don't want to fight base to base in a VR fight, and that's got to be Rice or Scoobmeister. The long range keyboard and mouse gameplay, very hard to play against. Rice got the sniper as well, so this is interesting. He's actually the flag babysitter, but he's gonna see if he can maybe land a headshot while he defends this flag to make it easier for his offensive teammates to return his flag.
I like handing my babysitter the snipe when they come over to watch my son, and that's what Rice is doing here. As he's got the flag right before him, but it's the snipe in his hands that we're all waiting to see ring out. Hasn't really been presented with an opportunity, as Shabby picks up one instead. Now we're starting to see some shots ring out from Rice. That is a difficult shot, though. Not much head level to deal with. The flag has been returned. Rice with the slay to put the first score in.
I feel like a lot of players would not have even challenged that and just said, you know what, I just need to get my shields and I can capture this flag. But Rice said, no, let me kill this guy so that I can clear the map and maybe turn this into a second flag run. That's not exactly how it went down. Now instead it's K9 that will have the flag after his team got 3 dead, and he's going to take a similar flag route as he took before.
K9, fittingly so, is on the run, barking and biting his way to a potential high game here. Looking to notch things up, not let Jump Out Gang get too comfortable with the lead here. And I say that, Eli, knowing that at least previously before we saw some changes on Argyle like Lucid has implemented. This is a map where 1-0 can sometimes get the job done.
Yeah, this is definitely a faster paced game than perhaps we're used to seeing. The game itself has sped up, but now back with the battle rifles, you'd think they'd slow back down. Either way, looks like this should be capped to tie things up for Smiling Friends. They have lost a player in the process. We'll see if Jump Out Gang can take advantage and advance on the map.
Jesco with some support in the vents. Shabby's weak, and he's got the beat on him, and the headshot to boot, as he'll take him down. Jesco looking for the double. He doesn't need it. Stefano has his back with the assist. 3 players on that side of the map. Only 1 on the other side. K9 kind of caught out on an island a little bit, and Jesco's going to work his way back to the snipe.
Yeah, I like this. Got to make sure you control these snipers. It's really bad news if the other team can steal your sniper at the same time they get theirs. So Jesco secures his zone with some help from the teammate. Nice no-scope into the headshot combination. And now with this extra route, should try to block these pistol side spawns. And finds a nice headshot there onto Zove. Problem is his teammates have fallen. I don't think they're going to be able to go for a flag just yet.
1-1 here. Just under 5 minutes off the clock as Jesco gets back to work with the snipe, but now heads back to the respawn screen. Zove, after the slay, working his way through the map, but K9 on the flank in the back of the blue base, but no trouble for him, as Zove will clean that up. Go for the back smack. Yes, he does get it. It was ultimately a melee, I believe. That player Stefano was weak dropping down, but a nice job turning 2.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation. 3 dead now for Smiling Friends. 2 were momentarily dead for Jump Out Gang, but this should be mid-map control for Jump Out Gang. Shabby maybe moved a little bit too fast there. Didn't quite have the follow-up support maybe he was looking for. It's going to slow things down in the center of the map. Stefano and Friends now pushing forward. And look at that. We saw the jump behind flank utilizing the new tech with the map changes. We love to see that.
Nice peek and pop shot there from K9. Did have help, but still an impressive slay nonetheless. And that's the catalyst to get this flag back on the run.
Yeah, now Evil Carmine just needs to watch his teammates back. Some great shots from Rice. We'll slow them down for now, but the flag's already all the way across the map. I don't think he can comfortably just run it straight in. Do they have a line of sight? They're actually jumping straight into the window for their own flagpole, but they have got a few slays, so now they just got to buy their time. Eventually, this flag should go in.
Great job handling the work. It got a little dicey there as Jump Out Gang had jumped out on the spawn, but a little bit easier said than done. There we go. K9 finally puts it through, and despite a 1-0 head start for Jump Out Gang, the last 2 have gone to Smiling Friends.
Okay, nice snipe from Shabby. Snipe on snipe action. A few bullets left in that one, and only 1 bullet left for Shabby here. It's actually going to cut through the bottom of the map. I like this. Trying to be a little bit unpredictable with the sniper. You don't want to ever be where you were last called out whenever you have the sniper. You might actually be able to kill a spawner here if he can get behind. Would really love some help from his teammates along the way. Tries to get the mid-grapple back of the headshot. Doesn't land it, but gets the kill nonetheless. And now he's got a flag out of his own.
Maximum distance from K9. Looked like Master Chief using the grapple hook, but no worry for Jump Out Gang as they're able to take him down +2 for a total of 3 as Smiling Friends back on their heels. Nice slay there. Zove goes down. Trying to find the finishing shot is Stefano, but Carmine cleans it up instead as both flags will get reset.
Okay, Stefano utilizing the QT to get back to safety. It's always nice to have your portal up in the vent where you know you're not going to be contested. Now advancing forward with the team. I'd say both teams are exhibiting some solid teamwork this game. Good team shots across the board. But ultimately, it has been Smiling Friends just with a little bit better. And now, once again, we see a battle breaking out in the base of Jump Out Gang. Carmine deciding to drop down. Let's see how he decides to play this.
Touchy with the left stick there to stay on the map and rotate to the back. He's in the base, and now cross-map shots ringing out. 2 go down for Jump Out Gang. All 4 alive for Smiling Friends. Nice shots across the map, and hey, Del Boys got the exit route covered as well. So it looked like could have been a dangerous run. It's stopped for now.
I think Del Boy actually spawned here, and that spawn has paid off in spades. Gets 2 kills, stops the flag basically by himself. This might actually convert into an offensive opportunity now. Del Boy is facing heavy pressure from Evil Carmine. Maybe re-peaked a little bit too hard there. Probably could have survived. Gave himself a little bit more time. Jessica with a sliding snipe into BR combination, and they've got the flag as well. They were all the way behind enemy lines, so this is a well-executed setup. Might be able to get this one home.
A double here is double trouble for Jump Out Gang. That flag is well across the 50-yard line. Carmine, easy opportunity to take down Rice here. Just needs to take his time, and ultimately his teammate cleans it up. The flag is right there on the stump. Shabby goes down. Rice still down, but 3 are down for Smiling Friends, so they've got one more set of spawns to take care of.
There's been some clutch sniping happening here, and now I think they're just going to force this one in. Yeah, there's... Unfortunately, at low ground, it's hard to get a solid angle on the player that's trying to slide in for the flag cap, but great map one for both teams, I would say. Smiling Friends come out with the dub.
And either the pace of play has evolved or the map has, because we saw a completely different Argyle than what we're used to. Not too many changes, Eli, from what we see at HES competition, but sometimes all it takes is one minute change to make a massive impact.
Yeah, we've got a few more options in the base as well. I want to say there's a bandit and a carbine in each base. Commandos are still top center where they used to be. One of the big changes we didn't talk about is the grapple charges. So instead of 3 charges for the grapple, it's now just 2, which I think minimizes the power of that item. We did see towards the end of this map in HCS a lot of teams utilizing the grapple flag run technology, but probably see that a little bit less, instead use it for positioning.
Solid performance there from Smiling Friends, as it looked like Jump Out Gang was about to put something together. They were cooking at the start, but outside of the beginning of the game, the mid game and the end game was all Smiling Friends, and the easy cleanup finish here. And that's one you can't just go for right there, Eli. You don't need to get any slays, and they were pretty close. Oh, you can see them past the 50-yard line, but like you said, tough to fight from the low ground.
Yeah, they also just had so many bodies there. Even if the first player died, there was going to be another one ready to slide it in. So good patience there when necessary from Smiling Friends. As we continue on in our Swiss stage of the Lucid Evo tournament, these are all best of 3s in Swiss before we get into the bracket. So there's still a chance for a comeback. I saw a lot of good stuff out of Jump Out Gang. They've also got just a lot of talent on this roster, so would not be surprised to see them fight back here in the next couple games.
Yeah, Jump Out Gang have the slaying prowess in the form of especially Rice and Shabby. Those are 2 names that stick out to me to get back in this series, tie it up at 1. But speaking of slaying prowess, Jesco, the high kill count in the lobby of 25. That wasn't a long game either, so he was at a pace of several more per minute than you would normally see. He had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit less familiar with Jesco than some of the other competitors. I do know he's a frequent competitor in like the Clutch Academy tournaments, as well as any of these other draft tournaments that often pop up. His whole squad definitely loves to get in the mix when it comes to those type of tournaments. And we saw some just good understanding of the video game here from both teams, I would say.
I don't know if I've ever seen that was almost like a mean grapple, like Superman flying through the air, you know, like one arm outstretched with the fist out, one tucked in underneath the hip. Really did look like a Master Chief there. Died shortly after, so no Master Chief in that regard, but still fun to watch nonetheless. As we take a look back at some more replays here, the finishing touch, patience, and then really just like no one wanted to be patient, no one wanted to just go for it. That was just a simple play there from Smiling Friends, but easier said than done as we descend to live fire. Game 2, Slayer, up next.
All right, so as far as the changes on live fire go, we got a shock rifle now instead of the S7. We also have the Mangler with 1 mag spawning where this camo is on your screen right now. There's a few new jumps as well. We've got the sidekick spawn on Mud. There's a carbine on Nest. And there's a Avenger SMG as well. So a lot of different changes here. We've got the thrust replacing repulsor. QT's moved in front of green instead of back green. New skill jump from bottom mid to top mid. So it's not just a one-way drop. You can actually jump back up. So a lot of creativity introduced to this map.
All right, here we go. About to see it for ourselves here as the shock rifle instead of the snipe, like you said, available top mid. Delboy is going to extend past that, try to work his way back to it, but he's going to go down instead. Stefano Biscuit has the shock rifle. 2 slays to his name already, and a 3-2 lead off the start.
And from playing matchmaking against this guy, I know he knows how to use this gun. He has ripped my head off multiple times. He's going to find the body and get the chain damage on 2 players. Rice found a kill during all that somehow, though, but I fear that Jump Out Gang's time is likely limited as they play the low ground here. Great rotation from Zove, but he gets taken down, and we got ourselves a 6-7 game here early on.
6-7. Shabby. Ew. Gotta give it the times, Eli. Because you're old doesn't mean you can't be hit with it.
Trying,
Shabby. Yeah. We're doing our best out here, man. We're holding on to your life. It's like that Gucci backpack meme. But we're not giving up.
Holding on by a thread out here. Now 10-10. This is kind of how I expected these 2 teams to be, pretty closely matched. Not sure what server we're playing on. If somebody's watching one of the players' individual streams, let us know if this is a European server or NA. That does certainly have an impact on all these players. I feel like Rice is going to be on hyping no matter what. But he's actually already 4-2 with 2 assists as well.
Rice goes down on the scoreboard. Delboy looking to fill the space that his teammate wants left. Ultimately nets out in a trade as the player who took down Rice goes down shortly after. A fight occurs in the cuts. Camo up in the next 10 seconds here. Zove thought he had a frag, but the spiker instead throws the spiker the next spiker a little low, so perpendicular on the ground. Not going to do much for you. Zove, though, maintaining his life, maintaining space, had a player just over his right shoulder, but he didn't see him. He must be playing on Ryan Noob's field of view.
Yeah, that's a situation where the player that was in the fight at sea is like, bro, can you please help me? Like, I don't know. I would certainly be frustrated that my teammate just ran past without fighting that guy. We'll have to see if that becomes an issue later into this game. Team shooting, certainly the name of the game in Team Slayer. Every time you keep your teammate alive, it's just the same as getting a kill, in my opinion. But see, Evil Carmine making an aggressive play. Melee doesn't connect, has to QT out. But he's able to find the kill nonetheless. And this game could not be closer. I feel like they have just traded all the way into the 20s now.
Yeah, nice advantage, though, in the hands of Smiling Friends as they are all 4 up, 3 down momentarily for Jump Out Gang. And they swarm the spawns and build on this lead. 22-21 as Carmine shots ringing out, but Shabby gets the best of him instead.
Oh, Mangler's actually been moved to the back of green. Interesting. We did have it on the camo spawn for the last Evo tournament, but new shock rifle in the hands of Jesco. We saw how proficient he was in the last game in the Slay department, and he's getting aggressive with it, even no shields, trying to get back into the mix.
Enemy.
Close as ever, tied, 25 all at the halfway mark. No telling which way this one goes. It's Jesco. Sets up in the middle of the map. Nice snapshot on a Shabby. Takes him down with a perfect snipe.
I love that, man. Just tracking him through the curb slide, max momentum from that player, but Jesco with the patience to just line it up, hits the shot. Certainly a satisfying one to hit. He does get taken down, so the shock rifle may change hands to Jump Out Gang. Shabby runs over it in favor of clearing some space for his teammates behind him, but is forced to retreat. We got ourselves an item spawning here. The QT should be up here in a moment.
Smiling Friends the first to cross the 30 kill threshold, but it's still just a 3 kill game now, back to 2. As Rice passes up the camo. Bloodthirsty wants another slay.
Really want to see a player utilize the bottom mid and top mid jump just to see somebody make a play like that. It's nice that you can do that without the repulsor now. So far, both teams just kind of playing it by the book. It's now a 5-kill lead, and it's going to start to get worrisome if you're Jump Out Gang. You really can't afford to die without a kill at this point. Even trading's not great. You'd like to get kills without dying if you're going to bring yourself back into it. But look at the pressure coming in from Smiling Friends. They've got all these players trapped back B, and K9 just goes right into the Hornet's nest and says, I know that the name of the game is just a trade. That's all he has to do. Instead, they actually extend their lead down to 7.
Yeah, the 7-kill lead is even more striking in the heart of the team that's down when you were just looking at a tie game at the halfway mark. Even into the 30s, it was a 2-kill game. So Smiling Friends on a little bit of a stretch run here as they've built themselves a considerable lead. Rice not aware of Stefano Biscuit there. He'll go down. Mono maintaining space in the back of mud. He's got a teammate to help him out. Push coming through from the nest bridge. Bike grenade not going to do much. 3 players spawning at green for jump out gang, and
Man,
6 kills left till the game is over and the series is over. It's set down by 7. They got to get something cooking.
yeah, this has been rough. They've actually kind of been trapped at green for multiple spawn cycles in a row, and Jesko's going to find the opening to find a double. Gets enough damage on that last player as well, and this just feels like a matter of time. The snowball has really ran down the hill and has gotten out of control. Should only be a matter of time for Smiling Friends to close this one out.
Oh, the little box added there on the front or back, if you will, of scoreboard to give your team or yourself another opportunity to get up to the top. I love all the jump additions, right? Like there's some invisible ledges that make quite a visible difference.
Yeah, what it really does is just kind of like evens the playing field in some situations where one side had too much of an advantage previously. Of course, Lucid competed at the highest level for as long as he did, so he knows these little nuanced situations that he, added spots to just kind of level the playing field, and that's what I like to see. You want to give the team at disadvantage a few more options to get out of the cycle.
Well, Jump Out Gang will lose the series, but it's not like they're dropping in the lower bracket. This is not your traditional double elimination. This is the Swiss, so they'll still have plenty of life left. I got to get that ping situated. I gotta imagine, based on what we're used to seeing from Rice, especially as last season concluded, he was one of the best players in the world, and he always has been. But he finally put it together with some incredible performances on land. If he can get that ping down, I would imagine the team performance might go up a little bit.
Yeah, skill issue, bro. Just lower your ping. Like I don't know what he's supposed to do about it.
Access
to be
the
honest,
game files, bro.
I mean, he's going to be playing at a disadvantage. It's not something he's not used to, so I think he'll be able to figure it out as time goes on. But we got ourselves some pretty strong players in this lobby. This might be our next match already.
Yeah, it looks like we are not going to wait. We're going to get right back into more action. I had the opportunity to cast the Clutch Academy tournament last night and witnessed, man, go back and watch the VOD. Like, Envor, like, in matches against really solid players, he's clearly kind of above the best in the lobby, but he was putting together one of those performances, Eli, that we would have had back in college when we hosted a LAN with all of the locals, and you're the ringer MLG pro. It's kind of what Envor looked like, and again, it was against really good competition. Pink Sakura, she was dropping like 30 and 14 games. I mean, she was playing out of her mind on her way to a top 3 finish last night, and it looks like they're going to be teaming up. So 2 of the best players we saw last night come together today, and then Drift as well. This team's looking nasty.
My question is, how is Envor Spanish? Because he's teaming with 3 players that speak Spanish. Of course, they speak some English as well, but I have to imagine Lee might speak a decent amount of Spanish to communicate with them. But yeah, this is a scary squad. This is not one that I would want to run into. Austin Drado, I don't think it's talked about very frequently, but is also a great player from the LATAM region as well. And of course, Drift, I mean, we don't have to say anything about him. This guy was on some of the most successful Latin American squads in Halo history.
Ooh.
On the other side, Bepix, Swayze, Resynergy. I'm not familiar with the last 2, but I know Bepix is a demon in matchmaking that I've ran into a few times. We'll see if this team can put up a fight against some of the world's best.
Look at Louis twisted and tweaking behind the scenes, getting the layout, the series layout updated, and that's kind of what my audible ooh was. We're diving into this one in progress. Tied 1-all, so it's a do or die. Game 3 coming up next.
Okay. R's in the chat signify these players are indeed ready. Dav in chat asks, is Luminon participating? I don't believe so. We do have Usabini in the mix though, which is full pro roster. I think 3rd seed going into Birmingham. That squad's going to be one to look out for in these settings as well. But I'm excited to see King of the Hill Evo here. So just so you guys are aware, this is not the traditional Halo Infinite King of the Hill where you get 40 seconds per point. This is back to the classic King of the Hill settings where it just accumulates a grand total over time.
Oh, wow.
I want to say the hill rotates every 60 seconds as we were used to back in the old days. You do need 200 points to win. as you can see in the UI there. So really curious how this plays out. I don't know. It'll definitely change the strategy in a lot of ways. Like, you're not going to see the step out of hill strategy that we see in Halo Infinite.
Play for next.
You just got to soak up as much hill time as possible and have some good rotations to next.
Maybe you would, yeah. Maybe there is still the option to play for next, but it's not as paramount as it is with one set hill needing 45 seconds to secure it. As we get set, a classic King of the Hill coming up next on Recharge.
Okay, keep in mind this is with the camo spawning where shock rifle used to spawn. We still have the skewer bottom mid, overshield back C, and a bit of an awkward open there for Synergy. Let's see which of these teams can secure the skewer. It's really interesting that teams are fighting for the skewer. It's one of those weapons that isn't really guaranteed to have a strong impact. If you do hit every shot, of course, it will have a heavy impact versus the camo that was like guaranteed. But yeah, Envor treating the skewer like it's a shotgun early. He finds a nice kill there.
And he's going to pair it with the camo, which moves from bottom mid to where the shock rifle previously spawns. And Envor now with camo and that power weapon has a chance to jump out on the opponent.
Okay, Envor, I think, you know, pairing the skewer with the camo definitely makes your life a lot easier. You're not going to worry about being descoped as frequently. Catch these players off guard. He's already reloaded it as well. So Envor really getting high value out of this weapon already.
It pairs really well with the camo too, in the sense that, you know, you need 4 shots of the battle rifle. You only need 1 with the skewer, and for every shot you lose the camo. So Envor with a quick tap of the right trigger goes right back to being invisible, just like we saw right there. Goes right back to work trying to take down that second player in the tower, but his teammate cleaned him up instead. 22nd and rolling head start with the hill. Already rotated.
I thought he was going to go 4 for 4. It's not something you see very often with the skewer. Does end up missing that last shot. Maybe he got a little bit antsy to pull the trigger on that one. Maybe could have taken his time a bit. Hill has already rotated to bottom blue pipes. We're definitely going to see a lot more movement with this type of King of the Hill. Sometimes hills would get stuck in one spot for a long period of time. We're just not going to see that. There's actually more value in kind of just holding half the map for yourself. You know, if you can hold on to the A and gold side of the map, you're guaranteed to have a good setup for the next couple hills instead of trying to force getting one of these last 10 seconds.
3 go down for VGod. I imagine they'll try to rotate to next here. Lightspeed not going to be able to put any more time in the hill, it looks like, as it rotates to the whirlpool.
Okay, I like this positioning here from Envor. Just get all the way into the elevator. You're going to make life difficult for any players in the hill, but also prevent the enemy from spawning so close to the hill. Now that some of the players have spawned and his teammate needs help, hits the curb slide into gold pipes. Problem is he did open up those spawns behind him, and as you can see, never mind. Sorry, his teammate actually spawned behind him. So everything working out perfectly here for Envor.
Envor, the last 3 slays on the map make it all for a team wipe. Ultimately comes through for Envor as they're building up on a big lead now. And this is game 3 for joining us in progress. The winner of this determines the series. Nice triple kill there from Synergy. I think it's the first time that we've seen 3 or 4 down there for Lightspeed. Can they turn it into time, though? Now they've got the sandbox. They've got control. Here we go.
Ooh, narrowly misses the kneecap of that player, but finds drift anyways. Swayze able to rack up some time before it moves, but really just 4 seconds. We talked about how they finally had some map control, but not at a great time to do it as the hill was already about to move, and it's just Lightspeed right back into control on the other side, and VGod go 4 dead. That's not looking good.
Well, whether it's classic King of the Hill or HCS settings, never a good thing to go all 4 down right as the hill rotates. So despite getting a team wipe, did VGod, they only got a couple seconds out of it, but the timing of that wipe for Lightspeed is going to add much more time to the board. 15 to a 65 and rolling for them.
And I like this too, Drift. Thinking ahead. He knows this hill is going to move at some point back to this half of the map. I actually think the next hill is bottom center, but regardless, his positioning here will force the enemies to spawn in gold, which is the worst part of the map to spawn for both this hill and its next location. Drift does get taken down, so VGod might be able to take over at that side of the map. And nobody in the hill for now. We still have a pretty strong lead for Lightspeed as the hill now rotates to bottom mid.
80 to 15.
Enemy team.
With 2:40 left on the clock. Pink Sakura, the nice fisticuff there, takes down Swayze. Looking cross map, trying to protect the cross as Lightspeed clearly and easily pushed through that. Pink Sakura with an easy slay, it looked like, on Magi there, as she is picking up where she left off last night with a phenomenal performance. She's got the most hill time, but she's still delivering in the kill category and assist, keeping her death count low as well. Impressive.
Yeah, I like her rotation over to C plat here. Most teams do favor C side of the map for this bottom mid hill. Just has great sight lines and access to this hallway as well. Nobody really getting into this hill. This has been kind of like a handshake. Let's just kill each other and wait for the next one. A few seconds soaked up by VGod, but now they're also able to get a kill and get back into the hill. See if Drift can win this one. He does not, but good news for him is they're not getting a ton of hill time out of this.
Yeah, that was nice repulsor tech sticky combo for the reversal. As Magi secures one, all but 1 second secured on that previous hill. So you're right, it did feel like both teams had mutually agreed to just play for next.
Yeah, sometimes that's the play. Halo is so much a game about having your numbers advantage and having as many guns in the fight as possible. To be bottom center means that you're not going to have very good sight lines to fight from. And honestly, we've seen a lot of slaying before getting into the hill. I think finally Lightspeed has enough of the map that they're comfortable to get into it. At the same time, Envor grabs the camo. A little surprised he doesn't pick the repulse back up, but okay, this makes sense. He wants to get the skewer. Maybe he'll actually backtrack and grab that repulse as well. A good flank from VGod gets them out of the hill though, so the damage control is there.
Back smack to back shot. Envor goes down, and now Magi is in the hill. Securing some time, only 5 seconds left to work with, but you do cut the lead in half here at about the halfway mark. 200 the cumulative total you need to reach, and they're right back in it.
Yes, Hill's rotated back to blue pipes. Lightspeed there early. Asandrado with some great shots on glass. Kill this player late is actually a good thing, low-key. It means that that player is now even longer to be back into the mix. And this should be a lot of hill time for Lightspeed. Pink Sakura finds herself a sneaky corner to sit in, and VGod takes a lot of damage for it, but somehow Asandrado can't land the headshot, and he's going to be punished.
Three going down at the same time on each side, it looks like. Swayze with the double gives his team the best chance to hop in that hill, get some spawns close by, I imagine, in A, as they'll start to work their way into Whirlpool and Tower. As the stack push gets cleaned up. Great nade toss there for the assist. Peeks out a little early there. Had to fight a 2v1. But for VGod, they're still keeping it close, and they're the ones in the hill. Only 5 seconds left on it, so it looks like both teams will elect to go for next.
Yeah, just a minute left on the clock. I do want to say...
1 minute remaining.
Wait, we had a team change? I'm a little bit confused.
Enemy
Okay,
team
I don't know
took
what
the
that was
hill.
about. I don't think Envor knows what that was about either. But he's going to watch the long haul now. You saw that, right?
I did, yeah. Swayze went from blue to red, and Envor was completely
Back
missed.
to blue. I don't know. That was a little bit suspect, if you ask me. Resurgency, or sorry, Resynergy, gonna be the one to grab the overshield though. See what he can do with it. But yeah, as this game clock wears down with a doubled up lead for Lightspeed, it's got to be perfect efficiency out of VGod if they want to win this one.
Yeah, the clock is becoming much more of a factor than I had initially anticipated with this return to classic King of the Hill settings. And with 113 to 69, you might see Lightspeed just play for slays the rest of the way.
Actually, got feet in the hill. And honestly have a strong setup here. The hill is about to move though, so Lightspeed have opted to just go ahead and wait for next. Which totally makes sense. No point in fighting for this half of the map. You can just hold the other side. 31 seconds to play. Curious to see how Lightspeed want to attack this. It's a good push in from VGod though. They've got some bodies here, but ultimately looks like Lightspeed will win this fight. Last player alive tries to get in the hill to just buy some time for their teammates, but I think that's likely going to do it. Looks like that they have opted to set foot in the hill just to give themselves a bit more of a cushion just in case.
Yeah, Eli, you talk a lot about playing off of your advantage state. I think a lot of people assume that just means playing off your numbers, pushing when you have numbers, more shield, but Lightspeed did a great job playing with their advantage state by giving up 10, 20 seconds and rotating to next. They can give up 10 to 20 seconds. They can afford to give that up. And that was phenomenal strategy, chess-like there from Lightspeed, as they'll secure the game. Free win and the series victory at that.
Yeah, Invor, unsurprisingly, 22-6. This guy is just a slayer in every sense of the word. Good strategist as well, though. I'm sure he was making a lot of play calls for the squad along their way to this victory. And they're going to move on to the 2-0 stage of Swiss. Things are really getting to towards the end here.
Yep, we are moving right along in the Swiss format. Excited to see what Envor can do the rest of the way. Have we taken a look at the bracket, Eli? I'm curious to see where the heavy hitters that we got throughout the day.
I would assume we've got Usubini in the undefeated category as well. Taking a look here, pulling it up. I don't think that there are... Okay, yeah, we just go to the standings page. Yeah, so Noobs, that's another squad from Latin America. They are also 2-0. Usubini 2-0. Smiling Friends, and now Envor's team will join them.
I don't think I've ever seen a player appear twice on the post-game Carnage report on both teams. That's kind of interesting. I guess Swayze took the dub and the L all at once.
It's a little bit confusing. I would like the admins to maybe ask some questions about what exactly happened there.
57 kills? Oh my god. I don't know if we saw that, but okay. 67 in total.
Yeah, ignore that. The scoreboard gets a little buggy if one player spent some time on both teams, but good game nonetheless.
All right, well, we are already through 2 rounds of action, and it's only going to get more intense. We'll hop on with 2 teams that are both 2-0 up next.
dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Nice. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Enemy team. Enemy has the ball.
Killing spree.
Ball dropped.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball.
maintain your beautiful. I normally would use pomade, but I've been using actually like powder. Honestly, I think my entire family has kept their hair. Good hair. Round 3, round 3 started right there. Interference Hill. Let's see how this goes. This will definitely be one of the more interesting games here to see. Oh shit. Just pulling down my earbuds. Goddamn. Be interesting to see how this plays out. We got some new routes. Got some new weapons. Same body. Grab the snipe. Oh, breaking shots chowing him. Get nasty, keeping him alive. Breaking shots still just holding the angle down here. What the hell? Piggy's getting immediate time. He's not gonna poke. Out towards open field. Decides to poke it. He decides to poke it, gets his face ripped. Morgan, sniper thrust in hand. Oh, misses the jump. Acid. He's got snipe thrust. Good shot, but gets traded out. Piggy on the run through. I feel like he should actually push past this, but I mean, hey, nobody's gonna really poke him too hard, right? Oh my god, OS in the hands of Maffey. Tagging it to him. Hill is about to rotate though. Piggy's team takes a little bit of the lead to go ahead, but oh, Acid's coming into Chalvis. Good cleanup. Does spawn over at Nest, so a little bit of they got 3 down for Piggy's team and for Team Eagle. Oh, good shots by Piggy. I'm gonna say the Eagle went 3 down and they're just playing for old though. They played for old and they didn't break out fast enough. Yep, Jackson getting max hill time right now. 3 down.
All right, we are live and back with more action. We are on to the 2-0 side of the bracket. Both of these two teams are undefeated. We just previously watched Lightspeed take down their opposition rather easily. In a game 3, at least, it did go the distance, but Envor right back on his steez. On the other side, it's Noobs, one of MX's finest. This is going to be a very intriguing matchup.
Yeah, definitely the team name that perhaps lies more than any other. These guys are definitely not noobs. Magico, Rorsch, Leor, Noble, some of the best in the business from Latin America. And yeah, we really didn't get to see this map for very long in HCS competition. Cool to have it back. Lucid just put out a video a few days ago about all the changes he made to it. And I like all of these ways to get out of this bunker. Previously, this bunker was kind of like a death trap, but now with so many other options to get out, it's not going to be quite as deadly.
Yeah, definitely a coffin corner before, but now you saw Envor take that extended option. As we are on to the next hill, Lightspeed already up 17-1. Envor still alive, hasn't died yet. Going for the spree with the snipe, misses the shot, gets around the corner 2 times. He's used the thrust to stay alive.
He actually connected on somebody with that no scope long range. Now rotating to the towers, probably the best part of the map to snipe from. Just like we mentioned before in King of the Hill, this is Crazy King settings from like Halo 3 style gameplay, where the hill will rotate regardless of capture. But man, Onvor just being such a problem on the map. They are trying to hunt him down, but he has regained his shield so many times.
That's the 0 on his stat sheet that I'm more impressed with than even the 5. To start things off, there are a few times he was dead to rights and somehow found a way to stay alive. Another situation where his life is on the line, but now he's doubled up with the OS. Onvor, known to land a frenzy in competition. He's on pace for one right now. Just needs to survive this and, well, catch the curse.
Ready.
Yeah, Noobs are going to get a majority of that hill as it moves over to the bunker side. And what's really interesting about this hill is despite the bunker being so close, you really don't want to spawn there because it means you don't have much room to work with. As you see Magico raining down fire from above. If the other team has tower and top engine control, your life can be very difficult to get to survive, to get out of the bunker there. As we see several kills trade out. Finally, some feet in the hill on the side of Lightspeed. See if they can tie up the game.
Opening portion of the game was controlled by Lightspeed. Noobs with 31 seconds to get back on top, but this one's tight now. Just 6 seconds separating these two teams. There's another addition that we've seen Lucid making the Forge settings there. Another route option there. You can take it. Actually, it looks like a staircase to the back wall. That's new. These are walls that I didn't even know you could break down. So Lucid grabs the sledgehammer and really creates a fun twist on the competition.
Yeah, this was a full Forge map before, and he mentioned in the video the original Forger actually helped him with this one to, break those doors down. Lucid did some of the manual forging himself on the other maps, but I think this one just required a little bit of extra Forge knowledge to make it work out well. We see there's a little extra ramp there from that carbine side of the map as well that you can drop. Most of the changes I've noticed are just like drop downs from spots to give maneuverability a bit more options in some of these spots.
Yeah, I'd love to see maybe some invisible ledges have been added and where those have been added, as 3 go down on the side of Noobs, just 1 for Lightspeed. So they've been down for the last 2-3 stretches of time, but they have gotten right back on top. Hill is going to rotate in the next 15 seconds, so a chance to build on this lead here. But Noble, a huge shutdown, picks up the snipe, not able to take down his countrymate. And Drift with that snipe. Now it's Magico with a full OS. He's pushing towards the hill, though. It only has 2 seconds left.
Yeah, this is pretty much an all Latin American affair with Onvor in the mix as well. And a nice triple out of Magico. That's going to clear the map for his teammates to grab a lot of hill time here. And also has the awareness to know where to look for the next spawners. And look how trapped they have Lightspeed. This should be solid hill time. Lightspeed need to force this player out of the hill, though.
And with the classic King of the Hill scoring, it lends itself to more of a seesaw affair, and that's exactly what we've seen here. Still, just a 5-second game. Essendrado, excuse me, gets the slay, but goes down shortly after. Drift with the no-scope to the face. He goes down to 1 HP. I don't think that snipe fell off the map, so that's going to be a spot on the map you want to circle back to and see if there's a couple bits of ammunition left over.
Yeah, 15 seconds left on this hill, and Noobs have done a fantastic job of soaking up a lot of time despite facing a lot of pressure throughout. Now taking a pretty strong lead here. Lightspeed still fighting for the top center of the map. I suppose it will be valuable for the next hill as well. But now it has moved over to the former Heatwave spawn. Now Plasma Pistol spawns here. And Leor with the awareness, predictionary grenade. Knew these players would be spawning here and quickly rushing. Unfortunately, that grenade doesn't do enough damage, and Lightspeed weathered the storm. They're going to be able to get those kills and now get some hill time as well.
I thought that grenade was lined up to see a 2-tap nade shot, but instead, Door goes down. Things occur now through the hallway. Rorch dead ahead, but he's dead instead. Rorch now down to just 1 shot. Sandbox availability coming up here at this moment. Overshield's up, and on the other side, Noble picked up the snipe.
I think we saw a team kill there on the side of Lightspeed. That was unfortunate. So it opened the door for Magico to get the overshield, but look how quickly it dissipates. Was able to get an assist at the very least. And Noble trying to utilize some of the new geometry at the bottom of the snipe. There is an additional little cubby bottom snipe to prevent you from getting nuked by grenades off spawn, which is pretty nice. It used to be one of the worst parts of the map to spawn, so I like that addition. But Hill is always moving here. You've got to be moving quickly on this one. Drift 14-9, leading his team to strong Slayer performance, but they trail in the scoring department.
So close though. 87 to 78. Noobs with a momentary advantage, but they are in the hill. The sniper utilized his last shot, so there's no more left in that. Magico, no more shields left to work with. It's on board. Rains in from above, takes him down. Drift, trying to protect both his teammate and the hill, and they do a great job with a few pins to juggle in the air, and they did so proficiently.
This little ledge has always been here on this map. Such a strong position to sit in. You basically are impossible to be grenaded. And some incredible creativity, but Envor using it quite well. Almost gets the back smack. Instead looks for an angle to back up and also continue outputting damage. But it looks like Noobs will get some hill time here. Probably going to take the lead. Nope, didn't have quite enough time, and Hill has rotated right back to bunker. Let's see how Envor plays this.
90 seconds left. 97-98 is our game, and this one has been tight all throughout. Envor finds the headshot on the Magico, working his way towards the next hill on his left, but he's got the sandbox, the OS, and the sniper on his right. 3 options to choose from. Which one is he gonna go with? He goes for the OS. Can he stay alive? Gotta watch the back. He gets it activated. He should be able to take down 2 here. Noobs send 3 instead, and he gets the 2.
Double kill.
Despite having 3 players shooting at him, that just shows how valuable that overshield was. And yeah, I think any pro player is going to prioritize the overshield before the sniper. Sometimes you can use the overshield to get the sniper thereafter. Envor showing why he prioritized it. But to be honest, Noobs have done a great job to weather the storm and even take the lead. They've had feet in this hill probably more than most teams would have found. Now with 5 seconds of it left, you have to imagine Lightspeed going to try to set up for next.
Yeah, 20 points feels like a lot of time, a big advantage after a single-digit affair all throughout this one. Roarch with a nice jump shot, headshot, cleans up with a body shot, earns the assist as well, and now Slays are coming through in droves, so much so that all 4 go down for Lightspeed, and with 1 minute left and the lead growing for Noobs, this could be where they secure it.
Yeah, Roarch with a pretty tricky spot to snipe from. He's trying to shoot the ankles of those players while his teammates looked from the side. Can't connect with these no-scopes, though. That's going to be problematic. Does burn through the ammo, so Envor doesn't have anything left afterwards. Minute left of regulation. The clock does still pause when feet are in the hill, so we'll see if that comes into effect. It's only 200 to win the game. Could end either way. For now, though, Drift has earned his way into the hill to potentially close the gap on this score.
Ooh, 12 seconds left to optimize. You need every bit of it as Noobs. It looks like they've had control or a big lead throughout, but this has really just gotten to this point. But Lightspeed are bouncing back, getting it to within 20 with 60 seconds left on the clock.
Man, the geometry on this map really creates some mixy situations. If you have good movement, you're going to be able to navigate these really well. Envor trying to get into the mix. These fights have just been so fast-paced. It is pretty strong control here from Lightspeed for the center of the hill. They've got the OS as well. Austindrado taking the front lines to try to just keep the map safe for his teammates to soak up more hill time. And we are just a 10-second game at this point.
148, 135, but Noobs are in the hill, but Noobs have lost all 4. The triple kill from Pink Sakura might just open up the lane for a comeback. Lightspeed, thought things were getting away from him a little bit, but they took the light rail to get right back in the fight. It's a 7-point game once again. 45 seconds left.
Envor got the new sniper, and he's got a lot of snipe ammo to work with, but knows he needs to play close to this hill. Any time that he spins outside of it just means his team is closer to losing. They need to take the lead. This hill should be moving pretty soon, though. Yeah, now moves once again. And it's really probably going to come down to this hill, maybe the next one. We'll have to see how this plays out.
And we're getting some fan service out of this one. This game has been electric. 155 and rolling to 147. 35 seconds stuck in stasis while Noobs stuck in the hill. Noble double stack in that hill. Envor making his approach from the flank. Pink Sakura previously went down from this location. Can he clean up on any of that damage? But now he's got to watch his back.
Yeah, Envor in a really tough spot there. He kind of knew he had to get them out of the hill, but also knew he was alone. You can't really sit still. You can't really move forward. Ultimately gets taken down. I think Sakura with the slide prediction. Having some trouble landing this no-scope, though. Nice stick out of Noble. 18 seconds in regulation. Now the lead has ballooned for Noobs. feeling pretty confident. Hill will move one more time before this game ends, but Lightspeed need a strong setup for the next one.
About 3-4 seconds between the Hill rotating and becoming available again, so there's not much time to spare. Lightspeed are going to have possession of the Hill the rest of the way if they want to get back in it. 3 seconds time ticking away. Envor tries to get in that hill, but he's too little, too late. Noobs, take it.
Yeah, that was a really tough spot at the end for Lightspeed. They had Overshield coming up as well, but you don't even have the time to go for it. Ultimately, Noobs come out on top with just slightly better efficiency when it came to, you know, soaking up time in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, and for a game that was so close, multiple lead changes, multiple ties, the King of the Hill, classic at that, that's pretty rare. But it was Noobs who had built 2 or 3 distinct advantages, and they finished with that as well. 175 to 150 as they come out on top, but what a start to the series.
Yeah, that was an insane game one, I'm not going to lie. Probably the best game we've seen so far today, and it's no surprise to show up here in the 2-0 phase. While we have some downtime going into game 2, I just wanted to reiterate one of the biggest changes in the tournament today is the fact that strafe acceleration has been bumped up to 120%. So if you think back to Bandit meta when it first came out, it was super fast-paced strafing. That's why we saw so much jiggle peeking. But I think that the faster strafe speed really does lend better to the BR meta because jiggle peeking is not as powerful if you have to be exposed for the full burst to come out. I'm going to be curious to see if these players maybe have some weird movement hiccups because they're not used to how fast their Spartan's moving.
Yeah.
But also to see, you know, if they can reinstate that jiggle peek into their gameplay.
Yeah, you can find yourself over aiming on default speed. What's it going to be like at 120? I think most of these players have adapted pretty well, though. At this point in the day, we are watching the best of the best in the world, and 100, 120, 150, I think they'd be able to throw down on any settings.
You can just see in the middle of fights how these players are utilizing that faster strafe speed to make themselves a more difficult target. As we look at some of the highlights here, look at how fast Leor's trying to just move super fast. It does make me think of players like Talik, who have some of the fastest strafe in the game. Like, will they really start to look strong in this tournament? Don't think Talik's playing today, but that Usabini roster has some super fast players who will certainly be taking advantage of that.
Yeah, you're thinking of players that could take advantage of the strafe settings. The player that comes to my mind is Descendant. I mean, the way he whips, he like right stick strafe on 120. What would that look like? I can't imagine that being a blender trying to fight Descendant.
Absolutely. As we take a look at these fights, there were so many just like really good fights in general, like just very high level Halo that we're witnessing here, and I think that was Lucid's goal when he came up with these settings. Fast-paced, exciting Halo from start to finish. This was a beautiful play here from Envor, utilizing that overshield to his advantage.
Yeah, Luor taking advantage of the 120% strafe speed, but because he's kind of stuck on that catwalk, he didn't really have as much of a doorway to work with. He was kind of dead to rights there, but still on board. To take on 3, OS or not, that was an impressive double.
There's also like a diminishing return on how fast you strafe, right? Because if you strafe too fast, like you saw there, Envor literally just kept his reticle in the same spot, and Leor kept just strafing right back into his shot with perfect pacing on the Bandit. So there's something to think about there. If you're a player, sometimes mixing in a long strafe can throw off your opponent's aim a little bit better than a fast one.
All right, here we go. Noobs with a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Lightspeed, though, is up to the task. We get set for a Slayer on Aquarius. We'll be hopping on board here with Envor off the start, looking left, but he wants to go right towards the pink side of the map. Camo still in its traditional spot in the top middle portion of the map, as Envor already getting some damage out, but he's got damage into him, and he gets cleaned up rather quickly.
Yeah, the biggest change on this map, in my opinion, is the opening of bottom center. There's a true bottom mid now instead of just that one little area where the heat wave spawned. We've also got this repulse here, which we've never seen on Aquarius before. I think that's going to open up some repulse sticky grenade situations. Magico using it to keep himself alive there, but ultimately gets taken down.
I love when I love when a caster mentions something and then we get to see it in real time. That without that repulsor, granted, he still went down, but Without the repulsor, he would have been dead a lot sooner than that. Kept himself alive just a little bit longer as Lure pushes into the yellow courtyard. 1v1 now with Pink Sakura for the spree. Hasn't died yet until right then and there.
Yeah. It's a pretty strong lead here for Noobs, who already took game 1. This is a best of 3 for one of the top seeds in the bracket. This is the 3-0 pool, if I'm not mistaken. So winner of this will be guaranteed a top 2 seed going into the double elimination bracket. And that's a pretty big deal. Only 8 teams make it out of Swiss, by the way. So these 2 teams have guaranteed their spot in the bracket, but now just looking for a better seed.
And you can see that grenade there on the wall of the generators. It's not only used to grab another frag in the back pocket, you can also jump off of that. So plenty of additional options added by Lucid. Plenty of cushion here, though, for Noobs as they're up by 9 to make it 10 after on 4. Goes down to Nope.
Yeah, there's a lot more mixy fights around corners. I mean, the teams that are better at using cover and maintaining their shields are typically going to come out ahead. So far, Noobs have just had better team shots, though. Looking at the assists, I mean, they've got nearly as many assists as they have kills. So, whereas you look at Lightspeed, and they're really struggling in that department.
Yeah, 19 out of 23 total slays have all been accomplished via teamwork. Tried and true. Team shot coming through for Noobs, but Lightspeed just secured a 3 down. They bring it back within 2 team wipes.
Oh,
You
wow.
got to be able to play off your advantage state. Pink Sakura goes down drift, flanking into the back blue base, takes down 1. Now looking for 2, gets it. On4 has his help, and little by little, Lightspeed are coming back.
Yeah, it was a great pinch there. Sometimes players move a little bit too fast when you know the enemy team spawning in the base. Sometimes you just get team shot by 2 BRs, but they navigated that situation very well to close the gap in the score line. Envor now trying to get to P2, but the problem is his entire team has fallen around him. His location wasn't known yet, but nice thrust usage there. We're going to see a lot of thrusts on this, by the way, because the thrusts have returned to the courtyards on both sides. Should be pretty interesting as time goes on. You really want to be the team that controls them, but we see a pancake medal out of Envor, one of the first ones we've seen on Aquarius.
Little by little, Lightspeed are chipping away. Had an opportunity to really bring it back. Now it's back to 8. Unfortunate after that double kill, they weren't able to swarm on the opposition. There you can see the cubbies opened up there, bottom mid. You could sneak your way around. Lure sneaking around right now with the camo. Back presented to him from Pink Sakura. He'll take that down rather easily. Has to watch out for Envor in a potential 1v2, but Envor wins it outright instead.
And it's kind of interesting having bottom mid open because there's not a ton of reasons to go down there. I want to say there might be a item that spawns down there, but you know, anytime you spend at the bottom center of the map with 0 sightlines to help your teammates are likely losing their fight. So I think the bottom mid route will likely only be taken by no shields players that are trying to survive. These frag grenades spawning on the wall in the util are also pretty interesting. I'd expect to see some remote detonations setups as players try to walk through that doorway. A lot of new little tools that you can do here on the map.
Yeah, that frag on the wall and generator presents a lot of damage to the team inside of Gen. There's a little angle from car 2, it looks like, that you could go for the remote detonation. Because players might not be used to seeing that on the wall, I'm ready for the sneak attack remote to land there. You can see about halfway until that frag comes back up is Envor working his way through to car. 2 shots into his opposition, but he eats a frag. Headshot to the dome from Magico, and the lead we thought was going to dwindle down to a 1-possession game. It's now doubled up off of that. 10 kills separate these 2 teams. Stretch run finish for Noobs. They're in full control.
Yeah, this has been a really impressive performance. I actually expected this to be a bit closer, but their teamwork has been incredible thus far. Really taking advantage of these long-range BR opportunities we don't typically see in current HCS settings. Great reaction time on that repulse, by the way. As soon as the grenade appeared on their screen, was able to repulse that. We're now just moments away from this game likely closing out.
46, 37 is Magico. Adds another one to the list. Everybody in double figures for Noobs. Half the squad there for Lightspeed. Just not enough slays to even make this much of a fight, as that will do it. Noobs against a solid squad on the other side. Dominate for the 2-0 series win.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. They also know where to throw the grenades so that Spartan blows up at the end like that. But that means they're going to take one of the top 2 seeds going into the 8-team double elim brackets. I would likely expect Usubini to be the team on the other side that does the same as we take a look at Lucid stream. Okay, maybe that series is already over. But regardless, the intensity is certainly heating up here as we approach the bracket.
That indeed. And you talk about the intensity, and I don't know if it was because of your talking point around the strafe speed, but it really felt like the more I was looking for that difference, I was seeing it there. I mean, the speed and pace of play without sprinting or hitting a G-slide, you're able to scoot pretty quick with that enhanced strafe speed, especially when you get into those 1v1 battles. So we are fully enjoying Lucid's reimagination of the competitive sandbox settings. Having some fun here with the $1,000 Lucid LVT Evo tournament. We will take a quick break, and when we return, more Halo.
Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drop.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Enemy
Double kill. Perfect. Double kill.
way to play.
Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Enemy team.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill.
very consistently. Like that's just bad game design for competition. It's like honestly kind of similar with flag even though I feel like certain maps with flags it's better, but with some flags like you would see a lot of 1-0s, like at least with Argyle and some fortresses, not all the time, but you would sub 5 wood dude. Sub 5 wood dude. Yeah, you are off the deep end. You really are with all this. You are like not even speaking real words. Okay, good shots by Rainy. Hasn't even died yet. Thrust in the back pocket. Shabby getting the cleanup on the kill. Scarcity doesn't spot him in time. So they getting the kill. A is flipping it to Cobra. That's what it is looking like. Ooh, it's a good try. It's a good try. Say these guys gotta move somewhere. Ooh, good shots by Scarcity. Does get cleaned up though. Shabby getting up to heaven, locking it down. Shiesty barely making it out. Rainy is getting pelted in the back. Rice on the flank into C. 3 down for Eagle. About to get a trip cap in. No, Moo, no. Oh, Sentinel Beam is up. I don't know if anyone... I don't think anyone's actually picked up the Sentinel Beam. I don't think a single person has picked it up so far. Oh, good shots by Rice. Say Shiesty had a thrust in his back pocket. Zove. Wow. Almost making a play on Finners there. Could not get the reset. Very back and forth so far. Oh, 4 dead for Cobra. Trip cap in. Where are they spawning? Good nade. Good shots. Triple for Finners. OS is popping. Scarcity. Should be the one going for it. Oh. Barely gets out. PD spawn trap is the play here. Yeah. Yeah, that or red room. That or red room. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Cobra right now. Spawned out towards C. I think Shabby is in a tough spot. Oh, he gets the help from Zove. Oh, really good shots, but couldn't close it out. Rice getting a kill over at B. 3 down for a split second. Starts the cap. Need to start seeing some aggression. Wow, good shots by Del Boy. Good pre-nade on Zove. Gets flanked. Oh, does not get the cleanup. Rice walking him down. Zove on the push in. They're trying to take the trip cap here. They're taking everything. Very heads up. Wow, good stick by Rainy. Rice taking back C. Dude, there's just a lot of motion on this map. It's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. Dude, they're just going 3 dead on both sides, but it's not working out in Cobra's favor at all. Del Boy alone. All the way alone at A. Shabby dagger. 2 burst melee. 4 dead for Eagle though. Finish the 2 cap. Could lock it down a little bit. See what Rainy can do here. Hellboy got out. Oh no, the pre-fire. Yeah, that just gave him away so hard. Like I said, these guys are really just flip-flopping in between going like 3 or 4 dead on each team. Shabby on the flank. Shiesty heard him. Trades him out. Rainey's got the lockdown. Rice is stuck in PD. Oof. Not a lot to do there. Okay, let's see. Finners on the route to grab the sentinel beam. He's got to get out of there. Nice flank though. Walked by Shabby. Shabby alone out at A, but Rice should clean him up. Oh, it's a little too much. Wow, good nade, but does get cleaned up pretty immediately. Scarcity. OS. Thrust. Sentinel beam. My goodness. My goodness. Just getting absolutely kitted right now. Oh, the stick! What a stick out of Zove. Finner's on top of it. Wow. He's going big. 2 dead, but that's... Oh, can Rice close it out? Good shots. Cobra's trying to make the comeback. They're dying at B. They should spawn at A now. Oh, they just gave up C pretty easily. They're all spawning at B now. Yep, Scarcity is on the flank. He's walking through. Oh, Rice and Finners trade. Hellboy. Oh, damn. Yeah, they didn't really control their spawns off of getting that like 3 down. Yeah, the out of bounds thing is on purpose. It is, because we were getting, especially in Oddball, people would just sit in the back towards Sentinel Beam, so it's just more of a route. A route that you can take and Sentinel Beam's in, but you can't just camp there. That's kind of the whole point. Okay, still holding down C. Rice has got the right idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your $1,000 Lucid and LVT Evo number 2. It was so nice, we had to run it back twice. And of course, we woke my man Active up for this one. And okay, Active, you feeling the music? All right, brother. Okay.
What is this?
Okay,
This is
how you doing today, baby?
This is great. I'm doing good today, Tony. It's good to be back and casting with you. Dude, it feels like it's been forever, but we're back, and I'm going to be honest, feeling real refreshed seeing this battle rifle back in the hands of the players, Tony.
Man, it does feel good. I was able to cast the last one, number 1, and it was, I'm like, brother, I want to go back to the playlist, but give me the BR. Like, I'm ready to continue to use it. I was picking up every time off the spawn because I was having so much fun watching these players use it once again, and that includes Lore with the shots in the back of Breaking Shot over on the nest side, already having 2 bases and noobs. Playing for the trip cap already. Strongholds on streets. Been a while since we've said that combo.
Yes, sir. It has been. Streets, it's been expanded a little bit as of what I've seen, Tony. Lucid has done a lot of work on these maps, right? Expanding that little, I don't know, the back alleyway. You don't want to go there in the nighttime, but I mean, this is what I want to see, right? I want to see things being refreshed. I want to see new things, and I'm glad that Lucid's been able to do that, right? Because a lot of these players, they still have passion for the game. They still want to compete at this level, and now you've kind of freshened things up so it's a bit more interesting to play.
Yeah, we're in year 5 of competitive Halo here, and what year 6 or 7 of the game actually releasing since that shadow drop. And yeah, it's a fresh look. Why not? And Lore giving us a fresh POV with a big double kill on his way to a direct route through the cuts. But look at the Halo timing there. Somehow still gets the kill on Piggy. Ooh, that was nasty.
Yeah, some good shots, a little bit of the utilization with the thrust, which we know so well, and really interesting with the thrust, right? You can burst before the thrust. That's what made the BR so good. Get that full burst in, and then by the time the thrust, by the time you're able to shoot again, you get another full burst in. So if you time it really well, you can really do like max damage, whereas the bandit rate of fire is a bit faster, so you don't really have that same type of timing. But regardless, here it goes. They're gonna be able to cap a couple here. Noob still on the lead, 43-4, and there's a double kill for Breaking Shot. That's 3 down for Noobs.
And Usu Benny, one of the top seeds, gonna be going into Birmingham right now, struggling here in the Lucid LVT Evo number 2. Noobs testing them time and time again, but looks like Breaking Shot able to break out of his spawn. We do now see a double cap for Usu Benny, finally starting to find their footing a bit, but they still need another round of slays. Looks like that's exactly what they're going for.
That's absolutely disgusting by Breaking Shot. You saw the long range shots there, Tony. That's what makes the BR so good. Those full bursts, if you can really just stay out of the line of sight of the other player, those full bursts are so much damage. He's able to get those perfect shots. You see the alleyway I was talking about here, a little bit out of bounds, but gets one of my favorite weapons in the game in his hands. Oh my goodness, the Sentinel Beam. Tony, it's back.
That it is, and so is Breaking Shot. 11-5 at the moment here, on his way to switching C over to the side of Usu Benny. While that happens, 3 down go the Noobs, and look how Usu Benny going to immediately change their targets towards the spawning players of Noobs. You can spawn up, but that doesn't mean that Usu Benny aren't going to be right on your tail.
Yeah, they've taken the lead now by double. The double cap is in as well, and Leor doing some massive damage across the map too, Tony. This is just such a good position, and I like the rotation back as well. Wants to make sure that they can get that C platform, but Jackson on the benches makes that difficult and gets that kill.
Action Jackson doing his thing there, but looks like we're going to switch gears over towards Acid, who's getting a huge kill, and then the target prioritization. Great damage, great job staying alive. Usu Benny secure Bravo once again.
And then Acid, you see him looking at that Sentinel Beam right and that alleyway. It's another area to watch on the map, another way to get through towards that purple side to see. And Breaking Shot's going to be the one that's preventing that from happening. I like Acid here in the activation, right? Taking this route towards that purple side to try and remove this player, but it's a great reroute here. And now Acid kind of caught with his tail between his legs.
Makes his way over towards Alpha right now. Noobs trying to take care of Bravo, but they also want to defend Alpha at the same time. Not going to be able to do that. Bravo changes hands, and it looks like Noobs going to out-rotate him, making the way over toward the Charlie side, but Breaking Shot has something to say about that. Shots from long range looking way too good. The close range BR is as well. I called this man the skip to my loot of Halo. Let me tell you, Rayford Alston would be proud of this man and his street ball style in the pro scene.
Yeah, Breaking Shot's always been that player with some incredible movement in the game, and I honestly, obviously the Bandit, you think of that weapon, and it does provide a lot of individual movement tech with the rate of fire, but Breaking Shot obviously very comfortable with this BR as well, and you're seeing it happen right here in real time.
152-48 lead here comes Usu Benny. They were struggling in the early game, but now find their footing. This time it's Noobs though with the double cap. Bravo and Charlie now belongs to them, and of course daring Acid to cross the 50. He says, you know what, if you're not gonna cross it, I'm gonna get to the offense. Big kill from him, but eventually trades out their lives, and now a double push from Usu Benny to try to attack the Bravo side. An important 1v1 now as both players play a little bit of SWAT, and Jackson hits headshots.
Yeah, right there, Jackson. You saw him repositioning in that play, right? He didn't want to take the same angle. His teammate went down. He knew he was in a 1v1, decided instead to slide in, get the advantage shot, and he gets it perfectly. Usu Benny still in just a massive lead here. How are Noobs going to come back from this? You're not going to be able to do much when Breaking Shot's getting triples like that.
The streets of New Mombasa is Breaking Shot's playground. He is loving these BR settings and is wanting to go back in time. And apparently, it ain't just a battle rifle, the Stalker as well. Breaking Shot is just doing tricks on the map at the moment here as Noobs struggle to find their way out of spawn.
Yeah, out of spawn, stuck at C here. Breaking Shot makes it even more difficult, gets the killing spree in a stick, and he's contained the other two on the C side. Make that 3, comes in once again, gets another couple of kills. This man is roaming free all over the map. Skip to my Lou, like you said, it's another triple.
Oh my gosh! Back-to-back triples coming from breaking shot, and the man is not done just yet. Every time noobs come off a spawn, breaking shot is there and making them pay. Callus is giving you pro tips as far as observing right now. If breaking shots on the map, go to him.
23 and 9 out of the man. What a beautiful performance out of him. And like you said, it was noobs in the lead for such a long time at the beginning of the game, but then it was breaking shot to take over. The triple kill, clean shots out of the BR, and a perfect utilization of those angles. Gets another one here with the perfect, and showcasing that he can still hang with the best, and on the settings from previous times, and even some fresh map positioning too with that new alleyway. Breaking shot is him.
Triple kill.
When I talk about breaking shot being that like street ball player going into professional play, that's what I talk about. 23 and 9 right now, 16.0 KDA, and a player that you legitimately cannot predict his timing. I feel like Halo lots of times comes down to so much timing. Know where your opponents can be and being ready for the fight. But when a player like that plays off of movement, momentum, and continues to put down damage, like you see right there, 4,900 damage, you can't predict it and become so frustrating to play. Whether it's a pro player or a top amateur, breaking shot will frustrate you. And if you let him go off like that, you're going to have a tough time. That is the skip to my Lou. That is the Rayford Alston of Halo right there. Someone in the chat says, skip to my breaking shot. Dude, he's that nasty, bro.
It's crazy to see. 23 and 6 is such an incredible score line when you look at the rest of the players in the lobby. A 16.0 KDA, everyone else below 7, Tony. That is pure dominance right there on a breaking shot. And like you said, Cal is teaching us a little bit. You start with the fire, you end with the fire. It's breaking shot once again. Starts off with another double. It's like every time we cast this man, triple after triple, but finally taken down as Lior, the last player alive.
Switching things over to with recharge, and again, you're gonna see some major differences. Somebody in the chat earlier was talking about the differences on streets. Well, that back patio being used once again, this time for a power-up and overshield, and it looks like the repulse is around here as well, so grabbing that overshield can be a high risk, high reward. You can grab it, but if you don't secure the area, you could get booped right off.
Oh, he's got that overshield. He's got that camo as well in the hands of Acid. And Acid trying to make something happen with the routes here. Tony, this is such an important position, right? And, you know, having this camo, having a repulse as well. Obviously, you're the UAV of the team. You're able to give information, but if you can get those 100% kills, you take them. And Acid does. He gets kill and an assist. Is 3 down for noobs.
And as you see oftentimes, knowledge is power, and so is taking care of the resources on the map. Jackson not letting that repulse sit over on the floor for too long as he waits for Acid and breaking shot to break through the long haul side, waiting for his opportunity to strike at the same time. It's a two-pronged attack, hitting noobs from multiple sides, but eventually Jackson does end up going down toward the batteries, and breaking shot will follow. The plan was there, but doesn't mean you're going to execute it to perfection.
Yeah, everyone has a plan until they're punched in the face, Tony. That's the saying I hear so often, and obviously there's no punching in the faces happening here, but it is noble. Once again, holding down this pipe side. It's been such an important side on the map for such a long time, and you know, holding it is great, but having to extend and take presence out of it is the hard part. You've got these very narrow areas. You see Noble looking to do so right now, and it's some teamwork that'll get you control of A. Great job by noobs here to get that control. It's 2 down for Usubeni.
One thing I love about noobs, when they get aggressive together. It looks like this time Usubeni not able to defend it, and Noble with the no scope. That was absolutely beautiful, and the first domino to fall, because as soon as that happens, they get activated almost immediately. But Jackson coming in with a bit of extra shields. Piggy is able to get a double kill courtesy of his trade, and Jackson goes sky high, and that was a sticky right to the throat. Beautifully placed by Jackson, and a trade he probably had no business getting.
Yeah, Usubeni were in a real rough spot there, right? They did have that overshield like you talked about, and that was kind of the evening factor, but it's also individual skill and a little bit of multitasking out of Jackson that allowed them to trade in that fight. And that's exactly what you need to do in the situation. It's tied at 17. Make those trades happen. Make sure you don't, stray too far away from the other team in terms of score.
Just a one kill game at the moment here. Radar being picked up by Piggy. Wants to get some value with this one, but doesn't need the radar to find out where this player is. The callouts are good enough, but a 1v1 does turn to a 1v2, which somehow Piggy is still able to trade out one. As I say that, 3 go down for Usubeni, and although Jackson picks up 1, I'm more excited for this active camouflage and skewer combination.
Yeah, the skewer is such an interesting weapon to have back into the rotation, right? It's a weapon that I think honestly just takes a lot of skill to use, and you got to lead from distances. You got to make sure that you're patient on your shot. Otherwise, you get punished with that long reload time. But Usubeni still staying in this one, 22-23. Noobs have taken the lead, and they've also taken that skewer for themselves.
Still a 1 kill game here this time. Noobs with the lead. Noble, skewer, high risk, high reward weapon. Not going to connect on that one. It takes a whole lot of damage, so no wonder Usubeni get aggressive. But notice how Magico and the rest of the crew had his back. Nobody able to touch Noble until the last second. And by the time you do, Magico is here to make you disappear. You have another 1v1 between Action and Jackson, and you just didn't exactly have the shields to fight with. And this battle has been neck and neck all game long.
I mean, Jackson has been taken over here. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, not going to be able to get that overshield. It will go in the hands of Noble, and this will solidify their position here on the back of C. That's going to be a kill for him as well. And now, my goodness, that threat sensor is going to really showcase all the threat that's on that C side, and it's going to force them back. But look how he's able to reroute here. A little bit confused on his position, Tony, but still going to be able to get the max damage and should be able to get these kills onto Picky too.
Those who hide will eventually come to the light, says Noble, and his threat sensor clearing out the top glass side. Doing it with style here. Another trade goes down over toward that bottom gold side of the map. Lure sees the opportunity to maybe reset and to address the players that are trying to go for a flank. Nobody makes it out free, not when you're dealing with the noobs.
8 kill lead now. It's kind of crazy how, something that Puckett said all so long ago, for us, old people that remember, the game starts at 30. It's still showcased even today in Halo Infinite. Rorsch gonna end up going down here as well. Noobs have really run away with this lead. It's gonna be tough to come back from, but with the power that's on the map in terms of the OS, the camo, and the skewer, I think that if Usubeni can take control of those and slow down the game, they could really bring this back.
You senior citizens are still gonna be saying that when Halo 8 comes out. They say the Slayer doesn't start at the 30 kill mark. We're still at 28, baby.
That's
39
right.
to 30.
That's right.
39 to 33 at the moment here. Noobs still have a 6 kill lead, but the game did slow down for just a bit. Obviously, Usubeni feeling the pressure and want to make sure that every life matters at this point forward. And Jackson, although able to take down 1, can't account for more with the overshield. Breaking shot does end up getting away with the camouflage, and he wants to get out. He wants to try to find the exit route, and will have to settle for a trade that's not what Usubeni wanted.
Yeah, unfortunately, Breaking Shot wanted to get on that pillar, play a little mixy. That's kind of what he does as a player, tries to play mixy in situations like that, but he gets taken out, he gets spotted out. And the OS and the camo are now out of the game, but still, it's only a 4 kill lead for Noobs. Definitely something to come back from. That skewer is down bottom center as well, so that'll be the next point of contention for both these sides. And Piggy looking to take advantage of a couple weak players, not able to get the 2-shot melee though.
Yeah, it feels like when you have a lead here, Noobs wanted to make sure that every power gets off of the map and make it as equal as possible, and they literally accomplished just that with that trade early on. Still a 3 kill lead, so like you said, not out of the equation right now are Usubeni, but they are running out of win conditions. Maybe the skewer could be the ultimate equalizer. There is a spotlight right now on Acid, one of the top players in Latin America, brought in on this North American roster to make plays and to clutch up for moments like this. Not able to connect, but able to stay alive. No, oh no.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big kill by Noble. Oh no is right, Tony. I mean, that is the one chance they had right there. And now it's 47 to 44, 48. Noble's got a player down to no shields. It's looking like it's all but over. Make that 49, and Leor goes down as well. My goodness. I mean, honestly, I thought they had a chance there. There was a lot of shining moments that they were able to bring back a tough score, but unfortunately not able to close it out in the end.
Hate that I had to put the pressure on him right there with that skewer, but hey, you're down 2 kills. You need a play to be made. Is it an advantageous position? No. but it's something that you have to try to find a way to clutch out. Yes, otherwise you give all that momentum to the Noobs, who have now tied up the game and bring us into a swing game number 3. We've seen almost every player on this lobby come up in clutch moments like that in the past, and I'm sure Acid will have another opportunity in the future. But for now, Noble's 17-10, 9.0 KDA. Warsh, a lot of deaths there with the 16, but I love the 11 kills and the 11 assists out of him as well. It was the Noobs that were just too much for Usubeni in the Slayer. Luckily for Usubeni, we switch over to an objective for game number 3.
And you talk about it, Tony, right? Those big moments. And dude, you always wish you had those back. Like, you go through that moment, you don't hit that skewer shot. You play that back in your mind over and over and over again. You're like, man, if I could just go back in time, if I could just take a time machine like we did here with the BR starts and go back in time, I would have clutched that. And unfortunately, you got to learn from it and move on. And like you said, many more chances to clutch up here as we go to that game 3. And excited to get into it. These teams seem very evenly matched.
Well, hopefully these players have amnesia so they forget what happened in that last round and are able to push forward, at least for Usubeni. Meanwhile, Noobs, they need to build off of exactly what they were able to create in that Slayer. And to me personally, what I saw is a no man left behind strategy. Every time Noobs were on the offensive and you thought there was a 1v1, there was a player right behind them. There was a player at another angle ready to collapse at the same time. I feel like Noobs, what their biggest asset were in that game, to me personally, was their timing. It felt perfect at times, and you're gonna need to have that same exact attitude, that same exact energy going into an objective. You allowed Usubeni to take momentum earlier with that objective win in game number 1. Can you stay the course here in game number 3? It's Solitude, King of the Hill. It's something that you can win.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Solitude, King of the Hill. Like Tony had just mentioned, and I appreciate you mentioning it, Tony. It's 272 in that first objective game. Usubeni, obviously very strong in that first one. Solitude, gonna be a different kind of map. That pace will speed up, and I think Noobs are kind of ready for the pacing of this game. The OS at the top center, like we know, replaced with what was the camo at one point, and Breaking Shot gonna take full advantage of it. He stays alive as well. For a while.
Again, one of my favorite POVs to watch. It is just different. It doesn't look like anybody else in the league, and it really is unique. However, early lead and very slight one in favor of Usubeni, but not something they're gonna hold on to. They want to build off of that. And right now, Lure taking space, getting right behind Breaking Shot. A big kill for him. Ooh, going for the highlight reel kill with that skewer. That could have been nasty.
Now you guys can see at the bottom of the screen too. This is classic King of the Hill. This is how it used to be, right? No more of those 1 point, 2 points, and then you play one hill and then you win the game off of one hill because you can just stall for the rest of them. Now the hills move. You got to get the time. You got to get that time continuously. And we'll see how this plays out here on Solitude. Great shots by Noble, going to stay alive there. 2v2 situation on the map, and it's Noble that is getting pressured from multiple angles, and he ends up going down.
We down go to Noobs, leaving Lure by himself in action. Action deals with him as part of a huge double kill and just gets his shields back. And now we see some bandit action. Not the starting weapon, but a pickup, and can seem like a power weapon, especially from this range. But with Noble dealing with one, he wants to deal with a second. Breaking Shot, using that cover and waiting for Acid to come over toward the flank side. As I say that, Acid takes down one, but the remaining two end up dealing with them. And now an important 2v2, and Piggy is roasting, not himself, but enemy team.
Yeah, he definitely roasted the enemy team. And they just came off spawn here too. This is obviously a really good spot to sit in. He's able to get at least one. That was his job right there. And the spawns are being funneled from the back of Tram. And you see Breaking Shot and Acid going to get their own kills as well. It ends up working out in the favor of Piggy. And it's all because he was able to get that first trade, Tony.
Now we switch over to Acid once again here, going all the way stretching over toward the blue side. Not exactly a favorable part of the map, but you see his teammates attacking the snipe, which is exactly where they want to be. All this happens while Power Up going to hit the battlefield here real soon, and Acid does not miss in the 1v1s. Noobs go 3 down. Usubeni have a huge advantage.
Usubeni, they're going to be able to get this OS as well. Breaking Shot's going to be the first one that goes in for the kill. Unfortunately, gets very up close and personal with these beatdowns, right? And that's going to unfortunately diminished his overshield completely. But Tony, he don't need no overshield, man. This guy is on fire. He just runs around, does what he wants. He's in your house, he's in your fridge. Hide your wife, hide your kids. Breaking shots coming in.
Breaking shot. Currently 7-5 here, and a struggle for Noobs to deal with. The high octane gameplay just seems to work and throw Noobs off guard time and time again. And as you see right here, once again at a numbers disadvantage, it seems like consistently they're at a numbers disadvantage. Usubeni control the map, and they control the game 57-19.
Oh man, I just love to see the skewer in the game, Tony. It's just such a high-skilled weapon, and you have to be able to predict the movement of the player you're aiming at, right? Because of how slow that projectile is, and right there you see it happening. The first kill goes in for Jackson. He wants to clean up on a second, but there's where that burst is kind of unforgiving, right? You have to hit those bullets or you're gonna let that player get away. And Usubeni still in the lead, not really a big problem, but Noobs are starting to catch up here with this next hill.
Double kill.
Big double cut of Warsh. Why not make it a triple? Jackson not even going in for the challenge. He knows that Warsh is shooting laser beams at the moment and ultimately daring him to go forward. Jackson catching a new angle over on the top gold side. Warsh looking to chase him away once again. Actually, not away. He's right on their tail. Takes down one, takes down two. I don't know if Usubeni expected Warsh to come off the top rope like Jeff Hardy.
Oh, Jeff, Tony, you're bringing me back to the BRs. We're going back to WWF. I mean, this is great. I'm in nostalgia world right now. This is amazing. 61-45, Roche trying to do all he can to contain, and you see there is a pressure coming in from Usubeni. They're trying to make it into the hill, and they've got, again, that spawn funneling, and then they've got Acid on that right-hand side. Tony, look how smart that is. Look at how he's able to just contain the team of Noobs on the back of Tramp so well. So much damage. When you take that much damage, there's not much you can do. Usubeni gonna continue on their tear.
Scoreline currently 86-45. Usubeni have just been controlling it this entire time. Breaking shot with his overshield, wants to continue to get max value out of it. He wants to take down one and maybe a second one as well. Goes after one that's gonna be Noble. 3 more players in front of him. The back line is Magico, and Breaking Shot just chasing them away. Meanwhile, Acid off the screen, taking down another. Noobs consistently are 3 down, and it's the reason why they are down in this game.
It's just consistent objective prowess out of this Usubeni roster, and you see it out of Breaking Shot. He's been a very big focal point in this game, but look at Jackson too, 14-8. These guys are continuing on this tear, and they're not stopping anytime soon, and the containment of the team of Noobs is what's so impressive to me. Look how they worked that 2-1. It's so clean. No damage being taken, hardly any damage being taken here by Breaking Shot. He has a thrust to work with, so he plays a bit more aggressive, but Skewer's coming up again, so I think that might be his next target.
Breaking Shot down to 1 shot, but he used the movement to stay alive, and now right over towards the dip, and Magico just cannot survive himself. Warsh eventually takes down the weakened Breaking Shot, but you have to go 3 down in order to do it. I love War's positioning towards S4, but without any bodies to distract Usubeni, they're gonna go right at him, but Picky ends up catching a spike to the face, and sadly, the rest of the team ends up collapsing. We do see Noobs get some points, but Usubeni at 138.
Yeah, you saw a little bit too aggressive, I think, out of Usubeni there. It allows Noobs to get this hill, and you might not think it's that big of a deal, but that timer does stop when they're in the hill. So they still have a lot of time to work with here. 56 points and counting being acquired by the side of Noobs, but there it is, the 3 down at the top right of the screen. That's going to allow Usubeni to come in, but Noble, they got to take him out first. He gets the perfect kill, but there it is. They're directly in this hill, and they're going to continue gaining on this lead here.
144 points so far until Jackson catches a grenade out of nowhere, and Lore right from top gold clearing out that hill, and all 4 members of Usubeni go down. Noobs all 4 up, and you see Lore saying, I'm not even gonna let you spawn over to the back tram side. If you do, you're getting pelted with bullets.
It's not fun getting pelted with bullets. Noble pelting the opposition with bullets again. He gets the double kill. And a little bit confused on the rotation right there, Tony. You know, a lot of players not used to these settings just yet. You saw he was kind of posturing towards the yard side, but then the hill did move there on this side. Regardless, it still worked out in their favor. He could have been trying to take a route, getting space as well. That could have been the mentality. It's working out in their favor regardless. 95 points and counting. Leor with the double. Look, he wants the kill on the breaking shot, but Piggy's there for the cleanup.
It's kind of a big swing going the way of Noobs here. As much as we talked about Usu Benny controlling most of this game, it feels like the latter half of it has now really belonged to Noobs right now. 107 points clearly out of nowhere. And what, the last time Usu Benny had control of a hill was at 138? The rest really has gone the way of the Noobs. They're showing that they are not giving up. Meanwhile, Warsh, big damage, right place, right time. That's what you want to see from the Noobs.
Wow, and the way Rorsch played that too, I was a little bit scared of the way he played that because him getting that kill, massive, right? That changes the tides of everything. It allows his team to kind of break in, but then he comes back out, gets another assist as well. Regardless of all that, Noobs end up still in control here. Skewer coming up very shortly too. And it's starting to snowball a bit, Tony, for Noobs. I mean, Usu Benny need to do something.
Magic over towards the loop side, trying to control one side of the perimeter. Thought he was in a 1v1, takes down one, and immediately gets replaced by Breaking Shot. Little bait and switch action, but as Breaking Shot tried to find the exit route, he ends up getting caught. Now Piggy has to make plays with the skewer and is not able to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the scoreboard. It's been flipped here. Noobs could take the lead by the end of this hill.
I'm very impressed, and you can kind of see the kills in terms of both teams. They're pretty even. It's just been objective efficiency on it. Leor almost gets. I wanted him to get that triple, Tony. I would have fell off my dinosaur if that happened, but he doesn't. He ends up missing 157. There it is. Noobs take the lead in game number 3.
Somewhere out there, Tommy freaking the Genius Wilson is smiling right now. He's like, this right here is what I imagined when coming up with these settings on these maps. Like the comeback opportunity, like we're seeing right now, it is crazy. Lucy, you deserve a little pat on your back. Meanwhile, Acid wants one as well after huge 1v1 pivotal and a flank by Breaking Shot, and that's gonna break Noobs in half. There was, can they recover from that?
No, that was such a massive play right there. He ends up getting the OS, ends up getting the back smack. Now they have full control, forcing the spawns here. Once again, what are they gonna do? They had to come out of blue while taking lots of damage, but was that a plasma pistol that I just saw being used? Breaking Shot just gets melted. Regardless though, it's gonna be 200 points, and Usu Benny will win. They're about to win, Tony.
Final seconds gonna be going down here, and Usu Benny just I will say, first half of that game definitely belonged to Usu Benny. But man, can we talk about the comeback that Noobs went on to really test them, to really push them to their limits, but eventually maybe running out of gas or Usu Benny hitting another gear. Either way, Usu Benny take back that control and just never look back, it felt like.
Yeah, maybe they were playing with their food, but at the end of the day, it was entertainment for us, so I'll take it. You know, 10.0 KD right there. I forgot, I didn't see who that was, but that's a nasty KD, let me tell you. And there it is, Usu Benny, 2-1, and I believe that was the last. We're going to bracket play now, Tony, I believe, right? I think that's what we're doing. So bracket play is going to be where things get real interesting. Every match is going to matter even more now. It mattered already, but now it's going to matter even more.
Yeah, the Swiss style not only allows for teams to play as many games as possible, which will definitely get you warmed up by the time you make bracket play, or just have you excited to play in as many games as possible if you don't make it. But on top of that, only one team can remain undefeated. So we saw literally just that happen. 2 undefeated teams, although guaranteed to make it into bracket play. It really determines seeding what just happened there. And right now, Usu Benny take that #1 seed, it seems like, and it's gonna be fun as we end up going into bracket play. Meanwhile, Usu Benny and Noobs, and really this King of the Hill, I want to talk about really more the settings wise. How did you like that?
I loved it. I feel like this is a I don't know, this is a road back to where we should be. Listen, the King of the Hill is great, Tony. I like that we're going back to classic King of the Hill, but I will say 100%, I love to see the VR. But you're talking about the hill, so let's talk about that. It is great because it doesn't force teams to just get one hill and then play that defensive role where you just kind of play time. I feel like playing time is very boring. I won't lie. So having to play for every single hill every time it moves, because you're in jeopardy of potentially losing. Like we just saw Usubeni were in the lead for how long? And then noobs are like, oh, well, it's time to come back. And they almost make that comeback happen. In fact, they get the lead at one point. I think this is a much more competitive game type here than previous.
Yeah, it feels like one of the big problems with King of the Hill in the past, and I don't know if many of you guys experienced, maybe Active, you probably experienced with all your time in Halo 3, is that lots of times if you're getting blown out, or even toward the end of a game, it becomes mathematically impossible for you to win. So at that point, it's like a situation where you put your controllers down and just don't play, or you just play for legitimately empty kills. And I feel like this was a problem from a visual, from a fan perspective when watching the esport, but also a problem for matchmaking as well. So I felt like the new King of the Hill settings that come in Halo Infinite was a great way to combat that. By the way, Jackson 23, 17 and 12 assists, 10.0 KDA. Want to show some love to that real quick. But maybe you didn't need that. Maybe with these settings that Lucid has come out, plus the neutral timer, it seems like it stops that situation and still has a clean feed where it goes to a 200 mark. Very easy to read, very easy to play, and something that I think is worth testing. And I want to continue to see this in the rest of this tournament, but also maybe in the future tournaments as well, because I'm a firm believer. Play test something, you know, from a casual standpoint, from a pro standpoint, and if people agree that it works, why not change it?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'll go back to how things used to be. And some players from, from back in the day will remember this. But we went through version after version after version of testing. Like literally, it was V1, V2, V3, V4. I don't even remember where we ended up with at the end of Halo 3. I think it was V7. But there was multiple versions. And players would just get in custom lobbies and they would test this stuff. And pros would test this stuff. And we had so much testing that happened, and pros had their voice heard and impact and all of that. I mean, I could go as far back as the beginning of Halo 3 when, you know, there was just regular damage modifiers. 100% people online were saying, okay, well, one of the bullets is RNG. If we didn't do all of that testing, no one would have known that bullet was RNG. So they had to put the damage to 110% to make sure there was no randomness in your BR fights. That's a big deal, right? And I think that was found because players tested and because pros tested and they had their voice heard for the most part. I think that's important, Tony. And Lucid is showing this, and I hope some eyes are open. I hope that we get some of this stuff and you know, in the future. I think these changes are good, and we're going, again, it could be nostalgia. I could just be on a nostalgia trip seeing the BR, but it's just exciting to watch.
Definitely is. Even with Halo Reach, we didn't even get the best settings until V7 is when we finally got some good settings. I would say for competitive, let alone not the final settings, just to start to get the good settings here. We're taking a look right now at some of the seedings here, and when we come back from our break, we're gonna have your finalized seedings. We're gonna end up going into bracket play as well. It's your Lucid and LVT Evo number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
Double kill.
Enemy halfway. Dropped. Enemy
Double kill. Double kill.
and gentlemen, welcome back once again. It's your Lucid and LVT Evo number 2. $1,000 on the line, and we finally got through the Swiss portion of the tournament. So you could say maybe the appetizer for what will be the main course, and that will be our bracket play that you see right here, right now. It is do or die. You better be warmed up, because from this point forward, there are no excuses here. Lightspeed and Dragon Donkeys going at it.
That was a yummy appetizer, Tony. I hope the entree is just as good. And it's going to be Kid Nasty on the screen. Up, finds the back of one player, ends up going down pretty quickly after that. And it's going to be Lightspeed that has A, but they also are 3 down. So I'm assuming Onboard is going to try to minimize the damage here, which he's not able to do.
So far, neither team able to take away that Bravo that sits over on the middle map. It looks like Baffy deciding he has his opportunity to go in for the Overshield. That is a powerful equipment to just leave on the map here. Overshield might have left a Threat Seeker. Maybe we could have still maybe took an extra second, but he has to get right back into the action. Go at Envor and now defend the skewer over towards the mid-map. Shaky shots, but eventually Maffy will get his.
Ends up going down there quickly after, though, and that's going to be a skewer and a camo in the hands of Drift. What he's able to do with this is the important part, right? He's got his teammates on to A, not able to come back towards their help, and Pig Sakura is going to go down as well. Morgan hits some beautiful shots right there as he takes A, and they'll have it double cap now.
So far, Dragon looking real strong at the moment here. Lightspeed may have started off with a little bit of an early lead, but now Dragon gonna take it right back, and now they're the ones that ultimately have this setup. Dakota sitting over toward the top alpha, daring anybody to cross here, and the rest of Dragons also guarding the gold side. If Lightspeed want to make it through, they're gonna have to fight it, and it looks like Envor gets his against his former teammate, Kid Nasty. Morgan goes down as well. Dakota, what's your next move? Oh, well, now we know.
There it is. There's the next move right there. Double cap comes in. Envor going to support that double cap on the 8 side, and he'll try to defend the pipe side. And once again, I talked about how small those corridors are coming out of pipes. Envor is going to be the one. And look how he positions himself, right? Not going to take a lot of damage. Sandro's got to back up as well, though, and fortunately, he's down to no shield, so Onboard trying to reroute. And again, this routing and these routes he's taking, really solid. He's able to get 1 kill out of it and delay enough for Drift to get 3. The triple kill out of Drift, 4 down for Dragon Donkeys.
We saw earlier what Baffy could do with that Overshield. Well, this time we're seeing what Drift can do. That's a big triple kill, but was not able to steal away Bravo from the Dragons. Morgan now he's doing everything he can to try to stay alive, wants to defend Bravo, or maybe attack Alpha at the same time. They don't want just 2 bases. They were momentarily looking for 3.
Great job by Morgan and an anticipation grenade towards the bottom of A. Not going to be anyone there, though, and you got to think about it, right? Those nades might seem small, but in year 5 of Halo Infinite, every resource matters. Morgan not going to have any nades to use, but he will have a skewer that he has picked up. Going to miss the really easy jump there, unfortunately. But coming in, skewer's going to miss, and everything's just falling apart here for Morgan as Drift gets that camo.
And finally, you see Lightspeed end up taking the 2 bases, and it almost looked like a clear setup for them, but that's until Dragon make their way over towards Alpha, and Drift has to navigate a 1v2 despite having the camouflage and the repulse. It wasn't enough to stop all of Dragons, but maybe Pink Sakura can get involved, or maybe the Kid Who's Nasty clears out the gold side, and Dragon looking to take it right back.
Yeah, it looks like Dragon, again, gonna get that 2 cap, and they'll start to claw back at this score line, 41 to 59, 41 and counting. Kid Nasty's gonna get another one there, and you see the cross damage, and this is a big factor, and it has been since the very beginning of Halo Infinite, where those, that top glass area and that catwalk always contesting each other is just a lot stronger with the BR than you see with the Bandit.
Baffy down to 1 shot after getting his over toward the gold side. Big pick, but even bigger one by Envor, converting that into Bravo right away. Trip cap for just a few seconds, as Dragon should be able to not only get that kill, but also convert Charlie. As we know, it takes 2 to tango, so Morgan not stopping whatsoever, even though the grenades right in his path. Morgan gonna pay for that one, courtesy of Pink Sakura, who wants the double, and Dakota is gonna give it to her.
Pink Sakura doesn't need 2 to tangoing all by herself here. And lots of kills go in the favor too. It's a 2-cap, like you said. 1 down for each side. Sandro, though, gonna secure B. Gets the triple once again. Is the overkill there? No, Dakota shuts him down immediately. But again, Dakota and Dragon Doggies gonna be trailing in this game 112 to 50.
Morgan, a couple shots from the tower over towards gold on his way over onto the alpha side of the map, but looks like just giving away his information, ends up being picked off, and Pink Sakura continues to hold on over toward the A side, has Envor watching the cross, and now we have 2 players that have to defend each other from across the map while the rest of the team gets activated. 1 shot, no shot that he escapes, and some perfect shots looking from Pink Sakura, and not done just yet. 1 shot, but not playing like it. Does the max damage, and Drift gets himself a big double kill that really belonged to Pink Sakura. Did all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're a sacrifice for your teammates to get the numbers advantage, and that's exactly what Lightspeed have done. 157 and counting now to 50. No sign of coming back here for Dragon, and they're still struggling to get inside of A. There's nothing they can do. The fire is just too strong here. 2 down, make that 3 down once again for Dragon.
Envor wants to bat out over towards Alpha, tried to get out of dodge, but Dakota was just hunting him down right through the nade, and now Alpha converts with his shields right back. It's to another 1v1. This time it's Pink Sakura's in his way, and the bait and switch looks good. Kid Nasty covering his teammates back. Lightspeed may have 2 bases, or I should say had 2 bases.
Ooh.
Dragon right on their tails.
Yeah, Envor gets spotted right there, though, with the camo, and it's going to be Dragon Dog. He's trying to pick up that skewer. I don't think anyone ended up getting that. It's still going to be on the bottom center of the map. Dragon's going to be 2 down, but they'll still attempt to get B, which is a very risky play here. But Sandro going to try and assist on the other side. He goes down, and Lightspeed just running away with this one, Tony. There's no sign of Dragon doing anything to bring this game back whatsoever.
185 to 63 lead here. Lightspeed now have an opportunity to hold on to both Alpha and Bravo. However, Bravo changes hands, so Lightspeed out-rotating them and playing over toward the Charlie side. No matter where Lightspeed get their double cap, they look to try to hold it and try to get close to that 250-point mark.
It's continuing on. Here comes the spawns on the long haul side. Kid Nasty kind of stuck there, decides to commit. A bit of a risky play. Sakura almost making something happen. Gets the assist. The damage was done. 3 down for Dragon. The last player alive is going to be Maffy. He's on that C side, and he goes down as well. Envor quick to the kill. And it'll be a 2-cap once again for Lightspeed as they continue to score.
It only takes 1 play in order to turn the tides here. Dragon, what do you have in you? Lightspeed holding on to Bravo and Charlie for dear life. Can you break out of your spawn and make a play, or stop Lightspeed from entering it? Because it looks like Lightspeed, they don't just want 2 bases, they want 3 of them. They go after Alpha and Charlie now. Now they're defending Bravo at the same time. Lightspeed hit another gear. They're moving at Lightspeed.
Yeah, they're moving at Lightspeed while the other team is dragging themselves into a loss here. It's unfortunate, right? Because it started off pretty even across the board. Now you see Dragon. They're going to be getting that 2-cap here. A and B for them. Maybe a little bit of a score. Maffy's set up 2, as you can see on the post on glass, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Those are some beautiful nades. Sandro's going to be the one to do it. Baits him out and cleaned up once again on that cross. And such an important position to hold there if you're a Dragon, but unfortunately they're not able to do so. And that's going to allow the double cap to happen. And what a double cap means is the score continues 242 to 74.
Dakota does win a 1v1 against Asandrado over toward the gold side. Maffy does steal away Charlie here, but as I say that, they immediately go 3 down, and Drift really putting the icing on the cake in that one too. Dragon Donkeys have the time.
I mean, it's going to be rough. Here comes that score. 245 and counting here. B and C being capped. Here's the push into B. That's going to stop that score from going up. Onboard trying to cross shot from distance, but there it is. All 4 dead. This should be it. It should be Lightspeed winning game number 1. And without anyone contesting, that's exactly what it is. 250 to 80. Dominance. Lightspeed dominance.
Man, highly unfortunate for the Dragon Donkeys. You know, as much as we had them on screen, and I felt like how well they were playing at times, it didn't even feel like the deficit was that big until you actually look down at the scoreboard. Honestly, I felt like Dragon Donkeys were playing fairly well for most of that game, but eventually Lightspeed just continued to just eat away at their lead. The rotations were really good. When they had that AB setup, they were able to lock it down as well. Lightspeed just controlled the objective. At the end of the day, that's how you win Strongholds.
It is very dominant fashion here. Lightspeed doing all they can, and Envor hasn't missed a beat. This guy 13.0 KDA or KD, but regardless, dominating in that game. Drift doing a little bit of the same, the triple kill here. And it's just, it's tough on this map, especially with BRs, right? Because that long distance shot is so strong. And crossing, there's really got to be just some sort of a strategic push on the crosshair. When you're looking to break into a base, you're always going to have people either on that catwalk side or on that glass side. It has been a thing, like I said, from the beginning of Halo Infinite. I miss the days of dominating with the BR on mouse and keyboard across those sight lines. It's a little bit more difficult with the BR, with the Bandit, I'm sorry, but with the BR, it is just so strong. And now we hop into game number 2.
Game number 2 about to come up here. Envor and Pink Sakura, who really were the kind of MVPs of yesterday's Clutch Academy tournament, now on the same team together and looking damn good. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, I see some confusions around a member on the Dragons roster. So they're currently going by M, and they're also known by Morgan. So you might have recognized Morgan, you know, teaming with Lido and the boys, teamed with Kid Nasty back in the day as well. Plenty of top teams that he's been on. And let me tell you, when Morgan gets to LAN, he usually tends to perform even better than he does online. He's also goes by 15 M's.
That's a lot of M's, Tony. You know, it's better than having L's, though, in your name, right? And right now they have an L. So they have to tie this up, right? It's bracket play. Things are important here. Every move is important. And excited to see, again, this Aquarius map has changed a lot as well, Tony. This will be the first time I see it. And I'm excited to see. I believe what I was listening to earlier on the cast is that the bottom middle is opened up a little bit. And I'm excited to see how that plays out and how it changes things here for Slayer on Aquarius.
Yeah, it definitely gives you an exit route and even a creative way to try to attack a camouflage or maybe get away with the power up as well. Exit routes can be really important, but I'm a fan of this style of Aquarius. We saw it back in the Lucid LVT Evo number 1. I feel like what people don't understand is that we're not trying to change. They're not trying to change the maps completely in its entirety. If you notice, it still plays very similar to how the old style of maps did. It's just adding, it's fine tuning. And I think that's one of the things that I love the most about these settings. And when Lucid talks about it, mind you, the thrust on each side, love bringing that back.
I agree with that. You gotta love that thrust. We should just start with them. I'm kidding. Oh. This is good. I like the way this plays out. Morgan ends up going down. It's going to be 4 dead once again for Dragon, and it's a 4-1 lead for Lightspeed right off the rip.
Lucid power gets burnt almost immediately as Asandrado makes their way over to the top P side. Multiple members from Dragon actually attacking the P from the fridge here. So while that happens, looks like Drift and the rest of Lightspeed looking to out-rotate him, catch an entirely new angle, and catch them off guard as Drift turns the corner, but also runs into Morgan's 5-shot.
Morgan holding down that bottom center a little bit. Trying to get some presence here. Onto the blue side of the map. Envor goes down. He's going to drop a thruster, but Morgan not able to use that thruster defensively to get out of that position. And because of that, he ends up going down. And Lightspeed, we're down a couple of numbers, and now it's 8-7. How quickly the tides turn.
Couple shots of Pink Sakura. Switches out with her teammate, relocates and gets hers as well. This is just high IQ gameplay, I say that. And Maffy somehow finds the backsmack and turns it into a bit more than that. Feeds the teammate over towards Dakota. And I think that was well played by Maffy and Dragon to tie things up.
Now Maffy has to stay alive here though, and there it is, Drift. Very aggressive, understands he has the numbers advantage. Not only that, the shield advantage, and because of that, he will push in. and get himself a couple of kills, and he continues to be aggressive here. I like this aggression, but I don't know if he's got any help. Oh, he doesn't need it. It's a nice clean kill on the Morgan as he goes in for more. It just seems like Dragon is not prepared for these pushes whatsoever. Drift is able to run freely around the map.
Aids going down here. You have two members of Dragon. They're trying to infiltrate the blue side and see that it's Asandrado. Ends up picking up a kill, and looks like everybody from Dragon cleared out of the back blue, except for one. Actually, Kid Nasty right back in, and another trade. And every trade that goes on the board right now will favor Lightspeed, who currently have 19 kills, and Drift with a dangerous BR here, scaring everybody away. I just noticed one thing on my screen right now. Interesting stats. Envor, 1 kill, but 8 assists and only died 4 times. How do you feel about that stat line? It's an interesting one.
I mean, you like it, Tony, because you're smart. I like the kills, man. Don't get those assists out of here, man. Clean up your kills. You know what I'm saying? There it is, the double. 3, 8, and 4 out of Envor. It's good to see. It's good to see him being involved in that many fights. Envor obviously doing his thing. He's always been that very selfless player, Tony. Ever since I started watching him in Halo Infinite, even before in Halo 5, I just feel like he's always been very selfless. Whatever he needs to do to win, that is what he does. And that dirty work player is how I really just I always talk about Envor when I watch him.
Love that, and loving the gameplay so far. It's been neck and neck. Despite the fact that Lightspeed have gone on bits of runs here, it looks like Dragon have a way of answering right back and keeping it close to that 2-kill mark. But like I said earlier, you're looking for that 30-kill mark where things usually tend to separate. And Dakota with his camouflage wanted to do just that, but not able to do it as they get burnt almost immediately. Envoy down to the low ground, but playing the environment so well, scaring Morgan away. A 3-kill lead will return to more.
And you see again, Envor really mixing up his positioning there, right? Just a beautiful job kind of putting himself in a position where, hey, you saw me go this way, I'm gonna reroute another way, and just making everyone guess where he is. That's a very like high level Halo stuff, high level Halo IQ when you're able to do that against these type of players, okay? Because like it is just a back and forth mind game. Like he thinks I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do this instead. But what if he thinks I'm gonna do that? And then you just kind of mix it up. You have to play like that, mix up your routes, and make yourself a surprise. Don't make yourself predictable, and you end up in a situation like Envor where you're 6, 11, and 6, 11 assists to his name.
Speaking of unpredictable, we saw him use that bottom mid flank to get out of the bottom P side when one shot, finding a creative exit route that most people aren't really ready for. Along with this flank right behind enemy lines, shots in the back of 2 players, and a back smack here. This man just found the backside of 3 different players on Dragon. Can somebody call him out?
There's a disconnection there. You can clearly see it, right? You're putting shots at 2 different players. You're able to get a back smack after that. There's definitely a disconnection there. And again, it shows the dirty work that he does in the games that he plays in Halo. And I mean, it's good, but it's only gotten them a 2-kill lead. Make that a tie now as 2 of them go down, 37-37.
Still a 1-kill game. Crazy to say that. It's Kid Nasty looks to cover his teammates back, who somehow makes it over toward the high side alive. Kid Nasty gets his shields back, but you're about to run into a 2v3. How exactly Kid Nasty and the crew navigate this? The back smack's not gonna connect this time here. Repulses him away, but Drift perfectly predicting where he's going, and 4 down go Dragon. You can't have that happen this late in the game.
No, you cannot. It's a 4-kill lead now. And they were a little late to capitalize on the spawns, though, Tony. I think this is maybe a reprieve here for Dragon if they can capitalize on it, but they didn't get off their spawn quick enough. Now they'll push the 2-1 punch on the util side. It's going to be Morgan who tries to get a kill on his own, but still down by 2 kills.
And notice fresh off of the 4 down, somehow Dragon are the ones who put Lightspeed 3 down, making their presence known the moment they come off a spawn, and now demanding map control here on Aquarius, demanding the camouflage. Does Kid Nasty and Dragon? If Lightspeed lose this, you have to blame them not taking advantage of the spawners, but at least they take down the camouflage player, and right back to action is Drift for his 13th kill, make it the 14th courtesy of the double, and all that control they lost, they gain right back.
Yeah, it's really good. The fact that they were able to kind of collect themselves there, they weren't able to get that camo, but they make it happen here with Drift. Drift just doing all the work he can. Nappy and Kid Nasty end up getting 2 kills in the feed, though. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We're within 1. It's a big moment, a big swing here for this game. Do Lightspeed tie it up? Or get the lead, I'm sorry, or do Dragon tie up the series?
And right now, Dakota and Dragon, they're walking in twos at the moment here. No man left behind. Don't want to get caught off or isolated in a gunfight with anybody on this Lightspeed roster. But Morgan, a flank might be exactly what they wanted, but you run right into the shield that is Drift, and Asendrado comes in with a kill of their own. Now 2 members of Dragon are just lost over toward the P side, and the final kills do end up going in. Dragon had the right plan, but just were not able to execute.
Yeah, it's unfortunate at the very end there. 49-47. Drift, no shields, misses the jump, bounces his head off. Maybe that was intentional. Comes down and he's able to just get the beat down on the trade because they were up by so much. So many points in that game where things could have really been different, Tony. But unfortunately, it's going to be Dragon that end up losing that game as well. And it's got to be Envor. 13 assists, 10 and 8, having a positive KD ratio with that many assists. It's something you love to see out of the man. He's always been that guy that does the dirty work, puts the damage in, just whatever that needs to happen to win. And he's always been so passionate about the game. It's great to see him still competing here in 2026.
Man, what an end of game that was, man. You could tell the comms were there toward that end game. The one-shot player to P1, they really acting on that and pushing it. But I gotta give a shout out to Drift, who dropped right in front of that one-shot player, put his body on the line. Those are game-winning, unselfish plays right there. If you're willing to put yourself in front of the one-shot player, make sure that they stay alive, put yourself in a compromised position, you're playing for wins. So is Oddball with that damage and shots hit. Obviously, 60% accuracy coming out of Pink Sakura. You already know we love that, but I thought that was really, really impressive out of Drift. Want to give him a little bit of love there.
All you there, take a look at the bracket before we get into the next game here. Multiple teams in that 2-0 lead. Noobs and Smiling Friends at 1-0 in their series. Getting down to the end here, ladies and gentlemen. Not very close to the end, but winner semis next. And, a lot of these teams dominating right off the rip here in bracket play. Went through an entire Swiss format. Now we're in bracket play where things matter the most. Very excited to see how this one turns out.
Oh. It looks like we're switching things up a little bit. For those of y'all who are a fan of Catalyst, well, I have some good news for you. It's back, and it's better than ever with some of the changes. Apparently, so is Kid Nasty, right through the middle of the map, confident as ever, doesn't stop him from not only getting the kills, but also curb sliding his flag as far as possible. And Kid Nasty making some plays.
Yeah, I really like this too. The timing of that flag pull, he's able to basically force the spawns on the back of base, and because of that, Pink Sakura has to run from the back of base all the way to try and grab that flag. And you can see Dragon are spawning on top of the flag, so they pretty much have this home, Tony. A couple more slays, and this first flag cap is theirs. Lightspeed in a 2v3 situation right now on the base. There's the first cap that goes in. Dragon lead it.
Beautifully played by Dragon. I mean, down 0-2, having to make a statement, and you literally do just that. Maffy trying to climb his way over toward the high side. There is a grapple right under if he wants to go around the map, but Drift ends up 1v1ing him before you can even activate any of that, and now gets to yet another one as Dakota, your next challenger, has appeared, and looks like it's 2 members of Lightspeed this time. Oh no.
Oh no. It's a thing, right? You don't play this map for a very long time. You forget the little sneaky snake spots, and that's one of those right there. And you see Asendrado gonna get a couple of kills of his own. That's going to allow Drift to push on in. 2 down for Dragons, and it could potentially be a tying flag here. Morgan gonna do all he can, but he ends up falling as well, and it'll be a tie game now, 1-1.
Your flag.
Big answer back coming out of Lightspeed here. Wanted to end this in a 3-0 sweep, not wanted to give the enemy team an inch, let alone a mile. So a sweep is what they're looking for. And to continue to play like this, they could just get it. Morgan obviously having something to say about that. A trade from both Drift and Morgan to clear out the strong side of the map, but Maffy replaces them for the Dragons.
Man, Tony, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love to see this brand new starting weapon in the game. Like, its weapon really works. Whoever decided that this was a good weapon to make the starting weapon. Yeah, brand new starting weapon. Never seen this one before. It works so well in Halo, and it's, Thank God Lucid was able to figure out that we should put that in the game as a starting weapon. It is making this map play so well. I really like to see what I see. But Dragon, they're liking this route all the way towards the mid-map with this flag already. And potentially, Map is going to get some help here in just a moment by Morgan, who's potentially going to spawn on his side.
If only we've seen this weapon in previous titles or even in previous settings, we would have probably built off of it. But yeah, brand new and looking good right now with everybody on the map with it. Almost looking comfortable with the newness as Pink Sakura ends up getting a huge kill here, and that flag being fought over and more importantly kept alive.
Envor is going to have that beautiful skewer in his hands as well, and he'll be watching the enemy team flag here at the moment. 6, 4, and 3 as a start for him. Morgan's gonna get the kill onto Pink Sakura, and it'll be Matthew that gets a kill as well. Envor's all alone. 3 of his teammates go down here, and look at the pace at which he plays. This is perfect. If he can get 1 kill in this scenario, he puts himself in a very good spot. There's the first one. Didn't reload, so not able to get much more. But Kid Nasty did not get the communication, and because of that, he's down to no shields as well. Envor played this masterfully, Tony.
Yeah, he got exactly what he wanted. I mean, if you can somehow get kills with taking no damage whatsoever, you're ready for another fight. He got what he wanted, 3 down, go Dragons, and now Envor running the flag safely to where his teammates are blocking spawns. It's just textbook execution, but Dakota, where did he just come from?
Can he stay alive is the question. That's a beautiful nade. Unfortunately, if he did a little, that little Cali clamber, they used to call it in Halo 5, I don't know, a little ledge grab, he would have been able to stay alive there potentially. Regardless, though, that flag makes it pretty far at this point. Kid Nasty doing all they can to defend. Pink Sakura gonna be the last one on this side of the map, and wow, great win there. That's a perfect on a Kid Nasty.
Whoa. Pink Sakura making plays. The fifth Hokage told her, you're not allowed to be on the front lines as a healer, but with the way she's shooting, she's hitting those shots. Meanwhile, Asendrado is capping flags, and now we have a 2-1 lead in favor of Lightspeed, but having to give up all 4 players' lives in order to do so, is that an opportunity for Dragons to maybe countercap?
I love the skewer. I loved it. I'm so glad to see it back. It's just such a skilled weapon, in my opinion, right? You miss that shot, you're in big trouble, right? You don't want to miss those because that reload time is so long. But the nice little flick there, gonna allow him to get that kill. Kid Nasty dropping flags, getting double kills. The flag continues to roll on through, and there'll be some communication. Kid Nasty letting him know, relay this flag for me. And there's that long-range shot. One of the cool things about the BR, very fun, the long-range battles.
It does take a little bit longer for that flag to make it past the 50% portion of the map, but it does make it home, and now tied up at 3 apiece. And Kid Nasty, do you dare go for a relay run? The moment he does, it is a beacon, letting the enemy team know exactly where he was. But maybe that was Kid Nasty's plan all along. Lure them in with the skewer, wipe out half of the team. Lightspeed now scrambling while Dragons are thriving. Drift, you have to make the play of this game, and you're able to take down 2. Is it enough?
Dude, you've got to be kidding me. The playmaker Drift completely stopping that flag. That would have been the game-winning flag if he went down right there. He was all alone, but makes it happen as the lone survivor. Maffy now holding that center of the map. The power-ups and power weapons are up, and it's up to Maffy. Make something happen here. Multiple players in his sights, but again, it's this hiding spot that always comes through. It always works out. 3 dead. Pink Sakura, the last player alive, and she gets another. Oh my word, everything going for the side of Dragon.
From all my time with playing this map in Season 2, there's one thing that I've learned. Always check your corners. It is so important. Those backsmacks can be devastating and can either create opportunity or stop it. As Dragons trying to make this flag forward here, you're 1 man down, but it looks like your teammates aren't coming off the spawn. Doesn't matter, because it looks like Lightspeed are sending them right back to it. 3 down, go Dragons. We could see another counter pull for Lightspeed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Those big misses with the skewer were very important in that scenario. I believe it was Morgan, if I'm not mistaken. And that could turn into a cap as 3 go down. Morgan, the last player alive, unfortunately caught out. It's the clean shots out of Envor. They'll get off the base. They'll allow the spawns to happen back there. And this flag is all but home.
just about there. The overextenders are being dealt with. The damage goes down, although not able to get the kill. May have slowed them down just enough to punch their third and final flag cap in. Man, did Dragon make that a fun one, and man, did it look like they might have been able to force at least to a game 4, but eventually Lightspeed were looking for that sweep and now have Usu Benny in their sights.
Yeah, bring out the broom. That was a clean one too. Sweeps on both ends of the spectrum here. Usu Benny sweeping their series as well, and Lightspeed will join them in that winners semi-finals. Beautiful bracket play here as we get done with Swiss. And I'm curious what everyone in the chat thinks about the Swiss format. Get this chat active, ladies and gentlemen. Support the channel. We're in the off season of Halo right now. A shout out to LVT, a shout out to Lucid for putting these settings together, but show your love where you can. If you have a Twitch Prime sub, pop it. If you're not subbed to the YouTube, hit the button, it's free. Regardless, show LVT some support in the off season of Halo where they are needed most as we get into more bracket play.
Definitely. Shout out to LVT, shout out to Lucid, also shout out to Envor, who I believe dropped top slays in that battle, maybe 16 kills. And we're taking a look at some of the replays, and man, were there plenty of them. Remember, Dragons, they struck first. Kid Nasty, right through that mid-map, winning fights, and then immediately running the flag without no hesitation. When Dragons started off that way, that was a punch in the face. That was a statement to be made to Lightspeed, and immediately put them on their back foot, which so far this series we hadn't seen that much. That was Dragon's opportunity, but now we also got to see a chance with Lightspeed, what they were able to do as front runners when they're ahead, but also more importantly, how they reacted when they were behind. And I thought they did so really well. Back-to-back caps, eventually closing that out. I think that was an important test for Lightspeed. Would you agree?
I agree 100%. You can let up a little bit, Tony. When you have that lead, you're like, okay, we're leading the series, we're leading the game. You kind of get, there's like, I don't want to say it's lazy, but you get comfortable, right? You're like, okay, we got this. No issues, no problems. This is in the bag. And then you start to let up a little bit. Maybe your strafe's a little less heavy. Maybe it's a little less fast. Obviously, the strafe speed has been increased, Tony, which I'm a big fan of. And then, one little movement will change things. So maybe a little lax, but if you can close it out at the end, like you just mentioned, that's what shows a true team. Like, hey, guys, time to snap back into it. Time to clock back in. Let's close this out. And they did just that.
Well, speaking of getting a bit comfortable here, I want to get a bit comfortable myself. Let's go on a short break. But, guys, we come back. We have more of your semifinals action. We got to find out who makes it to that winners bracket finals and beyond. Make sure your butts are back in the seats for your Lucid LVT Evo number 2. back once again with your Lucid and LVT Evo number 2. We've already made it past the Swiss portion of the bracket and even made it past some of these round number 1s. And as we go deeper into the tournament, the matches get better and better and usually get tighter and tighter. Usu, Benny, and Lightspeed, which is one that I'm actually really excited about because we've seen some interesting rosters for this Usu Benny roster. At one point, it did feature Acid, and then it felt like they were with Envor for maybe a tournament or two, then back with Acid. Like, these players are very well familiar with each other on both sides. Acid very familiar with the teammates, also with Drift, Pink Sakura, and even Asendrado. It's an interesting roster and mix-up that's been happening throughout this season.
Yeah, very interested to see how it kind of pans out too. Some of these teams that are formed potentially, you know, competing when competitions start up again or whatever. It's definitely interesting to see all of the teams that have been forming and all the players that are still taking Halo very seriously. You love to see that. I think it's going to be a huge benefit in the future. But Yaxin, he's going to be the one to grab that OS. Up-and-coming player that I wouldn't even say he's up-and-coming anymore. I think he's really solidified himself as one of the better players in the league. And he's continuing on that, right? Keeping that momentum sturdy for competition in the future. And it'll be him on Usu Benny and solidifying this damage as they get some hill time.
Nice little double push coming out of Lightspeed there. Too quickly going down for Usu Benny. And now Drift gets a chance with that sniper. No scope to the shoulder. The melee does take down both himself and the enemy. Looks like Acid right there for the cleanup. And we've seen what he can do with the sniper. And it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, look at his positioning too, right? Sits back, doesn't want to overextend, gets the spawns for his teammates, understands that Hill is going to be on the nest side, so puts himself in a position where he can utilize his sniper to the best of its ability, but gets taken down early, and so does teammate. 3 down Usu Benny. Great job by Lightspeed to really break through here as Drift finds a sniper for himself.
Enemy team took the hill.
Number 3 seeded team going into Birmingham. Usu Benny currently up right now, but Lightspeed are the ones who find themselves in the hill at the moment. Meanwhile, Drift having 4 bullets to work with the sniper, which at times has seemed cursed here on the map, but at any point in time, you can change your luck. Easy kill from across the map with that bandit. 3 quickly go down for Usu Benny. Lightspeed should take the lead here.
Great no scope by Drift. Great patience, but Yaxin's there once again. He's prepared now to put the damage in to open up the lanes for him to get this overshield, and he'll get just that. Hill here for a short amount of time, a little bit of time left on this hill. You see it's finally moved over, and it'll be Yaxin trying to solidify his team with the spawns and with this damage that he's outputting. 3 people down and no shields here for Yaxin with that OS.
Usu Benny right back in the lead here as Piggy in a 1v1.
Oh.
Asendrado using that movement, going all the way outside the map long enough for Envor to come in for the cleanup. Acid, though, hitting his shots and a remote detonation. No scope into the remote detonation. Acid get a little creative here.
Yeah, I love to see it, too. And he's on that hill. He's getting the time as well, Tony. So doing it all. 3 shots into Drift. No one really home, though. Piggy trying to go forward in time. He wants to use that bandit. That's a pickup on the map right now, and he'll go down with it. BR supremacy forever. And it's Asendrado with the shots and potentially the tower control. If he can get this kill onto Acid, it's a trade.
Back towards Envor, who's trying to watch Pink Sakura's back. Knows that Piggy and Breaking Shot are pushing forward. So gets right in front. The shield to that objective time goes down to 1 shot. Can't quite take down both. A 2v2 scenario and one that Drift and Lightspeed end up winning out, but a Marty Dom grenade takes them down, and as the hill moves, we're tied at 60 apiece.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's one sign or one thing you can look at to see if a map is balanced, it is a close game like this. You can't get any closer than 60 to 60. I mean, just goes to show a player like Lucid, who's obviously won world championships, has a lot of experience in Halo for years and years and years, obviously knows what he's doing, and he wanted to showcase that, and I'm glad he did. Here it is, Usu Benny gonna take the lead finally as OS is coming up here. You can see the sniper is up as well. It's gonna be a fight for this overshield.
Both Overshield and Sniper come up. Jackson was actually by himself and playing a lot stronger than you would expect. He really tried to show strength through just bravery, I guess, over there. But it looks like eventually Lightspeed are able to steal away. That Overshield numbers do matter. Not only do they have a slight lead going into this middle hill, but also they have Overshield and all the goodies.
Yeah, great job by Pink Sakura to kind of back up after she took all that damage. Able to stay alive in that hill and get the lead here for Lightspeed. Drift has the sniper, lots to work with. 7 bullets in the weapon. Jackson's gonna come off the spawn, barely gets his head taken off, but that's a 4 down. And the spawn's back on the tower side. Drift aware of it. He's gonna allow those spawns to happen. Look how he positions himself back, allows the spawns to happen, doesn't try to split them, but Onboard comes in right after those spawns happen, and he tries to just pressure from all angles.
Drift firing a couple warning shots here. Usu Benny, not scared. 3-man push right from the tower or the bunker side, right through engine and right into the hill. 2 more members split spawn being created. Usu Benny strike exactly when the time is right. They created the split spawns and they take advantage of them.
Jackson and team, yep, Usu Benny doing just that. They took advantage of everything here. The hill does move. And they're still trailing by just a bit, but they are ready for this next hill. And Acid is ready with the snipe and BR combination. The first kill goes in.
One of the top players from Latin America. One of my favorite things that we've seen about this season is having some of our North American players here in the U.S. mix up with some of our Latin American players and creating these interesting squads. Acid being brought over to Usu Benny as a part of that. Even Envoy teaming with Drift and Sakura and them on Lightspeed. It's been some interesting rosters that we have seen, and I've been loving it. And Usu Benny thriving because of it as they take back the lead, and Acid just controls this so important carbine spawn.
At this point in Halo's life cycle at year 5, you got to favor commitment, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what we're seeing here. All these players still committed to the game, still putting in the hours, still grinding, and that's your best chance at winning these tournaments that are put on. Like, another shout out to Lucid and LVT for running this. But 141 to 96 here. Usu Benny still taking that lead and extending it by a lot. And they've got these spawns on a split again, Tony. They continuously are splitting these spawns so well.
And for those of y'all who are confused about how King of the Hill is working with the new settings here, so instead of going to 4 points or time, depending on which comes first, we're going to 200. Oh my gosh. And Piggy is going at light speed with light speed precision. Oh my goodness. But we're going to 200. So right now, Usu Benny have done most of the work. Light speed right now are on the clock. You need to get them out of this hill.
It's gonna be tough. He's got the sniper. He seems like he's in a flow state too. He's not missing many shots whatsoever. Anticipating all the pushes. Drift's gonna try to extend, but he's gonna wait for teammates here. I like that little jiggle peek. Get the spawns for your teammates on the BR side of the map. There's the Hill Guardian. That's a really interesting medal to get in a game against the top players in Halo Infinite. But he ends up getting it. If they can secure this kill, breaking shot. Well, it's still 3 points. 197 to 96, Tony.
Yeah, one of the few times that you actually do want to double stack a hill right there. And Usu Benny recognized the situation, and they do literally just that. And the reason why they were able to get so many points, 197 points, is because, and one player steps out and one is still scoring. Love that play by Usu Benny. 3 points away from ending this game, but Lightspeed, if they play perfect Halo, they can mount the comeback. It starts with shredding the overshield from breaking shot, who somehow makes it in. No overshield, no problem. I'm gonna finish it before you're able to jump in.
Wow, breaking shot. Absolutely beautiful right there. Stays back, gets behind cover, is able to just milk the last couple of seconds while challenging a player up top and ends up getting that victory. And we'll see some highlights of breaking shot here. Not necessarily that, I guess you could say where the shining performance we're used to, where he just goes off, but still 19 and 14, not too bad whatsoever. But a 6.7 KDA speaks for itself, and still on a tear is breaking shot.
19 kills, pretty damn good if you ask me on the other side of things. Some decent kills across the board. Pink Sakura dropping 18 and also most damage, but most damage in the lobby. You gotta give it to Breaking Shot 40, 946 damage, 300 positive when it comes to that. I'm sure the accuracy is there for almost everybody as well. Everybody's shooting above 50%, which honestly, when I'm running the BR, I'm at about a sub 20% as far as shot accuracy. So very impressive by everybody on the map here as Usu Benny up 1-0 moving into the Slayer.
We'll see how this continues on. Let's see if Lightspeed can bring this back. Both of these teams obviously putting themselves in a spot where right before this, they swept their last series. So it's going to be a very even series, very even matchup, if I like to say so. And Live Fire Slayer will be the next game on the board. And guess what? And guess who? It's Breaking Shot once again. What'd you call him, Tony? You had a name for him. What was it?
Oh man, need to skip to my loot of Halo, the Rayford Alston. I call him that because you have the first and one player that got drafted into the NBA. I feel like that's Breaking Shot style. He's like a street ball player, but in the pros, he never lost that street ball style. That movement, that creativeness, it is exclusively Breaking Shot. Apparently, so is this Mauler.
Oh man, I love to see this back. If I remember correctly, Tony, we were drop this. You know, that medal was coming up all the time. Oh, I absolutely miss those days. My goodness gracious. But you see, it's not as effective there. Ends up going down. And we'll be Pink Sakura trying to make what she can happen, and that's exactly what she does. That route was beautiful. Ends up assisting. Sees the quantum travel. Is going to be able to clean up this kill, baby. There it is. On board gets it to Piggy being Mixie.
Yeah, try to portal back and forward there. Little instant transmission action, and Lightspeed was covering all exit points, and now tying things up to 7 apiece. Somehow not able to get the trade, but luckily your teammate has your back.
I gotta say, I love that box on the scoreboard, man. I know there's some cracked out kids that do some slide tech to get up there, but man, I'm old. I don't do that stuff. So having that box where I can, struggle my way up is a lot better than not. You're gonna see that thrust down bottom center where the repulse normally is. That provides a little bit of mixiness in the bottom center of the map. And it's tied 8-8. Let's see what these teams are able to do to break through this score. As you can see, power up is coming up shortly.
Definitely catch Tim and his walker making his way up that little screen jump for a little bit of extra help up on the map there. But it don't matter. The shot is on point, and so is active camouflage coming up real soon. Not sure how Piggy ended up, I guess a little self-sacrifice, maybe jumping off the map there. But when active camouflage is coming up, maybe get ready.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta get ready for it. There it is. On board holding down the lane here. Oh, that nade. You gotta be scared if you're Pink Sakura right there. Don't miss the nade. Onboard doesn't. He's been at this for a very long time. Has those perfect nade angles, and it's gonna be Pink Sakura once again, pushing aggressively. Has drift right there. You saw the timing, right, Tony? Had drift on the A side. Wanted to try and make a play with drift, but ends up going down. It's a 2v2 on the map.
And by the way, I want to apologize to you guys at home. I was calling it the active camouflage. Actually, no. In the Lucid Evo settings, it's actually the quantum translocator, which you just saw being used. So I apologize. I'm going to lock it in here. Either way, these pros have mastered it and damn near use it as good as a camo. This time, a Mangler coming up over on the green side. And the shock rifle, instead of the S7, is about to appear over towards top mid.
Yeah, I really like the QT. I've been saying that since they released it. I think it's just a very versatile power-up. There's a lot of skill to it, remembering where you're facing, remembering that you can use momentum through the QT. It's just really good. One of the best power-ups, I would say, that was released here for Halo, and I like to see it utilized in a perfect spot there. 21-21, 3 down for Lightspeed. Breaking Shot hitting some shots, and it's gold. The curb slide, not going to be able to hit any other ones though. Oh man, overheated, but ends up getting the beat down regardless. That would have been disgusting.
The most unique point of view in Halo. You saw some plays being made, but is it enough? Because you're only up by 2 kills, and Lightspeed have a way of consistently keeping it close and maybe catching you off guard when you expect it the least. Breaking Shot battles it out with Pink Sakura over toward the bottom mid side. Pink Sakura wins that one, and Envoy says, oh, there's no way for me to shoot anymore. Pink Sakura's winning 1v1s.
Again, another beatdown kill right there.
Wait, what?
Yeah, tries to get some damage onto Piggy. Piggy ends up making the most of it. 4 down for Lightspeed, though, and that's going to be Usu Benny that takes the 4-kill lead with the spawns in their knowledge, with the understanding of where Lightspeed are spawning. They're going to take full advantage of that as Piggy goes in for the kill, and Quantum Translocator is up once again.
Yeah, Pink Sakura making plays over toward the bottom mid side, and Piggy answers right back and says, hey, watch what I can do. Nice little double, clears out the small window side, now gets herself a QT from one side of the map to the other. Piggy seemingly locking it down, 33 to 26. We see Piggy about to enter yet another fight. Nades to the back and not enough time to portal out.
Yeah, you saw what Piggy was doing there, right? Trying to block the C side because the spawner, there was 1 or 2 stragglers that were coming up. Envoy's going to get a nice double there, though. And he's going to stay alive. This cross, I was going to say, going to allow him to get towards that key door a lot quicker so he won't go down. And that's exactly what Lightspeed need, right? No easy deaths. SN Dorado's going to go down. So is Pink Sakura, and Envor's going to follow. This is not good for Lightspeed.
Double-digit lead. Usu Benny already up 1-0 here and trying to continue their winner's bracket run. I said to Lightspeed, we're keeping it awfully close all series long. Well, finally it creates some separation, and Lightspeed respond with an immediate 3 down.
Breaking shot and trying to really close out this game. Still doable by Lightspeed, but it's going to be tough. You see the pace of game is slowing down just a little bit here. Lightspeed decided to send 2 on the outside. Quantum Translocator not coming up for a little while, and it's still going to give Usubeni a couple of kills as 3 go down for Lightspeed.
Still a 10-kill advantage, breaking shot. Slowing things down just a bit, uncharacteristic-like, but it could secure them a huge win. Gets to a 1v1 with his former teammate and Envoy. Max damage goes down, and Piggy ends up cleaning it up. Now Acid on the other side of things, getting into his own battles. Pivs are just being won. Usu Benny starting to feel themselves.
Yeah, not a chance to come back in this one, if I'm going to be honest with you, especially with Piggy with that shock rifle in his hands. He's going to get another one here. He'll drop down and just finish it off. That's going to be 49 to 35 now. 1 more kill, and that'll be all she wrote. The 2-0 lead for Usu Benny. 1 more, and they'll make their way to that winner's final.
Man, it's a beautiful thing where late in the game, you have every one of your teammates that are just winning their 1v1s, everything seemingly going your way. That's what it felt like for Usu Benny going into that end game, and a match that was largely neck and neck for the first half of it. When you look at the score line toward the second half, 50 to 36, you're like, what the heck happened? But everything just started working for them. Piggy, 18 and 9, 11.0 KDA. All right, I see you, Max Damn Ham.
Max Damn Ham. You love to see it out of Piggy. It's just, again, it's one of those things where, you know, it takes the team to tango, but he's able to capitalize on the kills at the very end. And the damage taken is pretty impressive, too. Under 2,600, 2,700, I guess, for all of them, except for Acid. And Acid's probably playing that very forward role where he's just that initiator, doing the damage that he can do, and then staying alive is the hard part. But you can see right there, the winner's semi, Usu Benny 2-0 against Lightspeed. Smiling Friends and Noobs on the bottom of the bracket, setting up their best of 5. And of course, the winner of both of these will go to that winner's final. Very excited to see how this one pans out.
That it does here so far. It's been absolutely exciting action. And you know what, Active? You know, while we have a second, I mean, you know, teams have a chance to maybe take a little bit of a break after a couple of games here before we get locked and loaded. How are you enjoying both the LVT Evo tournament, Lucid LVT Evo tournament, as far as the settings, and then also the Swiss style as well? Why don't you talk to me a little bit about your personal point of view?
Yeah, so the Swiss style, I think it's really cool because it gives players more time to play. You talked about it earlier, right? As a big old newbie and someone who's turned from a very sweaty player to a very casual player, I like to be able to play more games with my friends. So if I'm entering this tournament, the more I get to play, I don't want to get double first rounded. You know what I mean? That's the worst feeling ever. So the more I get to play the game, the better. So I really like that type of style. And I also love the settings. I think the settings are beautiful. I talked about it before, but I'm an old man who likes the battle rifle, really appreciate the bandit as well, but the battle rifle really hits home for me, whether it's nostalgia or whatever it might be. I mean, look at that right there, Drift getting the 2v1. It's just beautiful to see the battle rifle back in play.
That is, you know what? And if you don't want to get double first round, to just take a playbook out of Lightspeed and Usu Benny's, take a play out of their playbook, just win.
That's a good point, Tony. Don't lose any games. Yeah, it's true.
We see a small lead in favor of Lightspeed at the moment here. Usu Benny had a nice little tower side setup until Lightspeed came in and bust the door wide open. Now a window of opportunity has been created for Usu Benny to take things right back. You have the numbers advantage. The Pink Sakura clears the backside out. The numbers just simply too much, though. Usu Benny, they want the subway control back. They're fighting for it.
Absolutely love the BR. If I can quickly talk about the technicality of it, right? I love the BR in the sense that, like, you saw Yaxon hiding at the bottom of C, and he's able to peek out. He's not jiggle peeking, like randomly jamming his strafe button and peeking and shooting at the same time. He's instead, you know, timing it so that he peeks, shoots the burst, and then the entire burst hits the target while he's strafing back into cover. And I just think that's just like a beautiful thing. Again, could be nostalgia out of me. I don't care, though. I love it. And I love to see those tactics still being used in 2026.
As right now, Lightspeed with a slight lead here, in danger of getting swept, so really having to dig deep, and looks like Action Yaxon doing just that as well. Momentary 3v3 scenario. Looks like Lightspeed trying to break through the purple side, even catching another angle towards mid. Usu Benny holding down Subway, daring them to cross, and this 1v1 goes the way of Asendrado, and Piggy and Breaking Shot locked in over towards Subway, so that means the ball resets, and it's anybody's ball. Includes Envoy. Envoy's there immediately.
Yeah, again, the dirty work player. He's going to be there for that ball, Tony. And when we used to play together, that's, you know, you'd be that guy. We got to get ball time. I'll be like running around like a doofus trying to get like more kills when they're all 4 dead. You know, it's good to have the objective in mind. That's how you win games. And you see Onboard doing just that. But it's going to be 3 down for Lightspeed. A little bit tough to get ball time when you're 3 dead. So it'll be Usu Benny who gets the ball time of their own.
Lightspeed 35 points so far, but it's Usu Benny with the ball in hands. Lightspeed understand the situation. They try to push heavy towards the A and the purple side. Action Yaxon gets the call out. He's trying to respond immediately, but Breaking Shot has already go down. Is this overshoot enough? Getting shredded left and right. Half the members of Usu Benny hit the respawn screen, and that causes Pig and Usu Benny to have to rotate this ball towards the new spawners.
Envoy trying to prevent the push on that B side. I don't like the overextension on the stairs here. There's gonna be a couple of players that end up going down. Envoy's kind of stuck now by himself, but he makes something happen. The melee jump melee will never stop working, and he's still alive somehow. It's gonna be real hard for Breaking Shot to hit those shots. That is so beautiful out of Envoy, once again utilizing the environment to his advantage, and he ends up staying alive.
You can tell Envoy has been playing a little bit of other games than what I've learned that like angle from like playing like Fortnite and like Apex. If somebody's right above you and has all that height, you just get right under them. Like they can't get that unless they dive out and get you. Like they can't actually find the right angle if they're like right above you. It's so crazy. I learned that mostly from Apex.
Yeah, so many people say you know, the high ground Anakin. It's not as simple as it sounds. It's very tough to hit those shots from high ground, especially like you said, when they're directly underneath you. So again, that is just FPS, right? Like you learn those things, like you said, in other games, or you just learn those things over the years of playing FPS, and you just kind of adapt those. That's why I love first-person shooters so much. It's because there's so much involved in it. There's so many tactics that are just learned, and it takes time to learn those tactics, and that's one of them.
Enemy halfway to victory.
54 to 45. Another close battle that we're seeing. We've seen close ones between Lightspeed and Usu Benny, but they simply have gone Usu Benny's way in the first 2 games. Now, Pink Sakura trying to find an entry point, has her teammates over towards the commando side of things, but just taking way too much damage. A Breaking Shot has had enough. Goes in for the melee, now chasing Envoy away, loses a bit of his shields, but look at all of that time being swallowed up by Usu Benny. Oh.
It's a lot of time. And look at that. Breaking shots. Oh, breaking shots like, no, take this back. I am not a ball carrier. Instead, he's Batman. Here's a couple shots in Envor. Beautiful shots by him. He's aware of the second player. Look at this. He's gonna get drift, is he? No, instead he's focusing on way too many things. He's still alive somehow. Tony, the ankles are broken. Almost gets another one on the drift. That would have been disgusting, but drift comes through, makes sure to clean up the damage, the dirty work. Gets another one on the Axon as well. And Lightspeed still in it. Have a lot of work to do, but they're still in it.
That has to be a Lucid jump. And I actually think Breaking Shot was actually trying to hit it again backwards, like jumping from the disruptor spawn into the top nest. I swear that's not a normal jump. That has to be a Lucid jump right there. And we almost saw Breaking Shot hit it again backwards. And if he did, he definitely would have stayed alive in that scenario. Wow, the movement is just cracked out. And apparently so is Usu Benny in this round number 1. 85 points, and you're seeing Usu Benny immediately start to take space, stopping Lightspeed in their tracks. And while all that happens, Acid continues to get points. Now it's the final line, the final stand. Piggy trying to put down that damage, gets a bit of a different angle. And because of that, looks like they weren't able to get that last second. And we did get a lag. Oh no, we did get a lag out.
Yeah, yeah, there was a lag out, but the one round, I would assume goes to Usubeni. They're the ones that lagged out at 99 points. So I would assume that round goes to them regardless, but we'll get back into that very shortly. Again, you talk about Breaking Shot trying to hit that jump backwards, Tony. That's disgusting.
I don't know, man. Toward the end of that game, Piggy, instead of flying forward and jumping in front of Acid with the ball, he did double back towards Ivy. And that momentary lapse in timing, I think Acid ended up dying with the ball. I don't know if the lag out caused him to drop the ball. I think Lightspeed might have got there in time and might have stopped that at the 1 second mark. And that I could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong. But I think if Piggy would have just jumped out the middle and just kind of like died in front of the ball, I think that would have gave Acid the 1 second to go Ivy and get that last second. But like I said, I definitely could be wrong. Not sure exactly what happened there. Either way, exciting matchup. And I'm gonna go back and watch Breaking Shots live over towards that disruptor side, because that was so fun to watch. And I swear you cannot do that on a normal map. That had to be a jump specifically made for the Evo settings.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lucid made a whole video on the settings that he changed. You can go watch them, and you can see like lots of skill jumps were added. Yeah, obviously changed a lot of the weapons and power-ups on the maps as well. And I'm gonna be honest, it's playing really well. Like from what I see so far, like I didn't get a chance to play them myself, but from what I see so far, it's playing really well and just allows for some very even matches. Obviously, Usubeni, very heavily the favorite in this series, as you can clearly see. But even in that last game or that last round of Oddball, the Slays weren't that different. So interesting, like that they're that, that good at objective.
Callus brought up a good thing in our chat, saying that maybe the ball lag out happened a lot earlier than we expected. Like, I don't know, did we see Acid moving with the ball? What if he couldn't move and he was stuck in that back face and had the ball, and then eventually the lag out hit and it did stop them getting for 100 points? I just now we're just theory crafting here, having some fun. But I guess what really matters, we'll have the the players will let us know. And actually we have it right now. So yeah, Acid's like standing perfectly still. Yeah, he's standing perfectly still. So even though he's scoring right now, he might have actually already lagged out. Look, he's
so
not
funny.
moving. Why would he move here?
He's scoring while lagged out. That is just the best.
Maybe.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Because he's getting all this time, hasn't moved at all. So like this is the best gameplay ever. Look, he's not moving whatsoever. He's just sitting there getting just massive amounts of ball time. That is pro. He could be drinking a cup of coffee right now while he's getting ball time. This is great. But yeah, I think he would have rotated towards Piggy right here. I think they would have won regardless this round. That's so funny.
Oh man, I did not notice that he wasn't moving right there. And yeah, so if that is the case, and I would just show Lightspeed this about, hey, look, we were scoring that when I would, at that point you give him the round. If you see that he's scoring while lagged out, you definitely give him the round because he would have rotated way before then, which is probably exactly what Lightspeed did apparently.
Yeah, that's what they did. You can see at the bottom of the screen, we have that new feature, Tony, the brand new feature that allows us to set the score. It's not new at all, but it's a cool feature. So 1-0 for Usubeni. This is round number 2. We'll see if they can continue on their tear, or if, Envor's hungry. When Envor's hungry, you be careful, but this man can pop off. Already 3 kills, 2 assists, and 0 deaths out of the man.
Ball drop.
I'm always hungry,
Enemy
but
has the ball.
Same.
I'm also fat, so different type right there. Meanwhile, Usubeni still up 1-0 in rounds. Lightspeed, the one scoring here. Envor wanted to catch up towards his teammates. Looks like Jackson might be in the middle of them, so might have to go through the 1v1 on Jackson. And Jackson's like purposely actually juking Envoy and doesn't even know it. Beautifully played as Jackson now snatches up the ball, and Envoy must be frustrated about that one, not knowing that he was in the arcade.
This guy needs to calm down. Okay, I am tired of seeing this man just like it. He's just cracked out of his mind. It's just great. Like, I wish I could play like this, and it just makes me sad that I can never. That's my time is done. But regardless, this is my favorite gun in the game, Tony. This is why melt him. Double kill. It's so good. 30 points and counting out of Usubeni in round number 2.
Microwaving them up. Breaking shot is cooking right now, and loving seeing every last bit of it. Somehow Lightspeed were able to get that ball out of Usubeni's hands, so scoring right now at this momentarily on Lightspeed and a breaking shot. Although you have the Sentinel beam, you also have 3 members of Lightspeed flying at you at just that speed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Sentinel beam is balanced. I wish Lucid would just give it infinite ammo or something. That'd be cool. But it is balanced, so it's off the map now. Just single couple of kills. Pink Sakura's gonna get a couple of shots in of her own. Great job by Envor to clean those up. It's 3 down for Usubeni, and an opportunity for Lightspeed to get some ball time now. Cool. Not very quick to pick up that ball though, Tony.
Oh, yeah, look, a couple extra seconds. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them in the butt, that 99 point that we saw last time. But notice one thing I wanted to point out that is different from this game, or I guess this weekend, as opposed to the Evo number 1, is where the Sentinel beam spawns. You notice as soon as you go back there's a timer that starts, 7 seconds. And that's because a lot of people are bringing the ball back there, and it seems to be a little bit overpowered. So now you can go back to get the Sentinel beam. You can even use those hallways to stay alive longer than you can, but you can't bring the ball all the way back there because that timer starts. So one major change that we're seeing between the last Evo and this one, constantly evolving, are these settings.
Love that. Like I talked about before, V1, V2, V3, you gotta continue to reiterate on them. You watch the gameplay through. A player like Lucid, I'm gassing him up because he deserves it. I mean, he knows the game in and out, and he's obviously going to watch these matches. Envor's going to watch that remote detonation. Does he get another one onto Piggy? No, not yet. Oh my goodness gracious, Piggy somehow stays alive. This man, absolutely insane. Stalker rifle in hand.
61-51 lead in favor of Lightspeed. Stalker is out, and apparently so are Lightspeed. 3 down immediately go Usubeni, and breaking shot does not have the reinforcements that he needs. Big plays being made by Lightspeed.
Drift's gonna get that ball, and Lightspeed really need this round. I mean, it's obviously very obvious to everyone watching, but regardless, if maybe you're new to Halo or something, 51-63. Usubeni obviously have 1 round of Oddball. It's a best of 3. So if they win this round, they will win the entire series as they're up 2-0. So Lightspeed coming alive here is very important, and another kill by Envor is going to allow this rotation to happen. Unfortunately, it's going to be more of a play ball as Acid's there to mix things up.
Shots going down, a momentary 2v2. Envor having to retreat at least momentarily toward the subway side. Piggy chasing him down. Usubeni scoring, looking to take the lead once again. Piggy, though, a little bit of a route to be made in order to get behind Lightspeed. Somehow, Pink Sakura and Lightspeed are able to predict that, and that's the first kill. Now turn it into... Oh, you cannot be that good, Acid. What was that?
And look at the score too, Tony. Like Lightspeed were in the lead, I think by like 40 seconds or something in this round number 2. And now Usubeni just flipping that switch. Sentinel beam is up. 81 points and counting for them. Acid's gonna come in. You said he can't be that good. Well, oh gosh, I shouldn't have talked, but he's gonna end up going down there. Regardless, it'll be ball that is played. Breaking shot gonna capitalize.
The BR give it and the BR take it away. 85 points here for Usubeni. And Lightspeed scoring, at least for now. Ball in the hands of Drift. Breaking shot right behind Envoy. And some cross-map shots towards Pink Sakura. Breaking shot doing damage onto everybody. Looks like his teammates, were they a step behind or were they right on time here as Acid catching up to Piggy, and you got 2 more players to deal with, now making 1.
Envoy's gonna try and catch up to Acid, but Acid, I would assume, is going to be ready for this, and he is. Is that a trade? It is. It's a trade for both of them. Breaking shot, big kill. Perfect out of him. That should solidify a bit of a rotation here. There it is. Another kill goes into Piggy. It's 11 more seconds, but Piggy is going to end up falling, so this flank is everything right now, and they just can't get this ball out of bottom C.
I just want to talk about that play being made by Acid real quick. I think he knew Envoy was back some way, but he said instead of chasing him out, I'm gonna grab the ball. We have 80 points. I'm gonna grab the ball, bring it towards driveway, and I'm gonna make you chase us. And the moment he did, drops the ball, gets a huge trade. I thought that was actually brilliant by Acid to be able to adapt to that so quickly. Now Pink Sakura though with the overshield, chasing down Acid, eventually getting that kill on Vor, keeping that ball alive and also keeping Breaking Shot weak toward the PD side. Not sure that they did exactly what they wanted to, but eventually Breaking Shot does go down, and Pink Sakura along with Lightspeed have the ball.
Okay, this is the thing here. Jackson did make it even. Ass is gonna come in and get his 3-shot kill. His 3 down. There it is. Last player alive is gonna be inside the PD. Jackson takes him out. Some staggered spawns happen on the B street here. This is like it's all she wrote for this series right now. Asindrado gonna try to do all he can, but he will end up not stopping the ball, and it will be Usubeni that take the series 3-0 and move on to the winners finals.
Beautifully played by Usubeni. Definitely want to show some love to the entirety of that Lightspeed roster. I think I saw Envoy maybe ended with top slays like 21 or 22 kills in that one, but Acid and that Stalker Rifle were just melting the shield of the opposition. 17 kills for them. I even see 6 kills out of Piggy, but I love the 12 assists. Everybody doing what they had to do, both in the slays department and the time department for Usubeni in order to close out that game and this series.
Yeah, you got to have that balance there, right, where everyone's kind of picking up the ball. I don't think those solidified roles work anymore. They worked back in 2005, but they don't work today. Everyone's got to be able to adapt and play every role, and when you see the ball time being spread across the team like that, that's always a really good sign. Love the damage I'm seeing out of Acid. Absolutely beautiful job out of Usubeni. They are the favorite for me to win this tournament, but they've got to get through either Smiling Friends or Noobs, who are going to be, one of them going to be in that winner's final, and we'll see how that works out, how that pans out. And a quick look here at the lower bracket as well as that's developing.
Yeah, a little bit of an opportunity bracket, so some may call it here, as Lightspeed do end up going down. And, you know, looking at all the teams that you have to go through, I mean, you have to say that Lightspeed are one of the stronger teams that are going to be down here in your lower bracket, your opportunity bracket, and we could see them later on in maybe the elimination semis or even elimination bracket finals, and they try to make their way back into the grand finals. But before we get there, we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we have more of your Lucid LVT Evo number 2, $1,000 on the line.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lucid and LVT Evo number 2 coming at you, and we're switching things up just a little bit. We got smiling friends on screen right now, and then we also have I don't want to call them noobs. I feel they're pros, damn it. They're the top. They're some of the top players in Latin America. I don't want to call them noobs.
They're noobs, Tony. It says it right there on the screen. They are noobs. Big old noobs. And so if Smiling Friends loses this one, man, I would be embarrassed losing to noobs. Anyway, I'm kidding. This should be a good matchup. Yeah, I don't know why they named themselves that. Maybe it's like a trick, Tony. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But regardless, Smiling Friends, I hope they're smiling because good vibes are going to be needed to kill this noobs roster.
mentally psyching out themselves, and the enemies are the noobs. Meanwhile, smiling friends may come into this matchup as maybe the underdogs, but performing pretty damn well. 3 down immediately and snatching up that overshield. Not bad for the friends, who right now are definitely smiling.
See what Evil Carmine can do. Great shots into Rorsch. Not going to be able to get the clean up there, but still has that OS to use. I think I spoke too soon, though. That OS is going to be pretty much gone at this point. 1-1 to start off the game, but that snipe in hands now. See if Evil Carmine can make something happen with the sniper.
4 bullets to work with in the sniper for Evil Carbine, and as he tries to make his way over toward the long haul side, he has to realize there's magic over toward the end, so changes his route towards tower. Nice little body shot from the peeking elbow there. Sadly, not able to stop them before getting most of that hill time. 20-6. Quite the start.
And again, like, I really like this King of the Hill the way it is right now. It's just so different. You're always pressured to get hill time, right? 22-9. Obviously, if you're noobs, you weren't able to get a lot of hill time on that very first hill, but you know you're still in it. Look, they're in the next hill already. They're already bringing their score together, tying this game up here very shortly. And Rorsch's going to do some work with his sniper. 20 seconds for overshield as well. This will be an important time here for both teams, but Rorsch's making it very difficult for smiling friends to be smiling right now.
You really got to see the chess game that goes through the players' heads right there, like the step-by-step. I'll clear this part of the map, then clear the second, then continuously move forward over toward the hill. That really felt textbook that we saw out of noobs, and now taking the lead. They do, and what an angle by Lord, just watching the mid-map, and Noble thanking him for all that damage because he gets a triple, and Stefano Bisc, I thought, fell off the map for a second with the overshield. No, he still has it.
Yeah, watch your back, Stefano. There it is. I like that little staircase behind there. Man, Lucid's a genius. Like, I love that. That little area back there, Tony, is so annoying because if you try to take a route back there, you're kind of just stuck, right? Like, that's why a lot of players didn't really route toward that side or towards this alleyway right here, because you're kind of stuck. But look at that. Noble takes a different route towards that staircase, completely changes things, and now he just got himself a double kill because of that, right? It really allows for an opening of the map in a place that felt so confined. And again, this is just things that you spot if you play the game, you know, as much as Lucid did. These are really nice changes.
Yeah, when we talk about the spawn traps of death from Halo 5, obviously his map, a remake of the rig, spawning over towards bunker was really tough because you only had 2 exits, but now that third exit toward the staircase that leads to back engine, it answers 2 different questions. What do? You give it another option coming out of engine 1 and another option coming out of bunker as well. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's genius. I think it's a great addition to the map, and as somebody who enjoys interference, I know I'm in very few, I think a change like that early on maybe could have kept it into the circuit.
Yeah, you know, to expand on that just a little bit further too, I 100% agree with what you're saying, and it's like, you know, the timing of going back there, right? You go back there and you can decide to double back the other way, or you can decide to continue the route towards engine. It provides for so much mix-up, and it just keeps players on their toes, and it allows the smarter play to thrive, and that's exactly what we need. But regardless, I won't slam on that too long. Just really impressive, the changes here. I was never a fan of interference. I didn't think it fit Halo Infinite as well as it fit Halo 5, and I think, like you said, some of the same problems were a factor, but I really like that change, and I'm sure there's many others I have not seen yet that are good as well.
All 3 down goes the noobs here, and Rorsch and Noble clearly getting their kills. Gonna see some more uncharacteristic light from Magico and more with this low of kills at this junction in the game here. Rorsch with the sniper, though, looking to make some game-changing plays. Smiling Friends took a lot of that hill, but it's Noob still in the lead, and that's what matters.
And they'll continue to hold on to that lead. 85 and counting here. Jesco, number of Smiling Friends, 2 dead for them. See if he's able to make anything happen with this snipe. The spawns come out. He's aware of them. Not going to be able to hit that shot. It's a big miss out of him. And Noble, I love that, right? You kind of peak the first time at a level, you know, your head level, and then you jump on the next peak, and it just puts so much damage into Jesco, forces him to back up, and now you've created all of this space to get in. But Jesco's going to hit 2 shots, and that's a double for him, breaking up the push.
10 points between the two teams at the moment here. Noble looking to extend their lead just a bit with that sniper over towards the mid-map, but Stefano Biscuit seemingly coming out of nowhere, 2 pieces them up, and Stefano Biscuit not only lives, gets a few kills and scoring points. What the heck was that, Biscuit?
What the heck was that? A double kill on a K9 as well, and now Smiling Friends are thriving, and this is good. They just broke the tide. Now they're in the lead. Very good. And again, this kind of game type, this classic King of the Hill, really allows for these types of comebacks to happen. You're not necessarily choked down into getting a full hill. Instead, you can kind of just, milk a couple of hills in a row, set up a couple of situations where you're in map control, and that'll be enough for you to come back in the game.
Jessica wants to make his way over to the top tower side here. Has a couple members of Noobs that are under him. It looks like his teammates are already dealing with them, except for Magico, who gets away with the overshield. Clears out Stefano Biscuit and still has the extra shields to fight with. Jesco forced to back down, and it's Noobs that are still scoring.
Magico, big fight out of hand, but K9, oh my goodness, what a win out of K9. 15-8, putting still damage into the members of Noobs. And now Jesco with the sniper in his hands. This is how you extend this lead. This is how you make it a little bit more difficult for Noobs to come back. You got to hit these shots. And Jesco, unfortunately, only hits a body onto one. Not able to capitalize just yet. He ends up going down.
Hopefully was able to waste at least most of that snipe ammo before going down there. Not able to connect exact with the headshots that he wanted, but giving sniper to the enemy team is just as dangerous. 3 down go Noobs. K9 in the 1v1 has to hop out of that hill. Lord doing a great job of denying hill time despite being the only player alive for his team. Quite impressive.
I absolutely love another thing I noticed here is I've noticed a lot of things, but going over them all in one single run is a little bit tough. But the boxes here on the outside, right, going towards Nest from BR, these boxes are awesome. They provide that little bit of cover that you need so that it's not just this massive exposed area that you have to cross. Instead, you can really do a good job of just making sure that you get through.
K95 still holding this hill. Finds the weakened Lord, going to take advantage of that. Meanwhile, Jesco and Evil Carmine get aggressive, addressing the mid-map. Nobody from Noobs able to find the angle on this hill. Smiling Friends did a great job of locking down every single spot on the map here.
Gotta lock it down, and they are doing just that. They get in this next hill again. And Tony, this seems like a grind, right, for the side of Smiling Friends. It's not an easy grind, but they're working the milking of this hill really well, and they're able to get those couple of seconds of time, then get control, then get out of the hill so they can get an OS. They're doing a lot of things right here, and on top of that, they're controlling this bunker. Great job right there. Oh, another thing that I just noticed on this bunker side, a place to drop down. Tony, this map is actually good now. This is great.
Yeah, I said there was 3 ways to exit out a bunker. Apparently there's a 4th one, a secret one, to make it over to where the low ground on front bunker. So we're just learning things left and right. Apparently so is Stefano Biscuit as he finds the entrance over towards bunker, which at this point might become a power position with how many angles it now has.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be a death trap, like you mentioned before, Tony. Like you spawn there, well, good night. If you're against a good team, you're just dead. But it's not like that anymore. You have ways to get out. You have ways to escape. You have options. Options are important in a competitive shooter, and you love to see these options being taken advantage of here. Stefano Biscuit trying to take advantage of the sniper, able to put a no-scope into the face of Magico, tries to turn around. That would have been disgusting, but unfortunately not able to capitalize, and Rorsch is going to be the one to capitalize himself.
Yeah, I've been happy to see where Stefano Biscuit has been able to come with his very young career. I saw him when I was casting those Ascending Baseline 8s matches way back in the day, and I was like, dude, Stefano Biscuit is the real deal. And now I've been seeing him in a lot of these tournaments. I just wasn't seeing him before, and it's exciting. The man is really talented. And I said that Smiling Friends, are at a disadvantage, are the underdogs against Noobs. Well, they've been winning for most of this game, so who's to say they're the underdogs? Maybe they're the overdogs. The favorites.
I miss your corny jokes, Tony. I miss them. It's great to be back. Absolutely love this. Look at Rorsch. So that drop down spot has walls on the left and right side, so you're covered. You can really just play that angle too on the bottom of bunker, like you said, potentially like a really powerful position on the map. But you know a position that's not powerful on the map, Tony? It's that bottom area. And both of them go down because of it. It could be the third going down. Jesco is going to end up falling, and now they're aware of the spawns that happen on the bunker side.
171 to 145, but right now it's Noble and Noobs that continue to score, and maybe for what seems like the first time this game, they can take the lead here. Spawners are coming up over towards Bunker, but they're getting knocked back down, courtesy of Noble and this sniper, which continues to rain down pain and punishment until Smiling Friends go 3 down, and apparently until Noobs take the lead.
Wow, Noobs are really firing up here. They've got full control of this hill. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. First to 200 is the one to win, and it'll be Noobs that look like they're in that control. Roche is going to try to overextend off the hill onto the new one, but it is Smiling Friends that are prepared. Stefano Biscuit's the first to fall to Leor, and it's going to be Jesco that has to get this kill right here on the Magico, and he does just that. A beautiful couple of shots. Stays alive as well.
Noobs with the lead at the moment here. Jesco over on the bottom tower, taking a whole lot of damage, forced out of that fight, which means Noobs continue to score. Stefano Biscuit wants to stop him, but they're in a 2v3 at the moment, and all 4 players now, it feels like, for Noobs are looking to get involved in this hill. Stefano Biscuit, what does he do? Collects an entirely new angle, tries to catch the backside of Magico, but Magico is ready. Evil Carmine is there for at least 1 cleanup, still 2 more, and his body's hitting the floor. Drowning Pool would be proud.
I mean, it was Evil Carmine there on the side of Smiling Friends that was in a position to really stop this hill, but unfortunately a little bit late. On that flake position, the timing wasn't there, not able to get the kills quick enough, and not able to stay alive. Because of that, Noobs are going to take game 1.
My gosh, what an absolute steal of that game number 1. Noobs were they were pulling up the rear the entire time. Smiling Friends at points in time looked like they had mastered map control on interference and locked down every angle. At one point in time, Lure, I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at his stats. At one point, I think it was like 8 and 19. It was looking a little bit bad for him. Eventually catches up to his spread a little bit. 14 and 23 at the end of it with 7 assists. Noble going off with the sniper and the BR for 29 kills himself. And Noobs take back that momentum, and Smiling Friends have to be kicking themselves from not being able to close that one out.
You gotta be. Now we gotta let that go, Tony. Like you said, amnesia, something I think I'm developing in my old age, but these players need to develop it as well, because I'm telling you that you just gotta let that one go. You had full control the entire game. You lost it at the end when it mattered the most, but there were plays like this that allowed Smiling Friends to catch up and allowed them to take the lead for a long period of time. The Smiling Friends roster is not out of this just yet, but they really got to pull it together here. And like I said, they've got to let that last game go. This is the moment where you come through and you tie this series up and make it happen.
Well, we go over towards live fire for our game number 2, and as usual in the best of 5 series, we take the objective out of the equation for game 2 and game 5s if necessary, and we just make it Slayer. First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock, and whoosh with the sniper and repulse combo, and apparently he knows what to do with it.
And it's all a mental battle right at this point for both of these teams. Noobs, they want to close this out. They want to still stay dominant. Roche starting off this game dominant. Unfortunately gonna miss that shot and shut me up, but you gotta hit these shots if you're Roche. Oh my word, if he just had confidence in himself and pulled the snipe out again, it would have been a beautiful double kill out of him. But Jesco's gonna be the one with the sniper in hand. Noble's gonna take him out pretty quickly, but Noobs with a 3-kill lead.
Yeah, Jesco was able to hit his no-scope to the body of Noble, who now is fighting over toward the back green side with Carmine winning that piv and now getting himself a sniper. Only 1 bullet in the chamber with it, with his teammates dropping left and right. Looks like Evil Carmine's on full retreat. Jeez.
Yeah, retreat is all you can do at that point. Evil Carmine ends up going down. 2 players in the front of Magico, a bit too aggressive with no teammates to help. Noble was on a way different timing than what Magico thought. And because of that, Magico goes down pretty quickly. And it is going to be, though, a 4 down for Smiling Friends. So an entry frag situation where, you know, it is Noble who picks up the pieces at the very end of it.
was forward down for Smiling Friends, and not a single player dropped from the noobs. And because of that, look how quickly they're able to attack the spawns over on the back green side. Back to back, forward down. This is where bad turns to worse real quick.
Yeah, noobs are doing a really good job of snowballing this, and like you said, bad turns to worse because it's just really hard to come back from a large deficit like this, even this early in the game. You're going to need some power-ups, power weapons to make things happen, and you're going to need to not push one by one. There they go, taking advantage of that again. Last player, Stefano Biscuit. He does get the trade, but a trade is not what you want at this point. The spawns are staggered, and the lead is growing.
One after another, it seems like noobs can't be stopped. Smiling Friends need to come off a spawn and have to defend it. Looks like they're able to finally do that. 3 finally go down for noobs. Smiling Friends were getting cycled, but they're tired of it, and now they're on the offense.
That was a little weird right there. The offense looked like Noble ended up dying or going down there, but he ends up getting the kill, I believe. 25-16 regardless of that. Warsh is going to have this camo to work with. Will be sniper coming up in about 15 seconds. There's going to be Rorsch. Let's see if he can make a play with this camo. 10 kill lead is very difficult to come back from. You got to make something happen soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see if they can swing things in their favor. We always say it takes one play, one round of slays to go your way. Then you attack spawns and you can make something happen. But 30-17 is quite the deficit to have to fight out of, especially when Borscht is hitting snipe shots like that. Eventually taking down that sniper, now hits the ground. That Stefano Biscuit goes after it. It's just used as bait. Now back in the hands of a noob who apparently shoot like pros. Finally taken down, but nobody is able to get that sniper and get value out of it. It is cursed at this point, and noobs a double-digit lead.
You can tell Noble's very comfortable with that battle rifle, but also with the commando too. The spawn happens right in front of him. He's ready for it. He's got a sniper in his hands as well. 17 kill lead so far out of noobs, and another shot goes in. Noobs are running away with this game number 2. This is not what you like to see if you're Smiling Friends. They've got to pick it up here or let this game go, but still a chance to come back. I mean, it's going to be tough. But Stefano Biscuit does have the snipe in his hands, and he can make something happen potentially with one bullet, kind of snowball things.
Game is not even done yet, by the way, and mind you, Noble 19-6. So maybe Slayer is different than some of the objectives, but I noticed that the camo spawning up over towards the turbine side, and it makes me think, is this the updated Evo settings, or was that maybe accidentally put on the normal settings there? Because we noticed that earlier that was normally a QT, and yeah, that was a repost. It might have been maybe a little bit of mistake in the settings, but I mean, hey, like in any tournament, if it gets played through, you respect the results. And man, noobs, they were dominant.
Yeah, those are definitely not the correct settings, but like you said, noobs were dominant regardless. They fully played through. Noble was dominant, Tony. I mean, 22 kills in a Slayer game is absolutely disgusting. I mean, you gotta love that too, and that's what makes a team, right? You have a player who's able to pull his weight and more, and it just makes it a lot more comfortable for you as a roster. Now, if Noble has a bad game next game, then then he can be like, hey guys, pick it up for me. I was here for you. Let's go. Help me out a little bit. But that's what makes a team, right? Being able to pick up the slack when necessary.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into this game number 3, and all those Smiling Friends did look fairly dominant in that game number 1. It's the first half of the game. Eventually, News came back and won that one, and then just won handsomely, one might say, in that game number 2. Game 3 here, Smiling Friends, is your final opportunity here in the winner's side. Maybe you start in a reverse sweep opportunity, or you get swept right out of the winner's side, and we know that doesn't feel right.
Yeah, you can't get all the way this far in the winner's semis and then get swept. You have to try and pull out all the stops here. You've been at this all day. Swiss format is a very long format. Do all you can to stay in this game. Smiling Friends, I would assume they're going to do just that. Oddball is going to be a little tough, though. And if Noble continues on the tear that he's been on, Tony, I don't see any road where you stop him. He's got to be your target. He's got to be the focus here if you want to win this game.
That is a great point. The wise words of Kim Kardashian, we didn't come this far just to come this far. And at this point, you made it here at this point. You really want to take a win, but that's tough to do when the noobs are just controlling this back A side. Ball now in their hands, and Lore takes height with the Stalker. K9, I feel bad for you. You're catching a couple grenades.
I feel bad for Kim Kardashian catching strays, Tony. I mean, geez.
But it was a great quote from her. It wasn't a swear. It was a great quote.
I miss you, Tony. 15-0, 3 down for smiling or potentially frowning friends as they are face down the barrel of a loss here. Have to pick it up. You just need one player to pick it up, right? One player's got to get in that. What is the word, Tony? It starts with an F and ends with a state. I forgot. It's been a long time. But
Florida.
yeah, they got to get in there. Oh, Florida State. Got it. Okay, yeah, get in that Florida State. Yeah, 26-0 so far.
26-0 here, and Stefano Biscuit. Good damage out of him. Love the movement as well, picking and choosing his battles real nicely, and eventually finds the kill against Magico, which is a really tough 1v1 to have to take. The problem is that Roar slides on into the DMs, and Stefano Biscuit ends up being taken out. Jesco, nice little trade coming out of him. So we are seeing some fight out of Smiling Friends. We're just not seeing the ball time there.
Yeah, just like Tony on the basketball court, can't play ball, and just this is the way it is. You know, they've got to get that ball time. That's what counts. That's what allows them to win the game. Some Smiling Friends not able to do that, and it's got to be Noble, right? 7-5 to start this game off. Still slaying a little bit like he did in the last game. Regardless, they'll continue to get time.
It was like Lore over toward the back A side. I think he almost was going to try to rotate it over towards a teammate, but changes his mind real quick as they're just winning the Slays battle right now. Our news, there is one player that sneaks by, and of course Stefano Biscuit himself is being the nuisance and denying ball time from the entire team. Not only gets the kill, but also the stick afterwards. So big plays being made individually from Smiling Friends, but now you have to find a way to put it all together.
Exactly, and you got to stop these rotations from happening. That sentinel beam is up, by the way. Drop the ball. Everyone go get the sentinel beam. Best weapon in the game. But, oh my gosh, K9. There we go. It's a little bit of a pickup here. Get some ball time. The first ball time on the board. And that reverberates through the rest of the roster, Tony. It usually does. Jesco's now picking it up, getting kills up by his lonesome as well. He's got the OS to work with, too. And now they're looking alive. Smiling Friends starting to bring this back.
K95's the Smiling Friends showing that their bite is louder than the bark. Loving what I'm seeing out of them, trying to take back the lead that Noob stole away as a 3-man push over from the Noob side, attacking from Cafe over towards A. Stefano Biscuit now with the Stalker, but just surrounded by members of Noobs. There's no way that he can survive. Even Evil Carmine the same. Noobs are just swarming together, and eventually Smiling Friends go 4 down.
I absolutely love that. Out of Noobs, I'm sorry. Smiling Friends going 4 down is just going to solidify even more ball time. Stefano Biscuit's got to be very careful on this push, right? You don't want the timing to be off, and it was. Leor ready with that Stalker rifle once again. More ball time here for Noobs.
63 points and counting. There was a player that was hiding over toward the Harry Potter side. Actually, it's K95's trying to buy some time for his teammate to come off a spawn. And it looks like they will go on the offensive, but maybe it was just a bit too early. Evil Carmine there for the cleanup, but eventually K95 decided to going down. Same thing for Jesco, and same thing for all of the members of Smiling Friends. Only one more is on the map, and Noobs continue to score.
There's the spawn on to B as well. They've got that purple side covered, so they're aware of that B spawn. Great thrust out of Magico. Ends up staying alive. And the timing is perfect out of him. K9 is the one to go down. A couple players still on that tire side. There's another kill onto Jesco. And Magico will take ball with 4 down and continue to get time here. This looks like round number 1 should go to Noobs, bar anything crazy.
Yeah, maybe some crazy nades from across the map, little GB nades, but it's mathematically impossible for somebody to actually get there and put their hands on the ball, and everybody from Noobs just blocking any line of sight. Round number 1 goes to them. One more round, and we see a sweep here deep in the winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see a sweep in the winners semifinals. Like I said, you just been through so much, Tony, right? And you come here and Unfortunately, you face a team that has obviously been on fire all day long, and they continue to do so. Magico having a really solid game, by the way. 10 kills, 10 assists, only 4 deaths. That is how you want to start your oddball game. That is how you want to close out this series, is in strong fashion like that. But again, that ball's still there, and there was a lot of life shown out of Smiling Friends. K9 was slaying to the best of his ability at one point, and they started to get that ball time. They just got to find more openings and start to get these overshields, because this is starting to stack up against them.
Yeah, Noble utilized that overshield to be able to snatch up that ball as some early time goes towards them, but now able to use that ball as bait, luring in Smiling Friends and try to get it out of their hands. And as they win these Slays battles, that lead can grow. Stalker Rifle does connect, but another trade goes down. Noble now beginning a rotation, but wants to secure these kills before committing to it. Love the target prioritization, love the shots. The nades are looking good too. I love me some Noble.
Yeah, very clean out of him too, and he stays alive. Gets his shields back. I thought that nade splash damage was enough, but gets his shields back, which allows him to do exactly this, right? Pressure now. He's got to be aware of the timings here. Went a little crazy, but ends up getting that kill regardless. A bit of an overheat, though. There's still a lot of ball time for noobs in this situation, and Leor is ready and waiting for Stefano Biscuit, who has been lurking. The communication is solid, and they take him out immediately. Great job.
Noble making plays that one might say, I don't even know if he even had to make them, but he is making them. And Slays again continue to favor noobs. Some way, somehow, Smiling Friends need to start chaining together a few kills. We need to start seeing some 2s and 3 downs go the way of Smiling Friends. Noobs have 50% of the work done this round. You just got your first points.
Double kill.
Points.
Yeah,
Whoa!
I would have freaked out to triple. Not going to turn into an over there. Almost does, but yeah, the singular point is definitely looking rough here. And if you're Smiling Friend, you know, I would assume you're losing hope and faith here. But that's when you really just gotta bring it together and just believe and make one solid push, make a break, start it with one break, and then try to snowball it into more. Carmine's going to try to force and facilitate that break, but unfortunately, lots of nades come out. The trade is there, but that's not enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Evil Carbine maybe thought he had a frag, was trying to bounce that frag off of that. I don't think that sticky spike was exactly what he wanted, but Smiling Friends do have the ball at least right now, have a one-man advantage. K95's rotating his ball into a bit of a central position, so now noobs have an opportunity to attack from both the C side and the A side. You win one battle, though, over towards the left-hand perimeter. Meanwhile, Noble softening you up over towards PD, and before you know it, you're 3 down once again, and you're asking yourself, what is happening here for Smiling Friends?
It's a lot of things, right? The pressure out of noobs, the slays out of noobs. You can see the slay difference on both sides. Evil Carmine having a bit of a rough game, regardless of the 11 assists. It's just getting heavily outslayed by noobs, and Noble has made some just beautiful plays. Continues to do so as well. Look at the patience right there. You just have to have that heads up patience to understand, hey, these guys are going to be aggressive. I can just take advantage of this. Stefano Biscuit, though, his aggression pays off in this scenario. They've got a pinch on the PD side, and that's the first break I've seen that's been clean, Tony. No one going down for Smiling Friends, and they finally get some ball time in their hands.
87 points here for noobs. Only 13 points to close this one out and close out the series. Nice double kill out of Evil Carbine. Catches a grenade seemingly out of nowhere. Noble chucks that one before going down, and Warsh challenging the 1v1. Confident right now is Warsh and noobs, as any gunfight they know can potentially go their way. Another challenge over towards Jesco, and just right back over toward the spawning players. This could be it.
Yeah, 9 more points is all they need here, and it's K9 is the only one in position to push this out. The help comes in. It's a bit too late, and there we go. Noobs will find themselves in the winners finals with a 3-0 sweep.
Really sad to see if you're a fan of Smiling Friends right now, but at least you know they go down into the lower bracket, so still have another opportunity to make another deep run just like they did on the winner's side, just to do it over towards the opportunity bracket on the other side of things. They might be going up against Dragon Donkeys, who we saw on stream earlier in the tournament over toward the Swiss style. I'm taking a look at the stats right now, and I'm seeing kind of a big thing that stands out to me personally, and you let me know if you agree. I see 3 people in the 20 kill club, Magical Noble, Rorsch, and even Laura, who's right there with assist. And although we saw that from Jesco and Stefano, the slays didn't exactly go the way of Evil Carmine and K9, and it's really tough to win with just efficiency if you're not slaying out with the enemy team. That's a big deal.
It is, and it's, you know what it is? It's the pushes that are still disconnected, and you saw it so many times where the pushes were just not timed correctly on the side of Smiling Friends and Noobs. They had their pushes timed really well every time. The breaks, everything on, you know, any setup that they had to break, they did it in beautiful fashion, and you can see. In that lower bracket, that's how things are panning out. They're a little bit slower on the lower side of things, but Smiling Friends will go against Dragon, and we'll see how those pan out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have more of your tournament coming out. We got $1,000 on the line right now. We need to find out who's taking that lion's share. Your Lucid LVT Evo number 2 will be back after the short intermission.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill.
on is not fun. I see. I see. Well, thank you for your advice on that. I now have changed my opinion. Yeah, it's not fun, man. Thank you for that. A little swap around. Carmine with the damn near full OS. Gets melee off, though, which is kind of rough, but Eagle now has the 2 cap, going for the triple. Coda getting his picks, staying alive, trying to milk just long enough, but not a whole lot to do. Let's see what Jessica could do. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, nasty. See, those are the jiggle peaks I can respect, because those are full like step outs. Those are like damn near full step outs getting his burst. Oh. Push out wall 1 shot. Down 100 points. This is looking kind of rough. This is looking pretty rough. Morgan. Only man left. Cleaned up by K9. 2 cap is coming in pretty clutch right now. Just been slowly chipping away. Let's go new flex. Oh yeah, man. We'll be playing plenty more, don't you worry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LVT X Lucid Evo number 2 tournament. Tools, it's been so long. I want to reach through the monitor and give you a hug. Time out? What's the matter?
No, he said tools, like T.
Oh.
He said Lucid. I was just doing signs.
Okay.
What up?
All right. Careful not to throw the wrong signs in the air, Tools. Here we go.
What you mean by
what's
that?
going on? No, nothing at all. Camo in the hands of Leor. Let's get it going.
And camo quickly out of his hands as he goes down. No camo in play, but welcome back, everyone. And honestly, I'm very excited to see how this one plays out, because we have some great maps in rotation. In particular, I'm looking at map 3 active. Interference Strongholds coming back. And I gotta say, I think out of everything I've seen today, Interference, I think, is making a good stance for itself as a map that could be well suited back into rotation with the changes made. I think it's been playing incredibly well so far.
So this is no shot at any of the creators of Rig in Halo 5, and no shot at the creators of Interference.
Well,
but I hate
I should specify real fast, because I was talking to Lucid about this. He said that Interference, the original forger of Interference, came back and helped him make a lot of those changes that are in the map today.
That's amazing. So this is the best version of the map I've ever seen. Okay, it is incredible. I actually kind of like it now. I haven't played it yet, but I would like to, because I feel like the changes are massive, and
that's 4 players.
It's just impressive to see. You know, it's impressive.
Brain shot wrapped the corner. There was 4 players around the corner. He's not dead somehow, and they're pulling out another flag. Noobs not wrapping back to their base at all. Instead, opting to hit out the perimeters, but that's just not working at the moment. Piggy finds another, and it's up to Rorsch. He's the lonesome survivor, and he's going up against his nemesis in the region, Acid, who just backs out of the fight.
Gosh, just insane. The relay of the flags. Look at the BRs across the map. This is what you love to see. I know you're probably a bandit lover, Tools, but this battle rifle has been so fun to watch. I don't know. You're a Halo 5.
You made it sound like it was something else. You know what I'm saying? Like you made it sound dirty or something. I was like what's wrong with being a bandit lover? You know, I can appreciate a BR. You know, like I like the BR. Yeah. It's fine. It's like I also like the bandit. You know, what if we had 2 BRs and 2 bandits?
What if we could choose? Yeah, like that'd be kind of cool. Did you see those nades inside a utility, by the way? They're on the wall.
Yeah, you know,
that's
that
so cool.
It doubles up, right? Because the idea was that you want to have those nades in utility, but you don't want them sitting out in the open where they can be shot and have these like really easy instant explosions, right? From the what do you call that? Remote detonations, right?
Yeah.
So the idea
is this guy?
Put it on the side of the wall where you can't see it, and then it doubles as a skill jump, so you can jump off the grenade pad to get up high. It's like, honestly, it's my favorite addition to this map.
Kill.
Can someone please hire this man, Lucid? Just hire the guy, dude. This is sick. Like I don't know. I'm gassing him up because like this is obviously a lot of work tools, and like the hashtag has been going around, keep Halo alive, or you know, Halo lives, or whatever the hashtag is. I'm sorry, I just say Halo, whatever it is. Yeah,
That's all you're looking for.
It's really cool though. Like he's done the work to do that. Like these changes are really good for the game, and you know, unfortunately we get to see them earlier, but I'm excited to see, like, hopefully he can be a voice in the future for this, because these changes are really good. A lot of them are awesome.
What I love is just, you know, having an idea, saying like, hey, let's just do it, right? And I think Lucid going out and you know, basically putting his efforts towards that, you know, not just shouting into the void, but putting on this tournament, $1,000 up for line, you know, players playing this out, testing out these settings, and I think more importantly, the audience very much enjoying it. I've always seen just positive interactions from people watching the tournament, saying like, yo, this is a blast, it's different, it's refreshing. You know, even if not all these changes come to fruition at the end of the day, I think it's just important for the audience to have something new to sink their teeth into. And so far, I've been having a blast watching this tournament. Just how Magico is blasting off with the flag back to his base. See that transition?
Yeah, I do. That was a nice one. You're very good at what you do, Tools, and so is Magico. Continuing on here, two players on the car side, though. It's going to be Biggie that tries to stop this run from potentially going any further. We all know that once it gets into that utility side, you have a bit of a problem, and Piggy's got a bit of a problem of his own. 3-on-3 on the map now. Flag still down, and I believe it's going to get touched here and reset, and it's going to continue on the car one side of the map.
Oh, they are blitzing this one through. Can he get around the corner? He's so weak. The help's from the front, and Biggie will not be able to get that angle. Noble holds him off, and that's a flag capture. We're tied 2-all.
And Leor's not having the best of games, and I don't call him out because he's 2-10. I say that because if he picks it up, I mean, Noobs can really start to run here. They're already tied at 2 now. I mean, that's really what they need, is to get that little bit of momentum. It is kind of shut down as 2 of them fall, but Magico gonna be the last alive from Noobs on the top side of the map, and he falls as well. So great slays out of Usu Benny, and we'll see if they can continue those slays and, you know, maybe get a flagpole.
Trying to close that gap. We saw Piggy having that mid presence. I think it's so important to be able to lock down those sight lines, especially having that VR in the hand, right? Just longer, more efficient shots. You're gonna see that from Noble, how easy it is to punish a player that just runs out into the into those open lanes. So the VR really punishing on this map in particular, I believe.
Noble going to push aggressively here into the utility side. He's got some help. I like the checking of the corners. Year 5, you got to make sure to check those corners. So many players like to hide around those areas. Warsh gets the kill onto Piggy. That's going to be a double for him. And you see Noob's flag is towards that bottom center side, and they're looking to make a counter here happen. 3 go down for Usu Benny, and it's going to be Noble that pulls that flag through the car side. Spawns will happen on the fridge, and that flag will make it through the halfway portion. The only person to worry about is going to be Piggy.
Yeah, I think they got eyes on him too, and I think they think that he's not going to be able to have the impact necessary, and he won't. Easy flag capture there, and what's even you know, the benefit after that is you've denied camo, you still have players up and ready to attack. So even though you see this pressure coming from Usu Benny, I don't think Noobs is necessarily too concerned about it. Just play your lanes one at a time, figure out how to get that first pick, and you're going to be through your base. And just like that, Leor opens up the lane.
As it was that first pick that you talked about. Leor a little bit scared to go inside a utility with, you know, no help and no presence here. So he'll play a little bit slow down the pace of the game, wait for help on that side of the map. Piggy's going to end up going down. That's 3 down now for Usu Benny. And that flipped the script real quick. Now it's going to be Noobs on that aggressive stance.
Jackson, the only player that was left alive, he's back in the utility. A lot of this map open for Noobs just to get forward on the map, and they'll do just that. Magico pressuring in through that util door. But Jackson, that last survivor, was able to get at least some of that damage, and I think that's going to be enough to at least stop this initial push from Noobs. And now, you know, with Aqua having these new additions to it, Tim, I'm asking myself, like, what is there to play for in the neutral game? Like, what are you going for to try to give yourself advantages? And Acid, well, he said, I'm just going to wrap into the other side of the base, pull this flag while no one's looking, and look, that just essentially got home, Tim. I'm absolutely floored at that play.
Yeah, same here. I did not expect him to pull flag with 2 down, and I did not expect him to get that far, and now we're tied at 3. So it's plays like that that really mix things up. And like you said, with all these new routes and all these new routes in general to play for, you gotta, wonder, what is the right route? And sometimes it's just shoving your head against the wall and getting that flag through.
That we see even numbers, but Noobs clearing out their base. The only ones alive for Usu Benny are stuck over in the utility, and Magico quickly trying to get those nades. One's gonna connect, but I feel like he wanted a little bit more value out of that, but you can see the pressure still there. Noobs cleaning it all up. It's just Acid in the back base, but just Acid is oftentimes enough. This guy has been a monster, and he went right for the challenge. Not gonna be able to get away with that, and that might open up the path for Noobs. You see that? Hey, look, the repulse also coming into play, and I like the idea, right? Use it to get that flag as far forward as possible.
And we got the movement player himself with the thrust in his hand, so this is gonna make him more of a difficult kill than he already is. Camo up as well, so he potentially pop that camo, use that thrust, but those long range shots with the BR, you've gotta really pay attention to those. And oh my gosh, he actually stays alive somehow with his camo. How is he still alive? He ends up getting the camo and getting away with it, and he puts 3 shots in without taking any damage.
And this is the thing about the BR being in the game, right? What is the BR really great at? It's those long range gunfights, having that ability to hammer people from the distance. Where is it a little bit weaker? In those close range fights. It's very punishing if you don't hit the head with the weapon, right? It's not going to do as much of that base damage as the bandit does. You see Yaxon using that, you can really punish players if they don't hit their final shot.
Yeah, that full burst, hitting that full burst, especially with the strafe speed being increased as well, a little bit tough. Leor, a little bit of a dance right there, and that dance works out in his favor. Ends up staying alive, getting a couple kills. Noble's going to come in to get one of his own. It's 2 down for Usu Benny, and Piggy's going to try and play some defense on the last kill here. And my goodness, the thrust and the melee work perfectly in Leor's favor until he gets taken out.
And with that, you see Yaxon leading the charge up top for Usu Benny. They want to really hammer in through this utility side. One player from Noobs did go underneath. This flank could be a back-breaking play if it catches on time.
Great shots though by Rorsch, gonna take down breaking shot. Rorsch, the last player alive now on the Noob side. Piggy's gonna be in a comfortable spot to just overextend onto util. Rorsch gets through though. Not expecting Piggy to push so aggressively, and it looks like that flag from the side of Noobs will make it through the bottom center, and this will be another cap here for Usu Benny.
Piggy was a big part of that, right? Sitting in that back base, he cleared out the overextended push, and once that happens, it's a 2v1 on the map. The problem is that 2v1, that's already bad enough, but where is the 2v1? There's one player in the base of Usu Benny, Piggy, and then it was Yaxon on the other side of the map pulling out a flag. So with that, you give them this really tough dual dilemma. You saw that that Rorsch wanted to deal with the flag carrier, was looking back towards his side. That just made it easy for Piggy to eventually get that kill, and they ran what could be the game-winning flag in. With only 40 seconds left, Noobs has to figure out an attack here and now.
It's crazy. So one thing I'm seeing so often, right, is the shot and then the YY, because they're realizing that they didn't clean up the kill like they would with the bandit, because the BR, you have to hit all the burst. So they're realizing that some of the kills that they would have gotten with the bandit they don't get, and they have to YY in order to pull the BR back out to clean up the kill. I'm seeing that so often, and it's just the repetition with that bandit. Getting used to these BRs is a very different game. Acid though looks real comfortable, gets the double kill, gets the killing spree. 8 seconds left and 3 down for Noobs.
I say one of the under talked about storylines of 2026 so far is we have a little bit of a different season. Obviously we had Shopify Rebellion coming back. We've been seeing a lot of these new teams crop up, like what's going on with Trippy and Talik. I think the most under talked about and maybe most impactful talking point of the season, it has been Acid, man. He joins this North American roster and he looks like a top player in the game. I've just been so impressed. His fundamentals are there. He doesn't really make that many mistakes. He has those high impact plays, and he's oftentimes setting up his teammates for success. Across the board, I've been just so impressed with how Acid's been playing.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it. And it's this repetition and grind that's going to really pay off for these players in the future. And I think investing in yourself and investing in a game that you love like this, instead of walking away from it and trying to do something else, I think it's going to pay off for these gentlemen. And we'll see how that pans as things go on and as the seasons continue here in Halo Infinite. And got to give a shout out to everyone still supporting Halo in 2026. And if you are supporting Halo and you want to go the extra step, see if you have a Twitch Prime sub available. Don't give it to Bezos. He's rich enough. Give it to LVT, who is literally not just words, but actually hashtag saving Halo here in 2026.
Yeah, one thing that we need this year is actually the tier 1 subs. I think for the first time since they've added the program, we didn't hit our 70-30 split on the tier 1s. So we need to get those tier 1 subs. I think we need 300 of them for 3 months straight. So hey, if you're thinking about subscribing, our 70-30 split's safe for the year, but we'll lose that 70-30 split going into next year if we don't get those tier 1 numbers up again. So if you have the ability, it really helps us to be able to do what we do here and provide Halo content. If you're able to subscribe to the channel, it helps us, at least maximize our revenue generated from Twitch, which is the main way that we throw on these Halo broadcasts.
Your support is very much needed here, ladies and gentlemen, and noobs need your support as well because they are down 0-1 in this series, and Usubeni looking very solid as they always are. Yaxon and Breaking Shot and Acid and Piggy, just a nice little mix here, and you can see the wrong map they're saying, so I don't know if this is the wrong map. No, it looks like it's right correct now. Solitude Evo, it was the wrong map before. Love to see that they caught that early. That way we can see all the brand new changes to this. Yeah,
it'd be crazy to play a whole map.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine anyone doing that.
The wrong settings on, but they got it all figured out. Solitude obviously going to have some big changes onto the map. One of the big ones you see right on your screen to the left right there is going to be that thrust. That's basically off spawn. There's going to be one on either side. There's 3 thrust pads to deal with on this map, and honestly I love more thrust the better. That's the tier 1 we're talking about, folks. Right now we have 79 for the month. We need to get to number 300. So if you have a tier 1, hey, throw it our way.
Yeah, definitely support if you can, guys. Again, if you love Halo as a game, I mean, we can't be here without you. That's just how it goes. So if you're enjoying the content, showcase that you are, and show that you are by showing a little bit of love with that tier 1 sub. That's what helps the most. 2-2, tied up right at the start here. And we see, of course, I believe that is the, what is that? What's the power weapon that goes in the shock rifle area? But we do have the OS, but is that skewer or is that shock?
Skewer, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Skewer, yeah. Skewer's always great. I very much enjoy the gunfights that you get with the skewer. It's punishing when you miss it, so gratifying when you hit it, and it's never like overpowered, right? It's overpowered for the 1 kill, but it's not overpowered in the sense that you're gonna pop off for 2-3 kills with it, right?
That's what I love about it too. It's just difficult to hit, punishing. I mean, that's what you want in a first-person shooter like Halo. In an arena shooter, you want that skill ceiling. And the skewer does provide that. Leor watching the angles here on the window. Acid's going to be the first one to jump up. And there it is. The clean shot goes into him. Yaxon takes lots of damage as well. The jump out and the burst directly to the face. And it's going to be Leor that gets the triple as well. Acid, the last man remaining. And they know exactly where these spawns are happening.
Yeah, he's getting a notification. Oh, the spawn! Picking it black screen. Skewed to the back wall. Leor 2 for 2. With the skewer misses 1, but is rewarded with the back smack nonetheless. What a rip from Leor.
Oh my gosh, he's given them that lead that they ever so needed. 16-11 now. It's a very important game for them to tie this series up. This is the winners finals, ladies and gentlemen. One of these teams will make it to the grand finals, whereas the other one will be pushed down to that lower bracket.
Great shot. BR in hand, and right now just getting assist after assist. Yaxon on that wrap up, able to get 2 of those players from Noobs, and I mean Noobs coming off to a really strong start thanks to Leor's 8-2 start. He also has 5 assists to go with that. I think right now Usubeni, it might be important for them to start calling out Leor by name. Don't let him have so much impact on the map.
I agree, and it's something crazy about the BR that I've missed for so long is you're not really able to break when you don't have any grenades to work with. You're not really able to break people out of positions behind pillars and such, right? Because they can peek, get the info on you, and you're not able to get a full burst into them. Whereas with a bandit, one shot, you'll get that first big shot of damage. You'll get the full damage out of that shot when they're behind that area. So just a really cool reward for playing cover as well as some of these players do.
You see 3-kill differential. Benny starting to wrap their way back into this, and right now is a really important moment for Noobs not to go down early. If they let one of their opening players go down, you're going to see a flood of players from Benny collapse in on the rest, and you'll get closer and closer to this tied game. In fact, one clean wipe, and they'll have a lead in this huge play by Rorsch. Oh, and he's going for the chow. Okay, Rorsch, a little bit of a demon, but he wants to get that damage so his teammates can come in and clean up the rest. Wow, Noobs was really trapped back there, active, and they still found their way to break through.
Yeah, they broke through and they maintain the lead as well. Finally, it's going to be Acid that comes off a spawn. Those spawns on the yard side are deadly, and Acid's going to actually get rewarded for it. It's the beatdown kill. Magico's going to get another one as well. Benny keeping this kind of close, 24-29 still, but they can't let this get out of hand too fast. Jackson's going to be the catalyst here, and he's got the 360 and the no-scope with the skewer that makes it happen. Unfortunately, he goes down as well, and it's still a 6-kill lead for Noobs.
A few times now where Benny, it seems like they're about to shift the tides in the game, but then Noobs come out with some big kills and prevent the gap from closing too much. I've really been impressed by how resilient they are on their back foot. The couple times they've been into these spawn traps, they have not let Benny take the lead. Instead, it's been them battling back out and building back up that lead. I'm really impressed with Noobs so far.
Yeah, I'm really impressed that someone was able to break breaking shots ankles in that play. I think it was Leor, but it's just it's plays like that that are going to extend the lead. Now 37-27. They are on that blue side, and they're looking to break through. Smart by Benny to back off and try to get some space on that loop side, but I don't know if the extension's going to work. Piggy takes a lot of damage, and Jackson actually ends up breaking through, but Magico taking a weird route here with 2 down on his team. He's looking to try and clean up some kills, and that's exactly what he gets. He gets 1 kill and a couple of shots, allowing his teammates to push through from blue.
Piggy had a good back route onto Magico, took a detour into the long haul, but ends up getting the kill. But the trades are there, and that's where Noobs has been really rock solid all game long. Noble with great timing, not only got Piggy, but also prevented that overshield from going their way. Oh my, Noble putting down Acid in that fight. That's a big one, as that's going to make sure overshield goes their way. And you can see how much pressure these guys are applying on the spawners of Benny. There is nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, just rushing on through. 47-33 now. 3 kills is all they need, and the spawns once again happen on the yard side. Rorsch is going to take full advantage of the damage he's done. He knows he has teammates behind him, and that'll be 49, which means 1 more kill. And it will be Noobs that close out this game number 2, and it will be them that also tie up the series here in the winners finals.
Rorsch having a big game, 16-10 for the squad as he goes positive 6. Honestly, Noobs, they had a really dominant game, but what really came down to the difference between victory and defeat for them, I think, was their resilience. When they were on their back foot, when things weren't going their way, how do they battle out of them? And they showed really effective teamwork. I'm looking at that assist column as being the big difference in this game. Leor having 11 to his name, him and Magical combining for 20, and you add another 14 for 34 out of their 50 kills being assisted. That's as many kills as Benny got as a team, guys. They got an assist.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane. I don't know. I'm curious how this next objective is going to go. We got Interference Strongholds. I'm going to be honest, probably so far, I think I've seen everything, or all the maps maybe, but so far, one of my favorite maps with the changes. I think this map has a lot of potential here now, and again, it's that back bunker that's been a plaguing problem since Halo 5, and it was figured out with the time of Lucid to allow exits and entrances. But I'm curious how this next game will play out. I think these 2 teams are very even, so I think it's going to be a close one.
Double kill.
that we see game 3 going to be interference. We talked about that a little bit at the top of the series about what we expected out of this map. I'm curious to see how Usubeni tries to bounce back from it. One thing that we saw being really impactful throughout this game, obviously, was the team shot. Also, the power up and the power weapons, the overshield, the skewer. This time, you're gonna have that overshield, but it's the sniper that's back in play. We're a little bit more familiar with that, and some of the big changes on the map gonna be about what happens on your spawn, right? So if you spawn in the back bunker, you're gonna have a lot more routing options because of how Lucid's opened up the map here to give you more options to try to minimize how impactful some of these spawn traps can be. Oh, how did he get 2?
Oh no. I don't know. Once he bounced off after the first melee, I was like, okay, he's going, but he got another lunge somehow and ends up getting 2 melees, which means breaking shot's gonna fall. No more OS for him. Piggy though going to get B. This will be a 2-cap advantage for Usubeni. How are they gonna take advantage of this?
I see 3 players trying to wrap over to that tower side, but Yaxon's got a really great position here just to get damage and to give info to his team. Look at Acid flying into the base. He is going on that quick flank. He's caught, but you see the ideas coming in from Usubeni. Oh, can he escape from this? Can he stay alive, Tim?
That's beautiful. Breaking shot there to help as well. Yaxon has to put that damage in though. Very important kill here. Gets it onto Rorsch, and there'll be 36 and counting for the side of Usubeni.
See, right now it's not looking great for Noobs. I mean, they are trapped into the back of C, and they're gonna try for the tower side once again. Yaxon was able to stop them short the first time around. Can he do it the second?
Wow.
The repeat chow into that fight. Whoa, Yaxon, I wasn't aware of how brazen you can be with some of these challenges. That was an absurd one. Eventually, Noobs does find their success. They finally break the setup after 60 points in a row.
Yeah, I just love the balance there with the BR too, though. Like, you have to full peak to get that burst off, but you can catch someone off guard and you burst as you're going back into cover. You just get that full amount of damage, and a lot of players are going to be unsuspecting of it. Breaking shot trying to stay alive towards bottom center. A being taken here, the OS being taken by Yaxon, and you can see Usubeni starting to get a bit of momentum right now. Great shots by Yaxon, great patience on the last burst. He'll get that kill too.
Team scoring.
That, I mean, right back into control. It was not gone for too long. They have sniper back into play. Breaking shot trying to get into this tower, and just being aware of what's around him. He's getting great damage, and left the nade perfectly for there for Leor to jump into.
That's just such a beautiful read out of him, right? He just knows, okay, this player's aggressive, and you start to like profile players as you play them, and you start to realize what their tendencies are. And Leor, his tendencies apparently are to, challenge that situation, and Breaking Shot read that immediately. But it is going to be Noobs on the bit of a recovery here. The last couple shots will ring out on the sniper. That's going to make sure that Usubeni's not able to take advantage of that, but they'll take advantage of C instead, and they'll continue to score 100 points and counting.
Okay, you see Noobs going a couple down again. Yaxon, knowing there's pressure nearby, he's going to find Noble, and there's nowhere for Noble to go. That's 5 in a row. Let's make it number 6. No, I'm thinking going to take it just in time, but with that, you can start to see the threat of trip cap pressure. But thankfully for Noobs, Magico won a huge fight over on the nest. If he doesn't win that, we're looking at a dangerous trip cap going in for Usubeni. But because he wins that, you start to see the push softening up, and they're not being able to have as much of that pressure as they'd like.
Oh, great job by Axon to at least get that trade, but it is going to be a double cap here advantage for Usubeni still. They'll continue to score. 2 down for Noobs as well, so the numbers advantage in their favor on top of all that. Noble takes 2 shots to the body. Piggy's going to try and capitalize on that damage. A little bit shaky on the BR here. Instead, looking to do some cross damage and allows the shields to come back just a little bit, but I love the timing right there. Gets the kill, gets the assist as well, and Yaxon there to potentially clean it up and stop them from getting C, but regardless, it's still scoring for Usubeni.
Fight over, and man, I feel like Nest has been so hard fought over, but Usubeni coming out on top so often. Noble finding way more than he can handle there as 3 players over onto that, take that attack, and you see Ness still under pressure, but it feels like a calm pressure for Usubeni, and they've been able to deal with it time and time again, and I don't see that necessarily changing here as they are winning the tempo fight over at Nest. Oh man, when you get to see the Bandit, it's like a power weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how we thought of the BR, a power weapon, but the Bandit in the right hands. I mean, it's just good to have them both on the map. I absolutely love that. But yeah, that Bandit is, the rate of fire seems to be increasing unless I'm just going nuts, but it is a strong weapon. Acid has another strong weapon in his hands. It's going to be the snipe. One bullet left. Magico takes it, gets the double kill with the melee. Beautiful out of him. But still, all the while, it's 3 down for Usubeni. They're still scoring. Somehow, Breaking Shot's able to stop them from getting B, and that means the scoring will continue.
I mean, it has just been overwhelming pressure. Usubeni's been fighting, and Leor finding the lurking player underneath. I mean, that's a angle that you never had to worry about before, and comes out on top. Finally, the break is in, but 218 points of bleed through before they've been able to get this break. And now the question is, how long can this break even survive? I mean, Nest is immediately swapped over for Usubeni. Noobs have a ton of work ahead of them.
Acid can really open up the map, though, with his snipe. Couple players in front of him. Has the legs of one. Leor is going to be the first to fall. Noble in a fight with Yaxon. Yaxon falls too. Gonna call out Noble. Acid gets him. This is where things open up. B and C being taken here. Gonna miss the no scope. Has a second chance. Almost gets another one as well. The double cap is in, and Acid still with the snipe in his hands can still do some incredible damage, but ends up going down to no shields. No more snipe ammo to use. 231 and counting as Acid continues on a tear.
And Acid just is not giving up on any of these gunfights. That's 5 in a row for him now. And I don't know if he necessarily meant to go down there, but it doesn't matter if he's down there. He's winning the fights. And I gotta say, man, he just continues to impress. Acid, I think, is the most underrated player this year so far with what I've seen. I mean, I'm so excited to see what he's able to do at Birmingham. I mean, he got that travel coverage to go. I'm so curious what this Usubeni squad, how they perform on that land.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. And again, traveling all that way, having that coverage is beautiful, but they still have to close out this series here. 2-1 so far. Let's see if they're able to get that closure. But again, look at that Slayer game. Very different situation, 50-34. You know, in that objective, it is a different story right now for Usubeni. It is going to be Recharge King of the Hill up next, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see if Acid can continue on his tear. 4,300 damage for Yaxon. 4,200 damage out of Magico on the bottom side. For Noobs. Noobs still had a lot of potential in that game. I just think that it was a snowball that was not able to be stopped, and we'll see if they can stop it here in this next game.
You look at some of these replays and just keep an eye at the bottom of your screen. The score never really changed dramatically throughout that game. It was always Usubeni that seemed to be in control, and Acid was popping off clearly at the end of this game. Felt like anything he wanted to do, he could get away. I mean, I think this was those next couple plays were so gross from him. Just winning in these spots where you're not supposed to win. And what are the odds that they put on the wrong map once again?
Oh boy. Oh, we'll get the right map sooner or later. Love these changes though. Again, gotta give a shout out to Lucid here. And any of the forgers that assisted him in this regard. I think a lot of the changes are very positive changes, and I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I hope the next game, or if the next game comes out, whatever it is, I think that it would be really nice to have like a pro player console or something where they can talk about some of the changes that need to be had or whatever. Maybe even have a balance there with casual players involved as well. I mean, I don't know. Like, do two different playlists where two different sets of players can make their opinions heard. Or at least have versions where we can all test it and see how it does at all different levels, because I think that's Very important. But these changes have been awesome here. Do you know any of the changes that are on recharge by any chance for the Evo settings?
There's a skewer bottom in.
Okay.
So get ready for that.
Oh, camo on shock rifle ledge.
Camo's on shock rifle. Overshield's going to be on the little islands where the sword used to be. Unless that got moved. I don't think it got moved, though. The big thing, though, is that we're playing King of the Hill, right? And it's the classic setting. So no longer is it score to win. It's going to be the time inside hill that is your win condition. Rather than getting the last second of each hill, you need to get every second of whatever hill comes up.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes on the neutral clock, and it's going to be Acid pushing directly towards that camo. It's going to be on a 30-second delay, so won't see that just yet, but that's a full burst into the player trying to cross, and Acid kind of left by his lonesome here as 3 go down on the side of Usubeni. He's going to have to play defense on the pipe side by himself.
The enemy team took the hill.
Just going to be impatient here, and the big thing is trying to time this push to maximize the value you could have out the camo, but he was a little bit late there, and Acid was able to get that camouflage, and now has gotten a skewer hand delivered towards him. Now, they did have to give up the overshield to get this combination, but they're getting time in hill, so I don't think they're necessarily too upset about it.
Yeah, and you saw Acid right there, right? He gets into cover a little bit and misses that crossing player. Regardless, though, he's absolutely fine. It's going to be more time in the hill for him. He gets spotted. No, but it's going to be OS in the hands of Noble now.
Yeah, you wonder if Noble was thinking when he saw that player turn around, he's a bit, do not hit the shot, right? Because one thing can take care of the overshield right away, and it's a skewer shot to the chest.
Great shots. Double kill comes out for him, Noble. Gonna push aggressively as he does have information that Piggy is on the back of Hydro. Piggy goes down pretty cleanly as well, and Usubeni starting to stagger just a bit, which could be a negative for them, I think, as this goes on. It's gonna be more points for Noobs as they take the lead.
See, nice play by Noble, just being patient down there, able to find one. The nade eventually gets in, but you can see Usubeni, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of teeth to their push right now. It feels like a little bit more on their back foot than what we've seen in the series thus far. And with that, I mean, Overshield gonna be coming up here soon. I'm curious as to how that's gonna impact the next rotation.
Yeah, they've got to start to look a little bit more comfortable. I agree with you. They definitely just seem on the back foot. They seem uncomfortable in this game, and it could just be the first couple of hills that have come through. This one, it's pretty standard, right? Pretty cut and dry, pretty black and white. You hold on that elevator side. You try to get the spawns to happen there as often as possible, and you see Usubeni do have those spawns. Leor having a bit of a hard time killing Breaking Shot here, but he's able to stay alive, and that first kill could facilitate the push here onto A.
See right now, I mean, successfully keeping them in that tower side. Finally, the push is coming through, but right as it does, you see 3 go down. Usubeni finding some big kills. Magica was able to get the one in the hill. Can he get Breaking Shot as well? No, not going to be able to get that kill, but he did really hurt the amount of time Usubeni can get in this hill. Look, they haven't gotten back in. That's probably been 10 seconds now that they've denied in time by just getting 1 kill. It was a 4v1, right, Tim?
Yeah.
And they didn't get any time after that. I mean, talk about getting value out of your kill.
And they got camo too on top of it, so it's just snowballed into worse and worse here for the side of Usubeni. Noobs have a chance to get control of this next hill, but look at the 2 players from Usubeni. Acid and Breaking Shot go down. Yaxin, though, gets the kill to even the odds. Noble's going to showcase his spot, and that's going to force Yaxin to come back. And there won't be a lot of time left on this camo. To be fair, or to be honest, I'm not sure if it's the 45-second camo or the 30-second camo, but regardless, Noble, he ends up falling and not able to get the trade there, so camo is off the map regardless.
That you see, Jackson decided to come back for the challenge, and I think he just killed him basically 3 different ways there, right? He could have shot him with the BR. Says, "No, I'll stick you," and then if the stick doesn't work, you'll also be off the map. Taking a little drink there, so Jackson maximizing the ways to kill 1 player in 1 engagement.
Jackson also going to get that overshield too, so they can push these players. See it, like right here, like I don't know how weak they are. Maybe he got information they weren't very weak, so he's not going to end up pushing. That player in the back is definitely weak with the way they're posturing, but Jackson's going to play back, and unfortunately playing back, he didn't get much damage or as much damage as he wanted, and he lost overshield. But Piggy just consistently on this bandit. Every single time you watch the screen, he's like, oh, you know what? Lucid put BRs in the game. Bah humbug. I'm going back to the bandit. This is my weapon, and he finds it every single time. Can he get this kill onto Leor? Yes, from the grave he will, but it's Usu Benny with the lead, 68-49.
I see. Breaking shot, win a fight that he is not supposed to, and that might give him enough firepower from this A side. They'll have that extra number to work with, and Breaking Shot wastes no time getting involved into these fights. He finds another, and every kill that he gets after that, you know, it's like a little extra value that you probably weren't supposed to have.
Double kill.
Value is important in any regard here. Magico not going to pick up the bandit, instead going to walk by it. Prefers the BR instead. You can see which players kind of prefer which weapons. I'm going to be honest, like everyone I've seen, it's the BR, and every time we watch Piggy, it's the bandit. He's 11-8 on his side. But a nice couple shots out of Noble with that BR. Double kill for him. Hill moving as well, and it's a nice shot by Leor. A very important kill there, as they are, Osubedi are 2 dead, and the Hill moved in that moment as well.
Leor trying to get involved into this next fight. He will find Piggy. But Acid seemingly catching him off guard. He never even got his BR up to the level that needed to be, minimizing the damage taken. Acid now is going to be able to just soak up a lot of this time. It's a dual problem for noobs right now. Not only do they have to get him out of this hill, but camouflage is coming up at this. I mean, skewer is coming up at the same time as camo and overshield, and they're not really in a position for any of them.
Well, Breaking Shot gets that OS. Skewer's still down bottom, trying to get the kill on the battery side. Gets that one. Lots of damage going in. They got to be aware of where he's going, and they are. They're set up for it. Here's the kill. They finally get him after he gets 2. That camo in the hands of Noble now is going to give noobs a bit more time in this hill.
I think Noble could have tried to get out of that hill, but I like the idea of staying in. There wasn't that much time left on it, so you're not really much in danger of losing that camouflage because of that hill, and you can see him really maximizing that time and then staying in the middle of the map to try to win the fights on the other side. I mean, wow, what plays from Noble. 5 in a row there. And I think Noobs played that pretty well considering the situation they're in. They had lost overshield. It seemed like the position was better for Usubeni, but I think at the end of the day, Noobs kind of came out on top.
Yeah, it's all these individual fights that are giving noobs the ability to come out on top. They're 94 and counting now, about to tie the game up, about to take the lead. 2 down for Usubeni. Leor's going to still be in that hill. They crossed the 100-point mark, and it's all because of those 5 kills, and of course the individual kills as well by the side of noobs. Now the skewer is in Leor's hands. He'll try to stop this from happening, but oh my gosh, the double push on the hill, and it's Breaking Shot with a clean double of his own.
That's one thing. The BR, if you have a team shot, it is a much faster time to kill than the bandit, because think about what you have to do with the bandit. It's 5 shots to kill. If you even have this guy shooting at the same exact time as you, at minimum you have to shoot 3 shots to get the kill. With the BR, it's just 2 bursts from each gun, so you're killing way faster with the BR when you have that dual team shot going on. You see how quick that player got melted because of it.
Oh, the hill ends up back on the Needler side. No Needler here, though. That was season 1, but it still is a very important hill to get.
What's up with that, Lucid? Why are we not having Needlers on the map, huh?
True, dude, true. Give me my Needler. Actually, you know what? Put a Sentinel beam there. Oh, that's such a fun one.
We don't need to let you in the kitchen, bro. Lucid's handling enough for everyone.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be. I'm a pilot now.
Bro, the second you said Sentinel beam on my eye, bro, like what are we doing? 4 down.
Oh man, I love that. Love that good. Yeah, 3 down, and this hill time is going to be solid, right? Because they're going to be able to force the spawns on the long haul side. They'll have full control of elevator as well. So really solid time by Usubeni. They'll continue to score.
C3 still alive for noobs, and they're trying to win out this rotation. Strong presence over at C, and that should be enough to at least give them that opening time. They just need to get away with a couple of these fights. Jackson might have just broke through one of the most important fights. You can see Magico having to shade up towards that camo, and Jackson not wasting any time trying to get forward. He does get through to the long haul, dude. Oh, Jackson, I'm so scared for him, dude. He is in between everyone, but they just don't seem to know, how does Jackson get lost like this?
And he's just creating a lane for Breaking Shot to come in. I was hoping Breaking Shot would pull out that BR, but That skewer now in his hands. A minute left. There's the shot, the beautiful clean shot on the bat ledge. These are some big kills right here. Oh, if that box wasn't there, sir. Ends up getting lots of hold time. Perfect in the feed out of Piggy with the BR. And a minute left.
And think about the difference that playing to score versus playing to time makes right now. Oh my, you saw the skewer protruding out of his visor. That's a headshot with the skewer right there. But, you know, with a minute left on the neutral clock, a lot of times if you're up by a hill, you're good enough to get out and not play the hill. But yeah, it's not the same equation when it's 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I mean, hell, 10 seconds, right? It's like just having a lead isn't safe enough for you to start playing the other win condition. Instead, you're having to see that neutral clock really tick down to maybe 30 seconds or less for them to even start to entertain the idea of playing out the neutral clock.
Yeah, I love this so much more, and it's crazy because until I saw it, I didn't remember what it was like. But you know, watching these couple of games and watching how it plays out, I definitely enjoy this as a viewer and, of course, as an analyst or commentator as well. It's definitely just more fun, and you can see that. Going for that beatdown is crazy, but the BR's got this I don't know, it's got this power to it. When you beat down, it sends people flying. It's kind of nuts.
Oh, dude. Nice job by breaking shot, killing spree here. He's 25 and 16 right now, and they are just 25 seconds away of being in hill to win this, and they could even have 40 seconds of neutral time. So with that being said, you can start thinking about the equation. I think neutral time might be the play here, as you see, Noobs isn't necessarily that close, but this is the other dynamic of it, right? You can think about neutral time, but I don't think they will, because the idea of neutral time is that you're okay with giving up some of the hill, but you're not necessarily okay with giving up any of the hill here. So Usubeni says, no, we'll get in. We just need a few more seconds, and they should be able to take this. And with that, they'll punch their ticket into the grand finals as long as they can find this final break.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know, the comeback potential that could happen here, though. You see 30 seconds left. Getting the hill stops the timer. But as of right now, like you said, all I need is 3 seconds. They'll sit behind that pillar. The 2 seconds, 1 second. Usubeni will find themselves in the grand final. An impressive performance, I would say, out of breaking shot. A player who, when he pops off, he makes a big difference. I would say the X factor on any team he's on. Hopefully he can continue this slate prowess through the grand finals where it matters the most.
Yeah, with that, I mean, wow, I was really impressed with Usubeni, really impressed with Acid throughout that, but I think most importantly, really refreshed with being able to watch these games and how they've been playing out.
I agree with you. I love to see again the classic King of the Hill. I love to see interference. All of this stuff really solid. You can see right there the winner's side, Usubeni, in that grand finals. And on the lower side of the bracket, of course, we've got Smiling Friends against Lightspeed to find out who goes into that elimination finals. Very excited to see which teams make it as far as they can. And again, got to speak on it, right? The BR, very fun to watch. I'm seeing those comments all over the chat as well. People love the battle rifle and they love to see that. So just cool, just honestly very cool to see how these things are kind of shifting the way the game's played.
You see, we're already in our next match. Onboard and the crew at Lightspeed going to be going up against Smiling Friends, which is Stefano Biscuit, Evil Carmine, Jesco, and K95s.
Very nice. Here we go. Smiling Friends, definitely a roster that looked really good, but against Lightspeed, we'll see what they're able to do. Lightspeed, obviously a lot of players that have been around the scene for a very long time, and that does make a difference, of course, as we all know. Something that's very different is going to be Forbidden Evo. I've not seen this one yet. This is the only map I haven't seen out of the rotation, or one of the maps I haven't seen out of the rotation. I'm not sure what the exact entire rotation is, but excited to see what changes were made here to make this map better.
I really like it. One of the big things, right, is going to be the sniper. That bow sniper is only having 4 bullets in them. So I think it makes it way less swingy. The other thing to note, there's going to be a grapple in the back of each base to use with 2 grapple charges on it. It can be used to potentially get yourself that early sniper, to to move yourself up on the map. They still have that overshield top middle, I believe, and then there's some routing that you can use on the map. There's some jumps through the bottom of the map. Looks like it's a quantum translocator, so love me some quantum translocator. So
Yeah, I think I did see one of those routes that you're talking about. My goodness, the last shot. I did see one of those routes that you were talking about towards the middle of the map where you can kind of run the flag that way. I saw a Lucid clip from that. That was really cool.
That's the really thing that was cool about it when I was talking to Lucid was, you know, like it's been shown off as a flag route. That's not really its primary designation. Like the way to think about it is if you're trapped in the base, right? How do you overextend? You do what Jesco is doing right now. And how many times have you played this map and you go back, you stare at that back ramp and you wait for the player to come to get that kill? Now you have another option. You can go underneath, you can keep playing forward and then use those skill jumps in the bottom middle of the map to create your flank or to get a different angle, right? You're no longer stuck into like a linear play. You have a dynamic option when you try to hit those overextends now.
Well, speaking of overextending, wow. Esendrado is going to get that flag all the way through, and Hunport does go down, but Jesco does as well. That flag looks like with the curb slide, it should be safe, and there it is. Lightspeed going to put flag number 1.
You see, already, is that Drift trying to get all the way to the back base? Do they know about him? I mean, if he finds good timing here, this could just be another flagpole pretty quickly here. You see that team shot come in, Pink Soccer lining up with Drift to get that early kill, but Drift taking a big damage there from the nade, and things going to be a little bit more chaotic from here on out.
Speaking of chaotic, Stefano Biscuit taking shots from every angle. Snipe's going to be back up once again. It's 4 shots in the chamber here for Pink Sakura. And it'll be Evil Carmine that looks for something, but he finds a snipe to the head. Quantum Translocator's up at the top center as well. We'll see who goes for that.
And no longer have, like, Quantum Translocator is good, but it's not worth losing your life for, right? So you're not going to see anyone trying to do that with the snipers in play. Usually you're going to wait till you get a 3-4 down, then try to make the play towards it. Missed the first, but hit the second. Killing spree for Pink Sakura. With that, perfect pre-aim, and oh man, double kill for Pink Sakura, and she's getting immediate damage. I mean, I don't even necessarily mind the play of like going and trying to cut off the overextend, but just stay up there, try to keep your damage on point. I mean, they are playing so well right now. There's not really a weakness to exploit. Smiling friends, and they might not be smiling at each other after these first couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good start, right? 9-4 out of Pink Sakura. And we'll continue on, I'm sure. Jesco's going to pull the flag at Lightspeed, though. This could be something of a solid run, as all of Lightspeed spawning in the back of their base. Where's that grapple? Is it going to make an appearance here? Are they going to use that route? Those are a couple of questions that I have as I'm watching this go on, but it looks like no. It will be a nice, clean run as long as
I wouldn't
Jesco
say that
can make
yet,
the curb
Tim.
slide.
That flag, remember where it's at? Okay, the reason I was saying I wouldn't necessarily say that is because of the BRs, right? Like, as long as you can get players up into position, it is such a power position to shoot into the base, right? So I think that's one of the things I like the most about this map being added back is the ability to like always feel like you can fight at any point in time on the map. Whereas before, there's a lot of times where you just are like, yep, we're having to get that up, and just had a little bit too much DI, directional input going into the wall there. Couldn't quite get it back in time.
Yeah, Jesco was like, Lucid, why didn't you add a ledge here?
Make it like wanted it to be like, what is that, pinball? Yeah, pop. Yeah. Needs a little ledge to pop out right there.
Well, Drift goes down for Lightspeed. Evil Carmine's gonna get a nice back smack there. Smiling Friends gonna be pushing up as a unit. Esendrado gonna be the first to go down. Pink Sakura 11-6, but ends up falling, I believe. So that will be the snipe down on the floor. It's up to Jesco to try and push off that kill.
Jesco able to find that cleanup, but with that, you see them still gonna be struggling to get further. I mean, Envor's just been lurking in the back, and I mean, now makes himself known, and it is too late for them to deal with. Just a big kill on the K9 there, and you know, he doesn't have the ability to get the flag run, but he certainly has the ability to get to be an annoying pest for Smiling Friends to deal with, and deal with it they have not. I mean, he is just finding unique angle after unique angle to really terrorize them. And oh, the grapple to get up high. Can he get away? Oh, into the slide. Yo, Envor. How annoying can one man be?
Yeah, I just love that. I love that use of the slide right after the grapple. Comes in, gets another kill. This man just has a lot of experience in the game of Halo, and he's putting it all together. And the adaptation is beautiful. Here's the footsteps. Okay, that was his teammate. Goodness
I thought I heard him too. I guess that was his teammate. I could have sworn those footsteps felt like they were from behind.
Loud, right?
Maybe we just both have our headsets on backwards, you know?
Yeah, maybe. There's Envor still, though. Still alive in this play. This sequence is just masterful out of him, and it's what you love to see out of him, right? New snipers coming up. Esendrado's there as well to assist.
He's been in this base for like a solid 2 minutes, and it's just eventually dealt with. And, you know, once he goes down, the rest of the dominoes start to follow there.
Pink Sakura is the last player alive. Gonna overextend on the Chow there. Tries to do all she can to put damage into the pushing players, but won't be enough damage because now Smiling Friends are pushing aggressively through. 3v3 on the map now as Evil Carmine is looking to clean this kill up onto Drift, but Drift staying alive really well. Tries to slide off of that QT, by the way. The timing's a bit off, but the shots are not. The reversal's good.
All right, with that, I'm going to bring Tony back into the cast here with us, Tim. I'm going to let you get you a little break, catch your breath for a little bit, get you ready for the next series. But Tony, welcome back. You're coming in. Game 1, Lightspeed, Smiling Friends. It's 2-1 at the moment, but Envor and the crew have been causing a lot of chaos to Smiling Friends. Tony getting his mic situated here. We'll get him in as soon as we can, though. K9 getting in some damage, not quite able to stay alive. With that, you see Envor trying to peek all the corners. No one quite giving him the challenge yet. Going up. And with that, oh wow, what a nade. That might just open up the path. Envor's not even going to look to the right. He says, I'm going for this. Has a chance to hit the curb slide for the flagpole. He will go for it. The spawns are ahead of him, but they're ready. They're looking. K9 not going to be able to stay alive. That flag still out into the middle. Pink Sakura getting more and more damage. And right now, it's just all four of them trying to brute force this flag back home. Stefano takes down Drift, but Pink Sakura there to clean up the flag around the corner. Now it's a race back home.
Yeah, that flag's going all the way through. I tripped Tony. That's why he wasn't here in time. So we have to wait for him to get up and
well, he's so
come
tall,
back. But,
so it takes a really long time for him to hit the ground and get back
That's
up.
right. Big Sakura, though, going to get that flag all the way through to this side, and the cap will go in, and we will have the game. Lightspeed going to take game number 1.
Now with that 1-0 Lightspeed up. Smiling Friends, though, I think put up a bit of a fight. Active, thank you for the cast in the game 1. We'll let you go. Tony, bringing you in. What's up, Tony?
I really hope you guys can hear me now. Please tell me you can hear me. But man, what a beautiful capture by Lightspeed, a beautiful end to that game. Happy that Smiling Friends have made it this far, but man, this is a tough matchup for them here.
Yeah, I mean, Lightspeed looking really good. I've been, you know, it's fun to see Envor playing with this squad. I believe it's 3 players from Mexico, right?
Yeah, well, we definitely know Pink Sakura and Drifter from the Latin American region. I'd have to imagine Asendrado, I believe it's pronounced, I believe as well. So yeah, Envor jumping in, and it's funny because Envor and Pink Sakura felt like the MVPs of Clutch Academy's tournament yesterday. So really cool with them coming together today.
With that, we go into game 2. 50 kills to take it will be the objective. You see this on Livefire Evo, so things gonna be a little bit different. And I think Livefire, one of the maps that has some of the most changes to it. You're gonna see the Mangler up in the play this time. It's spawning at the back of green, and that's the weapon I'm really looking out for. I mean, I love myself some big Mangler plays. The camo still on the map, on that pad where you expect it to be, and then you know, sniper where it ought to belong at top middle.
Yeah, I wonder how practiced with the Mangler most of these players actually be on the map. You know, we kind of saw earlier breaking shot, pick it up, and maybe just didn't get the timing down. It's been a little while since he's probably picked one up. So if they do end up grabbing a hold of it, hopefully they've used it, been like big team battle or something.
This again, I'm getting right back to that sniper. 8 bullets in the chamber here. See if he. Oh. You get a setting wrong. What do you think, Tony? What's the dealer's choice here?
Oh, I don't see if it was a QT or an active camo, so I can't cheat on that one. I'm gonna still go setting wrong. I didn't see anybody drop out. I'm gonna go setting was wrong.
Setting was wrong. I thought there was should be a shock rifle. I thought it was the Evo. I could have sworn. No, it says live fire ranked. I could have sworn we were loading in and it said live fire Evo, bro. So we must have the wrong map. Lee. Lee!
Damn, call him out. Why don't you call him out?
I could have sworn. Yeah, I could have sworn it said live fire Evo when he's loaded in, but apparently not.
Lee stands for lock in. That's acronym.
Lock in. Damn. Imagine. When you're gonna like name your children one day after like something like that. You'd be like, what initials can I make for lock in, Lee?
Bro, I made my first born tools. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's sick, bro. Thank you. I'm honored. I was gonna go with Frederick for mine, but I'll think about a Tony now. Like an Antonio.
Double kill.
Well, Frederick?
What? You got a problem with Frederick?
Yeah, what?
Dude, Fred solves crime. What are you talking about? Kid's gonna be a detective.
If you go Frederick over Anthony or Tony, I'm freaking out. But we're gonna redo game number 2 here. BRs are out. So is the shock rifle over towards the middle of the map. And Jesco, who Stefano Biscuit said that he found on the streets of San Antonio, he grabs a hold of that shock and he puts it to work immediately.
Yeah, that onboard trying to get right back to the power position at tower. Oh my. Dude, the shock rifle, when it hits, man, it is so fun. It's like, it just feels satisfying when you hit the headshot, you know?
Definitely a satisfying weapon, and also satisfying to get yourself in the 2-2 kill lead, or I guess a 2 kill deficit. Right now, our smiling friend, sadly, not able to take full advantage of that shock, but at least the trade goes down. Keeping it close here. Pink Sakura finds what could be her next victim is Stefano Biscuit. Great damage, and also looking for what could be the follow-up push.
Trying to find a kill to get them off 6-7. Looks like 8 will come. K9, only one left alive here, and he is stuck, and there is nowhere for him to go. With that, he's going to stagger out that spawn. This could be really tough for Smiling Friends. I think the only benefit was that there was no one there to immediately pressure those A spawns. It might give them the time necessary to breathe, but it's a really dangerous position to be in right now.
Only a 3-kill game here. Luckily, not a 6 or 7 deficit that Smiling Friends are looking at the moment. You're actually even bringing them back within 2 kills. Huge kills going on the board. And the camo not there, but a QT could be, as Envoy and Pink Sakura working so well together and Drift, the most forward player on the map, does end up running into 2 members of Smiling Friends. So Slay is going down left and right here as they battle it out for the Quantum Translocator.
QT gonna be giving you a lot of power on the map to get in and get out. Drift gonna find the double. Envoy gets away from the QT. Didn't feel confident enough to grab it as he was down to 1 shot, but we'll try the reapproach here. Now you gotta remember, this isn't an immediate boon to you. Like when you get the QT, you're gonna have to find a way out. So it's important for him to try to get his shields back before he tries to get into play with this. Looks like Envoy is going to be able to do just that. With Shock Rifle coming up in 20 seconds, you want to win your position to fight for that Shock Rifle. Try to get yourself either towards tower or well positioned into top mid before that timer comes up.
Love the teamwork coming at light speed there. Love Envoy trying to get out of jail with that Quantum Translocator. Sadly ends up going down, but looks like the damage clearly has been already done. Acendrado should be coming in for the 1-shot, but Evil Carmine putting them on their back. Evil Carmine making some plays here. Surprised he's still alive.
think Sakura was being a little cheeky there. You saw her sitting underneath. It's like, no wall to hide behind, but just using the tiny little bit of geometry there to catch a player by surprise, and she got rewarded for it. A nice little kill there.
Hey, you gotta be sneaky sometimes. You never want to take a fair 1v1. You always want to find a way to give yourself any advantage, including that first shot, or maybe a mangler in your hand. Sadly not able to get the kill, and just trading out kills left and right are both Smiling Friends and Lightspeed.
I was so ready for the mangler to rip someone, but not quite. Oh, jeez. The shock rifle taking the head of Drift there, and I mean, Smiling Friends, it would have been easy to maybe find themselves out of this game earlier with how much control Lightspeed had, but instead they changed it to their lead. I'm really resilient there, and now they're the ones that can really lead their way to the end game. Ooh, that punch did connect. Wow, can he? Oh, QT out. Oh, so close.
Biscuit wants to cover Jesco's back, does so beautifully. Nice little bait and switch action as he continues to grind forward here. Evil Carbine awarded the kill from that one coming off his spawn, and now Pink Sakura feels like she's by herself over toward the tower side, and the numbers advantage just don't seem to favor Lightspeed at the moment. The pings are going down, but everywhere she goes, there is a Smiling Friend or a smiling enemy looking to take advantage. 37-31, Smiling Friends looking to tie up the series.
Shots by Jesco there. I mean, wow, we talked about Lightspeed having, a lot of momentum early in the game, and you wouldn't even imagine that if you looked at the score now. 39-33 after a couple kills from Lightspeed, but this is basically their final life raft here. You gotta get this game close before Smiling Friends finds a couple more kills.
Big shots coming out of Jesco. Going to catch an entirely new route over toward the back tower side here. Carbine in the back pocket, doesn't need it. The BR is just doing way too much work. And then snapping onto Drift across the map. Envoy is there, I should say, was there. Smiling Friends right now. 44-36 at the moment. They're 6 kills away from ultimately tying up the series, and they ain't backing down. Even the former basketball coach Jesco going in for the challenge over toward the tunnel side. They are just fearless.
Yeah, but maybe a little too fearless. I think they might have had an overheat there. They were in such a dominant position, but how you look at it, it's only a 4-kill differential. They've given up the mangler off their spawn here. If Envoy is able to stay alive at this nest side and open up a path, and they could be right back into this game, and Drift finds the next. They go 2 for 1 here. Can he live? Can he survive the mangler out? No! K9 shuts it down. Oh, and dude, if that isn't the sidekick for you, man, I think the bloom got him right there. That is just a tough break, and you see Smiling Friends should be able to close this one out as they get to 49.
Oh, make it 50, courtesy of a triple by Stefano Biscuit, and now that's how you win the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Nice and clean for the double come up. Hey, how do you get number 50? See you later, Drift.
Wow. Making it look easy does Stefano Biscuit, and I do apologize to you tools. I know you want to see some more mangler action. Right now the mangler just seems cursed on the map of live fire, but we did see plenty of shock rifle plays, and I ain't mad at that, and I ain't mad at this new kid on the block, Jesco. Man, it's only died 6 times that entire game, leading slays, leading in damage, so least damage taken as well. Dude, everything this Jesco guy is doing is the right thing, and honestly, welcome to the league, Jesco.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he's playing great. I mean, I see some rumors. I was gonna say some rumors. He's a BR bandit. Imagine the BR Reapers coming out. But no, I've really been super impressed with Jesco of what I've seen. I mean, I feel like I've seen him around in matchmaking. It's like I know the name when I hear it, but it's like I can't like think back to seeing him in any of the HCS Open series. But I'm sure he's been there. But so far, I gotta say, I mean, man shoots.
Well, so when I was in the chat, Marine had hit me up and said, how do I feel about this Jesco guy? And it kind of made me think, oh, is it Marine like on a Smurf? But apparently Stefano Biscuit says, and I quote, I found him on the streets of San Antonio and picked him up, is what he said. And then he said that he's a former basketball coach, apparently. So that's the intel that I've got so far.
Who do you think he's
doing
like
my research.
coaching? And, like, you hear basketball coach, like you said kid, bro. I've never known a former coach to be anything but like an old man. I think he's like 45 doing this.
I mean, he could be an older coach, maybe coaching like, oh my gosh, like high school, middle school, or maybe, you know, maybe like an after school program, you know, during the summer times. He's doing,
like
you know,
doing
I don't know. I'm sorry. I got to do my research. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's like, it's just, you know, it's such a good little lore drop that he's a basketball coach or a former basketball coach. It's like, now if you're coaching a basketball team, Tony, like what's the appropriate, like what kind of basketball team are you wanting to coach?
Would I want to?
Or do you think you'd be most apt at? I don't know.
I don't think the younger generation. See, the young kids, I'd be hard to get them to lock in and whatnot. You know,
okay.
Like so, I would have to go older. I'd have to say like I think middle school is great. Middle school,
right? So like you hit like the senior citizen, you know, like 60 plus. Like, hey, yo, Gertrude, like, come here, hit up this post. Like, you gotta like put that elbow in.
Yeah, I'm going for the seniors. That's exactly right. 11-4 lead in favor of Smiling Friends at the moment. Lightspeed ends up going 3 down, and Smiling Friends bring that ball back to the A side.
Oh, I was like, dude, I know Jesco. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out. He was at the LAN. I was like, there's no way. Yeah, okay. I was like trying to figure out like, why do I know him? And it's like, yeah, he was at the LVT LAN. He's popping.
I would hope so. If Stefano Biscuit said he found him in the streets of San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Early lead still for Smiling Friends, and let me tell you, yeah, you have to imagine Lightspeed probably the favorites coming into this matchup, but the way Smiling Friends are playing right now from game number 2 to game number 3, you wouldn't think that. I mean, Jesco and the crew really doing well.
Yeah, more and more damage coming through. Jesco trying to stay. Oh, dude, Jesco going for a crazy reach out, but I get it. I mean, he's getting surrounded by everyone. He almost took drift with him, but he'll go down. His teammate follows, and Evil Carmine's probably close behind here. It's a big gunfight, and ooh, you need the perfect star. He comes into the feed, and he's still trying to get more damage down. I really like that. Now, one thing you know, you see that little panel to the right of Evil Carmine there. He has the option, if he wanted to try to get up to the bridge using a new skill jump that was added by Lucid there.
Yeah, it said it wants to go the long way, the perimeter side over toward the A, and as people start to get more comfortable with the maps and the jumps, we could see a lot more of the skill jumps coming, just like we see right now, a whole lot of passing of the balls, even though Evil Carmine allergic to that one. He's gonna drop it as well. He's like, I'm frying right now, I ain't stopping. As he clears out the gold side, Pink Sakura does end up picking him up over on the top gold, and now a bit of a 1v1. Oh, hold on. K95s coming in out of nowhere.
I'm trying to figure out how that insta split happened. I think like maybe he shot a grenade out of the thing and it like triggered the explosion. I was like trying to figure out how that insta split happened, but either way, it did a good bit of damage there. See, so far, I mean, neither team quite getting a good chunk of time yet. I mean, it seems like a very chaotic game once these teams pick up the ball, but skewers up at the bottom mid. Overshield camo should be on their pads. It looks like Stefano is going to get the overshield. Evil Carmine going for the skewer. The power weapon, power up in the hands of Smiling Friends. Is it enough to find the break?
So they're going to decide to triple push through the red pipes here, avoiding as many nades as possible. Try to hold on to every last bit of that overshield and the skewer as well. Ball ends up in their hands. That's a clean break here by Smiling Friends. Some of the scattered pieces are getting cleaned up as well. I mean, that's the execution you want to see, but the spawners are here. Yeah. They're being a thorn in the side of Stefano Biscuit.
I like using the little panels there on the side of the half wall to change your elevation for the gunfight. Almost worked out to get that kill, but instead you start to see more of that chaotic element. Smiling Friends, they go down to the respawn, and it's Lightspeed that ends up finding the ball once again. I'm a bit surprised because Smiling Friends, it felt like they were really effective on that break. But at the end, after the dust settles, it's being Sakura that's getting more and more ball time, and eventually the lead that comes along with it. I mean, this has been a big run for Lightspeed.
Sadly, it's not about how you start the push, it's about how you finish it. And now we have a new push being started this time by Smiling Friends. They don't look to make the same mistakes they did before, but Pink Sakura off the top rope turns it into a double kill. That was absolutely beautiful. 3 down goes Smiling Friends.
And she's right back to this fight position, trying to get more and more time. Onboard's getting a little aggressive into this white tower. Drift listening for players on the overextend. Onboard won his fight. Can Drift win his? Down in the initial fight. It's going to be a tough one to win. Jesco shuts it down, but Pink Sakura with that info, she has a couple options here. Either play the ball out into the middle, but she could also rotate it to Onboard, but looks like she makes the right decision by throwing it out. Onboard lost his fight over on the A side, and she's going to come down to Slays once again. K9? Get away from Pink Sakura, that's the question. I mean, she has eyes for him, and wow, I mean, nowhere to go with that camo. Maybe a bit aggressive onto that camo challenge. There was no nade that came out, but Pink Sakura, I mean, really stemming what could have been a tough issue for them.
Really feels like a big risk going for that camouflage. Now that it's placed over towards where the shock rifle was, it really feels like a tough grab. And
he got 2.
As Evil Carmine gets the intel, there's at least 1, maybe 2. Now 3 members of Lightspeed over toward the A side. Evil Carmine looking to back down, slow it down just a bit. Scoring right now is what Smiling Friends need, especially with less than a minute on the clock. Wins a fight, has teammates with them, takes high with the repulse. Oh my gosh, Evil Carmine with the audacity, and Jesco there for the cleanup.
And just 5 seconds away from taking this lead back. Jesco and crew now taking the lead. They play that ball down, gonna try to win some of these slays. Onboard had gotten that stalker, and well, he comes in for the next fight. It's just Stefano Biscuit that's alive, and this lead is 1 point big. So you gotta win some big gunfights, try to keep him off. 1v2, 1v none, as there's nothing to find there. Double kill. That's time once again for Lightspeed, and they might be able to soak up even more as Pink Sakura is able to take this into the pipes.
Yeah, this is highly unfortunate here for Smiling Friends. At that point, the 30-second mark, and you could not have gone 3 down, and that's exactly what happens. And then the dominoes continue to fall the way of Smiling Friends as you continue to get knocked down one after another. Less than 10 seconds was needed for Lightspeed. They look to rotate that ball away from the spawning players of Smiling Friends, playing it absolutely lights out. The nades are not going to be enough, and Lightspeed end that one. And man, Smiling Friends got so close so many times.
Yeah, I mean, they really did a good job of keeping themselves in the game. I think a couple things that ended up biting them was actually that skewer rifle. We didn't see it a lot, like in the hands, but it felt like there was a huge influx of big kills for Lightspeed that came off the back of that skewer and opening up the plays. It was Onboard that eventually got the kill and got a big break because of that skewer. And you know, if you kept getting kills in the first round, why wouldn't you go for it in the second round?
Dropped. Enemy has the ball.
As of right now, it's Onboard that has the skewer in hands.
Oh! Whoa!
Lines of K9 finds from across the map, follows it up with some clean bandit shots. Why not get another skewer? Spikes them 3 down for Smiling Friends.
Yo, bring the skewer into HCS today, bro. I don't even care if it's like we have a sniper. Can we do a sniper and skewer on the same map? I don't know. What I just want the skewer to be on every map, dude. It's so fun to watch. Pink Sakura able to pick that up, finds another, and I mean, this has been a nice chunk of time for Lightspeed thus far.
Enemy
See
has
the
the
camo,
ball.
they didn't. K9 first, second,
Ball.
Double
skewer,
kill.
third, Onboard. Ah, so close.
That would have been something special. I love the patience for the double kill. Clean, executed it well, and those are the plays that definitely matter. But man, that would have been crazy if we would have got the triple kill. 37-0 run here for Lightspeed, and K9 Vibes and Smiling Friends gonna need a lot more plays like that. Evil Carmine following it up with a double kill of his own, and Drift, although almost gets one, ends up getting taken out.
Yeah, there you see the ball back into the middle of the map right now. No one quite getting an easy time here. I think Envoy's gonna try to cut through the middle. Pink Soccer won her fight over into the long haul. Stefano finds himself, you know, he thought he was flanking these players, but by the time he gets to that white tower, they've already gotten through. This is really impressive sequencing right here for Lightspeed to even get time out of this. And even if they lose their numbers, I mean, they have a pretty decent position to get some time, and they have an ability to play ball and fight. I'm really impressed by how they were able to turn that situation around. And you know, Envoy, he's getting loud, bro. He's getting loud. Double kill for Envoy.
Multiple go down here for Smiling Friends. 28 kills so far for Envoy, who is like a wrecking ball on the map. Anybody that goes his way is getting absolutely decimated and destroyed, it feels like. Makes his way over towards Repulse. No longer the grapple there, but also predicting that Evil Carmine might be going for a wide rotation. Gets the call out that Stefano Biscuit is weak, activates that on immediately. Every weakened player on the map is being attacked. Meanwhile, no, not quite as many points you want to see yet, but they're up 54-0.
Envoy just wanting to get that ball away from the camouflage, get back into the play position now. Skewer is up, and Envoy's gonna have a tough time getting to it as he's taking too much damage. He'll go down. See a lot of the fighting happening on that perimeter, but that early play, you know, what I thought was going to be a pretty decent spot for Lightspeed ends up being probably their demise here, as they've just given Smiling Friends a pretty easy grab. They take it back to the play position. Oh, Skewer wins that gunfight, and Evil Carmine goes for the play. Maybe a little bit early there, Tony. I don't know if it was necessarily needed to play that ball. I feel like you're maybe given an opportunity for Lightspeed to get back to that ball pretty early.
On the hand, Stefano Biscuit.
Oh, never mind. Wow.
Able to take down Envoy before he gets activated toward the Whirlpool side, and K95's gonna pocket that overshield for just a bit, and now activated towards the mid map, which is probably where he needs it the most. A dangerous cross is he able to make fairly safely, and now confidently pushes through the Whirlpool side. Knows his two members of Lightspeed ahead of him, but a third one ends up behind him. No more overshield to work with, but at least he's still alive.
He's trying to get involved in every gunfight he can. K9 just in a really powerful spot, and oftentimes he's getting into these gunfights and they just are not looking at him. Finally taken down, but now I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking, man, you got 40 seconds to make up here and only a minute 34 on the time, and look, Lightspeed's gonna even grow this lead out to more. This is such a tough spot to fight out of. Smiling Friend's gonna need some big impact play here and now, and Jesco deliver it.
One kill over toward the perimeter, and the second one's gonna fall. Ball ends up in the hands for Smiling Friends at the moment. Although they don't have the numbers, they're hoping maybe the spawners are favored towards them. Evil Carmine immediately attacking that perimeter. He wants control of this gold side as they're gonna keep this ball back of A. You wanted the plays to be made. Well, so far, it seems like Smiling Friends are making them.
Yeah, look, Jesco went in, got the kill onto the first, got an assist onto the second, broke the setup, and then Stefano has just been really heads up on where to take this ball. I mean, even now, as he feels that pressure throwing it out, that should be an easy enough grab for one of these players to get it back into this play position. I mean, that was a really impressive sequencing from them, and now I think you could probably get another 15 seconds here unless there's a player I'm not aware of. I mean, Envoy and Pink Soccer are going to try to make this push. They're going to play the ball. They have all these players in the white, and he's going to have an overshield to time take these fights as well. I mean, yeah, they lose their numbers here, but Evil Carmine, as long as he doesn't get backsmacked, I mean, this overshield should be at least some sort of impact to the play.
Fairly close game here, but Lightspeed trying to put some distance in. A little over a minute on the clock, so it really feels like these plays are going to start to matter and going to start to add up. Surrounded was Envoy by multiple members of Smiling Friends, and Jesco thought he was safe until Acendrado coming out of nowhere for the backsmack. 3 down, go Lightspeed. At least the play ball happens. The ball in a baitable position, and hopefully Drift and the rest can bait it out, because Smiling Friends are going to be on the attack right now.
Yeah, suddenly the neutral clock is really starting to play a factor. I mean, there's only 38 seconds left on it, and that's not necessarily to the demise of Smiling Friends. If they can get a nice little hold, take a big lead, take a small lead, they can then drop the ball and win the game pretty quickly from there. But it's going to come down to breaking a hold. They need to win these gunfights. Oh, Asandrado wins the first. Pink Sakura there to try to clean up. It's just Evil Carmine on the map. Finally, a spawn's coming. Evil Carmine won his engagement. Can he win the follow-up, though? I mean, those stairs took so much damage, but eventually, Evil Carmine goes down, and so does Jesco. Pink Sakura, by her lonesome in the back of A, is winning gunfight after gunfight. That's 3. Number 4 goes down. Lightspeed. Are you kidding me?
Nobody able to account for Pink Sakura. All she knows is clutch plays at the end of games, and man, just staying alive, absolutely pelting them with bullets and refusing to go down easily. That right there, you have to give credit to Pink Sakura, because if she goes down the first one, you have to imagine the Smiling Friends take the lead and really put the shot clock against Lightspeed. Those are the plays that you want to see.
Take a look at the end screen, and you see Onward 36 kills for his team. Drift following close behind with 30. Lots of assists across the board. I mean, just a ton of damage being output by those two.
My gosh, 9,586 damage is going to be total, very close to that 10k damage from Envor, and just serious. And look at some of the accuracy. You have 2 players firing at 60% accuracy. The shots being fired is absolutely insane. Man, this is what you want to see if you were a fan of Lightspeed. And now 1 game away from advancing forward here. It's Smiling Friends that are on the clock. Can you force a game number 5? Because if you do, it really feels like anything can happen. But it's up to you to clutch up in this game 4.
Game 4, we're going to the streets of New Mombasa. Play some Strongholds. Game type that has not been on that map since what, year 1, maybe year 2. It's been a long time since we've been playing some street Strongholds.
That it has been, but we are here, and apparently so are Smiling Friends and Lightspeed. Hopefully they remember how to
wrong
play
map,
it.
wrong map. How long did you think until they notice?
How did you notice right off the rip?
Because the stalker rifle is supposed to be at B. There we go.
Oh,
bro,
they got it pretty early.
I feel like the last, I think we're 7 for 8 on starting on the wrong map. hey, remember what he said? Lee! Lock in.
Lock in!
Lock in.
Maybe that's what we need. We need to start naming them V settings,
we need Lucid to come in and be like, yo, wait, Lucid, why aren't they getting the right maps, bro? We need the commish to come in and give a stern talking to. We're gonna have to have Lucid host all the maps.
Dropping fines, bro. The commission comes in.
Commish. Get these guys in check.
We're gonna penalize Lightspeed 1 draft pick for next year. Unfortunate, but like I said, at least they caught it early, so we're able to reset it and get it back to the proper settings. I will say part of this tournament is fun with the VR starts, but I also think a large part of it is with the new settings. So yeah, I want to see what the Sentinel Beam can do. I want to see what that Stalker in the new position as well. So I want to see the new settings personally. Shoot, we saw what Breaking Shot did with that jump from Disruptor to top nest. That was crazy.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's a lot of new jumps that have been added. Hell, there's a whole new hallway / section on this map, and last week we saw a lot of people camping over there. This time there's a kill barrier, so you can't go lurking. Pots to 11. This time it looks like we have the right map. Look, there's a big old hallway in the back over there. So whoa. Dude, that commando might as well have been a skewer. That thing punched him.
One of the bigger changes too, instead of an active camouflage over toward the mid map, you saw that actually swapped out for an overshield instead, and K95s may not have an overshield, but he does have his sentinel beam, microwaving them up and using the movement. Oh, may I say movement? I don't know how. This man's alive. He dodges the grenades. No shot, bro.
Dude, he's
no
probably ran a mile in his chair, bro. He's going to swaying left, right. K9 5s. Getting kill after kill. How is this man alive? The movement from him. Dude, I just talk about making the most out of tough situations.
Ultimate will now go down for Lightspeed. This is a great opportunity for Smiling Friends to take advantage as K95's Fearless feeling real good. Ends up catching 2 grenades, but luckily you do have Evil Carmine there to cover your back. K95's lives once again, which I feel like I've been saying all game so far, as he hasn't died a single time and continues to attack the weak point of Lightspeed. Triple cap now being started.
He's not even necessarily safe here. I mean, Carmine can really keep them off. They won that gunfight as Jesco comes in, and they can just be one step ahead on this rotation. This is a really big hill cache for Asandrado. He not only does he need to get this, he needs to stay alive after, just to slow down the pacing of Smiling Friends. And it looks like he did just that. I see Evil Carmine not feeling as confident on that reach out, but he is feeling confident on the retake. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the ammo for the fight. Asandrado still, how? He got 2.
There it is. Killing spree now being earned by Jesco. Alpha and Bravo belong to them. 74 points so far. When with Lightspeed trying to out-rotate him over toward the Bravo side, it looks like this 1v2 may turn to a 1v3 real quick as K9 tries to get involved. He loses Jesco real quick and ends up losing his life as well. 3 down for Smiling Friends. Not what you want to see.
The number was captured. Asandrado might be able to get the reset. A big play after big play. Asandrado, can you win the gunfight too? Take the chow, come back, get involved. I want to see this one. 1v1. Jesco backing up as the 1v1 becomes a 1v2, and there comes the cleanup. Pink Soccer playing well, and the trip cap early for Smiling Friends has suddenly been turned on its head. It's Lightspeed that's scoring at their namesake right now. 2 points for every second they kept that into play, and they might be able to get it back into play with the overshield coming into their possession. This has been a complete reversal of what we saw in the beginning game.
Asandrado with a double kill over toward the mid-map allows them to grab a hold of that overshield, but with 4 players surrounded, they need the support of Envor, who's right here over toward the PD. Evil Carmine goes down, and so do 4 members of Smiling Friends. That's Lightspeed taking the lead.
And look, they're going to spawn at C, and they have to make an option. Are we going to get into this right away and try to win from there? Are we going to try to get spacing on the map? It looks like K9 try to get forward, but you can see the downside of the push. I mean, Envor's there, double kill. There is nothing for them to find, and what? This is so deadly. I don't even, like, maybe a PD spawn? Like, where do you even spawn here? This is such a tough spot. They're spawning at shotgun? Like, what are you supposed to do? This is backbreaking, and I mean, you're seeing maybe some of the reason that Streets was taken out of rotation. When you get the trip cap in, it can be brutal on this map. They finally get the stop, but I mean, think about what it would have been like before the changes that Lucid made. When you had rockets on the map, like what were you supposed to do when you get put into a spawn trap like that?
Perfect.
At this point, you beg for it to stop, because right now it's Lightspeed holding on to at least 2 bases at all pointed times, and if not 2, it ends up being 3. Killing spree earned by Envor, securing the kill on the weakened player before committing back over towards Charlie. It's no man left behind, and nobody can stop this man on your screen. Envor has been absolutely going off. Trip cap locked in once again.
And, you know, this is the strategy of Strongholds that I always like. It's the ABCs, right? You want all 3 of them, but what does it stand for? Always be committing. Commit to your gunfights. Commit to getting yourself into these trip cap situations. As long as you're full-fledged going for it, I really think that the upside is always worth it, even when it doesn't work out, right? It didn't work right there for Lightspeed, but that's okay. Because you have the trip cap, you're going to lose a couple lives, but you're going to spawn up. You're still going to have a home base to deal with, to fight out of, and if you win the gunfights from there, you get right back to your plan of committing in for more and more damage. I really think that trip cap is always the play for the most part. You should always be trying to maximize your damage, maximize your points.
Jesco down to one shot here. We're gonna try to maximize his life right now, staying alive and catching a grenade right to the face. Sam doesn't have the shields there and has to watch out for the remote detonation, but with his teammates dropping, it looks like Jesco is gonna have to retreat. Two members are be pushing right through the strong side of the map, and can he take down at least one, trading out with Envor?
Yeah, it's a pretty big trade on the Envor. If Envor lives there, they get 2 players into this hill. They get right back into the action instead. Because they can't really commit out as fast as they'd like, K9's going to get a free overshield, and they can try to use that to battle back into B with the stalker rifle back up. That stick hit? Oh, ooh. Oh no, K9 has an overkill opportunity here. His players are going to keep committing, and he is getting damaged, but he doesn't quite have the ammo for the finish. Trying to wrap back. Too many to deal with.
Does a great job of making them weak, but not able to get the finish here. And as their shields are right back in, the weapons are hot. And Envor putting down some max damage. Ascendrado ends up getting a kill, and so does Pink Sakura. Envor survives courtesy of the teamwork of Lightspeed.
Let's see, trip cap. Pressure trying to be applied here. Drift right into that doorway. Got the first. The chase nade was perfect. The punch gets the kill. He doesn't stay alive, but oh my, Drift making the most of his situation. It's still just a 2-cap in, but it's 4 that go down. Oh, Pink Sakura. I mean, she went around the corner for a second, saw the spotters, and is giving the info to her team, saying, hey, run to PD. They are all here.
Enemy team nearing
Smiling Friends have been absolutely fantastic, but at this point, you gotta dig deep and you gotta find a way to slow down Lightspeed. We're coming at you at just that 234 points. The spawners are coming up. They need a base and they need it now. Just go down to one shot. Nade lands right at his feet. Hopefully they'll get their shields back, but teammates off of the off the screen are getting taken out.
enemy team.
Finally,
scored.
Bravo and Charlie belong to them. They slow it down just a bit.
See, we're going out of his way for that Sentinel, but we've seen some big plays with it thus far, but it only has ammo for, maybe a 1-2 kill swing, but that's what they need. They need something to open up the map, and oh, that was gonna be it. The last player alive was Ascendrado, but not only did he get that kill, he hits a perfect spawn nade onto the next player. K9 not able to get out. He goes straight to B, doesn't even try to finish that kill, instead leaving a lot of that work to Pink Sakura, who gets a ton of damage in. I really love the way that Ascendrado is playing the map right now. I mean, he is just focusing on what is best for the team, not myself. He went through the middle, caught the player off spawn, got the hill, went back, helped Oddball onto his, and they went from having an A-B attack to getting a B-C hold. Such great rotations.
Ascendrado definitely played the last 90 seconds, what feels like perfect at the moment here, but with losing 2 members of your team and eventually being the third, you're gonna have to reset just a bit. Only 4 more points needed though for Lightspeed. How do Smiling Friends find that perfect halo?
K9 knowing that overshot's gonna be really important here, but because of the lead that Lightspeed has, they don't necessarily have to commit for it right away. They can commit elsewhere. And when they do, Envor takes advantage. He gets the overshield into his possession, and they just need a couple seconds of a hill capture going their way. With 3 down, this might just be it.
Enemy team scored.
Overshield for Envor. Alpha potentially changing hands here. They are being contested, but hey, much you can do to stop it. Lightspeed are here, 250 points, and they're gonna be the ones advancing to that elimination bracket finals. Highly unfortunate for Smiling Friends. I thought they played absolutely lights out this series. Lightspeed were the favorites. Smiling Friends showed that they can contend with them at almost every single game, but today belongs to Lightspeed.
See, Stefano not having his greatest performance this time around. I'm sure he'll figure it out on his next time up the plate. I mean, I was really impressed with the way he played a lot of this tournament, but this time it's going to be Envor and the rest of Lightspeed that get the win. Ascendrado having his game of the tournament thus far, 24-14. Really felt like he was hitting flow state. So many plays where he stopped any sort of momentum from Smiling Friends. I mean, look, it was 250 to 183. It's still a relatively close game. I mean, it could have absolutely gone the other way, but I feel like Ascendrado, when he was left last alive, oftentimes came up with a big gunfight win.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Stefano Biscuit is that it feels like a lot of people are going to forget all of the amazing matches that he had, the games that he had, and just remember that one, which obviously didn't go his way. Meanwhile, like you said, Hacendado definitely had to be the MVP of that game. I mean, talk about just being in the right place at the right time and making the right plays when your team needed you to most. Want to give some love to Hacendado, and I would say out of all the players that we've seen on Lightspeed, I think Hacendado is probably the one we know the least about. So definitely want to know more about them.
See, we're back to the end here, and I felt like this is where Smiling Friends could maybe start making a bit of a comeback, but it was the big plays after this from Hacendado, right? Look, he's basically last alive over here, gets that kill, was able to get in, find that next, and just start causing mayhem. Lightspeed gonna continue on this bracket. Up next against them is gonna be Noobs in the bracket in our elimination finals. So Noobs versus Lightspeed, this is to get top 2 and to get into the money.
Can't wait for this one here. Try to find out who's gonna make it into that grand finals. I guess why don't we go on a short break? We come back, we'll have some more action here with your Lucid and LVT Evo number 2 Noobs and Lightspeed coming up next.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your LVT and Lucid Evo settings number 2 tournament. $1,000 on the line, and we had to bring in the man, the myth, the legend himself, and Lucid, and just get a few words with it. I guess first of all, how are you feeling so far since the tournament started? It's been quite some hours since. It's been a nice little long haul. How are you feeling doing your watch party?
Yeah, no, it's been great, man. I've been really enjoying a lot of the extra changes put back in. Love seeing the strafe acceleration, the strafe in general, just kind of back to its former glory. BRs obviously kind of negate the jiggle peaks a little bit, but it makes it a little bit faster paced. It doesn't force you to like have to do some of the, I guess, advanced tech, even though it's still there as an option. Like you get to just play Halo, get to run around, play some new stuff, try out some new things, use the sandbox, and really enjoying it. Really enjoying the classic Hoth too, especially.
You know what? I love that you said that. I want to build off of that a little bit here, if you don't mind me asking. When you were building these maps and these rule sets, what problems were you looking to solve when you had these in mind?
I mean, to be blunt, it's just sort of the boring factor. Like a lot of the like HCS is still very and has still been very highly competitive for a while now, and it will always will be just based on the competition alone. But like the whole point of all this is still to be like exciting, and we just haven't really had exciting elements.
Let's talk about that process, right? What does that process look like? Obviously, you just said you had some things in mind. Oh, we lost. Okay. So yeah, let's talk about the process of that. Like, obviously you said you had some things in mind already, but you had to get some forgers together. Like, obviously they had to, you know, kind of be involved in it. So what did the process look like? Like, where I would assume the forgers were very, you know, eager to help and make some changes. Wow.
I'm on playing Halo now, testing out changes, and that is just kind of the development process. The newest things right now with like interference, for example, at least with some of the routes, I did want to shout out Astro, who he is the original creator of the interference map. And he came up with all these routes on his own, which once he mentioned that to me in my chat before, like a few weeks ago or months ago, and came back to it, I was just so down to try it and just, you know, get back into reworking that map and adding in some new sandbox elements, which is pretty much what I worked with on the map, that map in particular. But it's been primarily just me working with my chat and talking to people, giving them my ideas, and we just, you know, keep chipping away at it day by day.
Well, with the game about to start here, I gotta ask this: if you were competing in this tournament today, what's the first thing that you would try to learn and try to export? What's the first thing that you're working on immediately with these new rules and new maps changes?
I mean, it's definitely all the jumps, all the ledges and things that really can add and turn the tide of a fight. I think is one of the most important things that I still don't see enough people using, especially some of the live fire and recharge jumps. So hopefully we see some more of that in this game going on right now.
So I had another question, right? And this might be a little bit controversial, so obviously answer it as you wish. But with you know, obviously competition going to continue in Halo, I'm sorry, at some time with a new game or whatever. What changes would you like to see as a pro player in maybe having a potential like pro player, you know, meetings or whatever with the developers? Like, what would you like to, and I'm sure you've voiced this many times, but I'd like to give you the platform to voice it now. What would you like to see changed for the next official season that would maybe involve pro players more than they've been involved in with the past?
Yeah, it's a really fine line because I think from the developers, it's hard for them to really support pro players sometimes or give them the platform to actually give the feedback, because some people just don't want to or don't necessarily care to. They want to just play the game and they want to participate. They'll still give their feedback in a casual sense, or you know, more so the woes and worries and frustrations a lot of times is what a lot of it will boil down to. But yeah, I mean, that just the process again of I think like it really just boils down to HCS kind of putting their foot down about some things, about, you know, GAs, for example, is something that has been prevalent throughout the past few years in Infinite in particular, where certain things just stayed on the map forever. They literally just lasted when we knew we did not want to play with them anymore. But like, there should be some form of, you know, bouncing ideas off of us, or creating some sort of playlist or some surveys or something. Some means of actually getting playtests in, even in a very more casual sense, with the intention of making pro plays and pro play as a whole, you know, try to actually develop. Just way too much stagnation in the process right currently, and that just really needs to change for the future.
Yeah, we definitely need to see some changes here, and I'm still excited to see what can be, and especially after these settings, I'm sure it's going to open a lot of people's minds with how good they work and how feedback is going to be distributed. As we move to the second quarter of this game, I'll ask you one last question. Oh my gosh, nice little triple kill by Ascendado. But ask you one last question, I'll let you go here. Was there any change to a map or a rule set in the game types within these Evo settings that you were like, well, this right here, if mastered or if taken advantage of, this is going to change how this map or game mode is played?
I mean, it's a good question. I think recharge is probably one of the biggest like sandbox element tweaks. That is like, it feels kind of simple in a sense, taking a step back, but the element of fighting for the camo or fighting for the OS at certain times and actually having a reason to be it like back blue, it really makes a huge difference that if people are properly playing for it in the meta of this current iteration of this map that we have right here, the Evo series. I think it really would change the way that people play this map compared to what we're typically used to with just like, you know, elevator gold setups, and actually figuring out how to flow on the map as a whole, not just certain corners.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to find out all the changes and see who's able to take advantage of it the most right here in this matchup. Lucid, again, it truly is, and I want to say, a pleasure to have you on the desk with us at any given time. Not only an amazing player, apparently an amazing forger, but also well-spoken and amazing to have on the desk as well. Thank you so much for taking time out.
Of course, it's always a pleasure, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
And ladies and gentlemen at home, while we move into the actual play-by-play of this actual game, so far it's been an early lead for Lightspeed. But as I say that, the noobs, who are anything but noobs, end up taking both Alpha and Bravo. They are scoring, but you allow Drift to grab a hold of an overshield. Will that bite you in the butt?
Yeah, it might, and it might hurt, Tony. We'll see what Drift's able to do. Directly in towards the bottom of elevator. Leor knows he's in trouble. Just tries to throw a sticky, but ends up just being a bit of a distraction. It's going to be 2 assists here for Drift. Make that 3 assists in a row. He's playing like you at this point, Tony. The 8 cap goes in. That's going to be a 2 cap here for Lightspeed.
If you play like me, you'd have 0 kills. I'm more on the worst side of things, but I don't even have the assist. Drift doing some great drifting around the brother. That was not a jiggle peek. That was full-on sliding movement, playing your environment. Oh, if not, I was gonna say snipe down like until Noble puts a skewer right through his chest.
Yeah, that was no bandit, but he definitely stole that kill. Let me tell you, that was beautiful. The way he worked that pole, like you used to say, Tony, it was pretty good. But regardless of that, the shots were perfect. And now it's double cap here for Noobs. Lightspeed has that lead for now, but I don't know if they'll hold it too much longer. I like Sakura, though, playing that top tower angle and slowing down the pace just a bit, but maybe a skewer to the face as Noble's setting it up.
And looks like they actually found exactly where Noble was, collects a new angle, and man, does it pay off. Noble royalty-like on the map over toward the gold side. It looks like just like that, Noobs have really caught up as far as the scored line, and Lore, who just lost his shields, has gotten them right back and is ready to attack A, but better be careful. There's more than one, there's 2 or 3 that you have to go through.
Yeah, Leor's doing a great job of getting A right here. Magico has to get this kill. That's a double for him. 3 down for Lightspeed. An opportunity now for Noobs to really overextend on the map. You see those spawns are coming out on the long haul side. Slays have to happen right now. And Leor, he wants those slays. He's got that skewer set up, but he backs off. I like this play. It's a bit of a mix-up for him. Oh, gets the shot too.
Alpha Bravo belong to Noobs. This is what they've been holding this entire time in order to come back in this game. And as they've taken the lead here, it looks like they won it again. But Slays start to favor Noobs, and the timing does as well. This is your time to push in for the triple cap. From 1 step turns to 2. We see Magico and Noobs over toward the Charlie side. Pink Sakura with some excellent damage, and Drift from across the map with an even better cleanup. Lord lines him up and knocks them down. Although his team goes 3 down, he's still flying.
Yeah, I will say that skewer at close range is rough. Like, that thing is a shotgun. Let me tell you, you don't want to get close range with that thing. It's a lot more difficult at a long range in a long range situation. But Noobs have done a great job, right? They've got 143 to 117. Leor will continue on that tear here. He can get this shot onto Asanadro. It would have been nice, but he ends up missing and whiffing. Regardless, Noobs are going to get that A side cap, which means they'll continue to score.
Magico scoring over toward the A side here. Drift somehow able to get the kill and get away. And when Lord turns, ends up running into 2 more members of Lightspeed. Luckily, his teammates replace him over toward the Bravo side. The trip cap may be stopped after Alpha changes hands, but it's Noobs that'll still be scoring with Noble taking height.
Taking height, but deciding to reroute towards the B side. They're going to have Drift to deal with here. Drift's going to pop out. That's a nice job by Noble not to take much damage. I'm gonna allow him to extend and get some space here onto A. This should be the nice rotation that allows them to get this double cap once again. And if you're new to the game at all, you'll know that that double cap means they continue to score. 174 and counting. Lightspeed need to do something quickly.
Cross map looking very good for Noble and Warsh, covering each other's back. Magico watching the cross on the opposite side of things. Nobody able to cross easily if they're not putting down the damage. It is Envoy though. It takes the center route and ends up over toward the baller pit unseen, which is absolutely huge. Cross map shots immediately makes it over towards A. Extra bit of damage onto Lore, enough for the cleanup to go down. That's Drift awarded that one, and that's Alpha being stolen by Lightspeed, and at Lightspeed timing, they get the trip cap.
Yeah, that trip cap could be good. It's finally broken up on the C side, but Sakura trying to make something happen on B. I like the reroute here. Too much to deal with, and look at the angle coverage, right? That positioning allows Pink to get some shots into one player and then dodge the other. The beatdown comes in. The boxing medal is out, and Camo coming up in 5 seconds. This is a big grab.
It almost looked like Magico went for a ninja twice in the same fight right there. We're trying to jump over the heads of the opposition. And this Pink Sakura not only getting the kill, but also able to burn camouflage. It was immediately trip cap still being held by Lightspeed. But when they go 3 down, Noobs attack 2 bases at the exact same time, and Drift still hasn't missed.
Yeah, Drift is doing a great job holding this top pipes area. Ends up getting the trade onto 1. It's going to allow it to be a 3-on-3 on the map. Onboard though likes to be aggressive, right? But unfortunately 2 of his teammates went down, so has to slow down the pace of the game. Noble's gonna anticipate him pushing out, does get that nade, but Onboard does the best he can to at least get a trade. And now it's Lore with that skewer in his hands.
With all the distraction that's been happening on the map, Lore grabs a hold of the skewer, and apparently there's shish kebab on the menu tonight. 243 points, still counting here. Somebody from Lightspeed has to hop in a base, and they're able to do literally just that over toward the Alpha side, but Noobs cleared them out, and Lore is still putting a spike through every single player on Lightspeed, making an extra one. I don't think that would count it towards the scoreboard, but Lore doesn't care. Some celebratory hops. My man was going off.
Yes, again, the close range skewer that really hurts. Look at that one right to the head of Pink Sakura. And That's going to solidify the game and the first victory here. And he still gets that kill as well. Wants to make sure to make it happen right as the game ends. Noobs up 1-0.
That one definitely was past the game ending and still hits that no reticle. Beautifully played, and Lore, 21 kills, 9 assists. That's a 10.0 KDA. Right behind them was Noble with the 18 kills. On the other side of things, give a shout out to Drift. I think 16 kills and 16 assists is a damn good score line. Even Pink Sakura throwing up 17 kills of her own, but it just was not enough. When Noobs took the lead, they had control and they barely let it go. Damage department says 3 players in the 5K club, Warsh literally right behind them, over towards the noob side of things, and just impressive work by them. 2 more, and we'll see them in the grand finals.
I mean, I think they're capable, and I'm excited to see if they can make it happen. Just got to play like they've been playing. Envor in squad, though, we know what Envor can do. He's a man that gets very hyped, and I'm sure it's the same as the open bracket on LAN. He will get loud in the comms, and you can see the little jiggle there by Drift. My goodness, that's with a BR, ladies and gentlemen, not a bandit. The 2 shots, the peek, the slide, coming out with a couple of bursts to clean it all up. That reversal was clean.
That shot is actually crazy, man. I will say, if there's one thing I kind of want to be added to competitive almost immediately, give me the skewer, man. I mean, when talking about one of the more exciting kills and it being so high risk, high reward, it feels like every time you hit one, it's just so powerful, so impactful. I really, you know what, maybe forget matchmaking. Maybe I need to play some 8s and play on some of these Evo settings. You down with me, Tim?
I am down, actually. Yeah, I haven't played in a little while. Might be a little rusty, but I'm 100% down. I love these new settings. Interference is such an impressive map. If we got to talk to Lucid more, I'd really... It's just, I got to commend him on it. Obviously, just some great changes, and these changes being made all by himself. I mean, this is, it's just really good overall for the game. But here we go. Envor on your screen now. Didn't see Magico in the corner. Because of that, he pays for it. And these Slayers, we know they can go either way.
Well, with that BR in hands, wants to make his way over toward the tire side. He met immediately by Pink Sakura and ends up winning that 1v1 fight, trying to get over towards safety while Magico attacks the strong side of the map here. And Noobs definitely holding on to the B side for dear life.
That B side's going to be important. It gives you that little bit of a high ground here, a little bit of control. You can kind of pinch from both sides. There it is. The Sentinel beam put to work. Melt him. 100 points for assist there. 2 assists in a row for Lore. As he's looking for more, it's going to be an aggressive push now onto the last players. They can start to stagger the spawns, but they allowed a spawn to happen onto PD, Tony. That's not necessarily the best thing, and because of that, Noobs go 3 dead.
Just 1 kill advantage so far here as Envor wants to make his way with a little 2-man push, ends up running right into a few grenades over toward the cafe side. Banks a nade, tries to land it right on Magico, who's climbing up, but Magico survives, gets himself a kill. Somehow his teammates are there at the right place, right time, and that's a squad wipe that goes to favor of Noobs.
That's some momentum you're looking for, especially if you're Noobs. 1-0 in the series, looking to make their way to the grand finals, and like you said before, they're 2 games away from doing so. Noble finds the back. A couple shots go in. Ooh, the extra jump, throw him off right there. You saw that, right? That burst. You don't want that burst to be at the feet. That means you got to swing that burst all the way up to the head in order to get that cleanup damage. But 19-13, still the lead for Noobs. Nothing too crazy they can't, come back from. And a great position by Rorsch will allow them to push this purple side for free.
Nobody even able to go for the Sentinel beam right now because it's an absolute pour from the purple to the A side of the map. And honestly, Noobs are winning. Another 3 down for Lightspeed is not what the doctor ordered. Maybe now they'll play for that Sentinel beam.
Being on that purple side and being stuck there isn't the best. Noble and Noobs are just doing such a great job. OS is coming up very soon as well. This is going to be an important one, and Noble's got some help. Couple people down to no shields, but Roarch, no, he's not going to be able to get it. Magical goes down as well. This could be a big turning point in the game. Tony, Lightspeed have a chance to bring this back.
Yeah, I love the idea from Roarch to be able to thrust, pick up the overshield, and almost get to the ATM at the same time. That was excellent movement there, but somehow it wasn't enough because Lightspeed ended up getting away with that overshield here. Now Drift challenging Magical on the commando side and buying a whole lot of time here. Enough for Pink Sakura to strike at the right time. Timing is everything, and ultimately one that Pink Sakura has mastered.
Yeah, it's just beautiful right there. That OS turns into 2, maybe 3 kills, and now they're only down by 4. Noobs still have a chance to continue this slaying pattern, though. They do have that heaven side covered. They've got Noble on the overextension on that side as well. So there it is. There's Leor with another kill, and it's an 8-kill lead now for Noobs.
Would now be patient as ever himself, but Magico and the Noobs are able to sniff him out and able to take him out over to the Ivy side. Now another battle goes down. Another trade hits, but Noble over toward the Cafe side. Big double out of him. Eventually Envoy goes down, and these kills are starting to go way in the favor of Noobs. Lightspeed needs to slow them down.
Noble pushing up. Is he gonna let them slow him down? Well, yes. Lightspeed do get the slowdown, but they're down by 10. I mean, you can slow it down a little bit. Envoy gets that other kill, but you need so much more momentum here to make anything happen. It's just going to be tough at this point. Lightspeed are really trailing, and now it's only 12 more kills, and Noobs will get game 2. They've got to do something very fast, and it's going to take a lot more than just a Sentinel beam with a little bit of ammo.
Well, I will say it's a big kill coming out of there. The one, I mean, the team was 3 down, plus the Sentinel beam to work, and still need a bit more than that. But plays like that can definitely get value later on in the game. Noble, now what he thought was a 1v1 ends up in a 1v2. Unfortunate death coming out of Noble, his 11th one so far this game. Now Lure and the rest of Noobs, long range attacks, and you can't afford deaths like that. Not when you're down by 10.
You cannot. Every little mistake you make right now just is going to make this more and more impossible. And you can see they're just pinching them now on the purple side. Roarch gets a kill with the grenade. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. 46 to 32, 4 more kills, and Noobs will get game 2.
Yeah, Lightspeed kept it close over towards the maybe the beginning of the middle game, but eventually there's a point where Noobs just extended the lead to too much, and even when Lightspeed got 4 or 5 kills to go their way, they got the squad wipes, the play wins that you want to see. You're just too far behind. You dig yourself a hole too big that you need an elevator to get out of it. 3 more kills needed, make it 2 more, and the question now becomes not really who's gonna win this game, but who's gonna put the finishing touches. Or get Ninja. That was way too close for comfort.
It was pretty close, but 49. Leor's going to play, ultra aggressive. There's Magico with the very last kill. And Noobs, 2-0 now in the series. Is there any chance for Lightspeed to bring this back? Only time will tell in game number 3.
Yeah, it's going to be 2-0 series lead here. Noobs looking really, really good in that game number 2, and when you look at that score line, it doesn't look as close, in my opinion, as at least in the early game was. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. What matters is getting the wins. The Magic of the crew literally do just that. 14-7, 13-7 out of Lure. You can't allow players like them to die single digits, only dying 7 times in a Slayer. There's no way you can win. It's damn near mathematically impossible to win that way.
I 100% agree. They're going to have to pull something out here in game number 3. Too much went the way of Noobs. And they really picked up the pace, like you mentioned, later on in the game. But now we go to Bizarre CTF, Tony. Is this season 1? I love this. Let's see how Bizarre plays out. This is the first time I'm casting Bizarre as well. And I'm excited to see how that pans out.
So Bizarre was actually in the first iteration of the Lucid LVT Evo, the first one, but I actually didn't get the chance to cast it myself even. It's only one game type on the map, which is Capture the Flag, so it's only certain times you're going to see it in the series, and I just never did. But there is an opening over towards the right-hand side. We're gonna see it right now, most likely, where there's an opening from the bottom side where you can get towards the middle of the map. And creating that lane doesn't sound like as much of an impact as it really has. Like, this map needed different ways to make it towards the mid-map, and ultimately that little change really does have huge implications.
Yeah, I see that. I see Pink Sakura down there right now. Very interesting. Look at this. It is such a big deal, in my opinion. This lane being set up is so good. Look at the flank potential too. We see Leor taking advantage of that, and there's the back smack. Now some shots into Envor as well. Very clean by Leor. I love that route, and it works out in his favor.
Always funny when you're talking about an impact like that and you see that flank happen right in front of your very eyes. And Lore just perfectly timed with that flank and those kills. Like they're to try to follow it up just a bit. You still have presence in the map and light speed, so you want to take advantage of it, but somehow that Cinder shot, wasn't able to get the kill.
Hey, Tony, I'm very impressed that you remembered the name of that thing. I haven't used that since I think beta or something. So I'm impressed, Tony. I'm going to be honest with you. I was waiting for you to say the name so that I could smartly come in and say, yes, the Cinder shot. I know exactly what you're doing. But, I can't do that to you. That was great. The shots come out of the bottom more, and he'll get that nice cleanup with the last shot, and he'll have a plasma pistol to utilize as well.
Plasma pistol in the back pocket, but all he needs is the BR in the front, and a little bit of teamwork from Asendrado comes in for the cleanup real quick. Envor sees the ping that's going down and sees that looks like Pink Sakura ends up hitting the respawn screen, so have to clear out at least one more player, which is so frustrating when they're just right under you, not showing themselves until they're ready to fight.
Yeah, those are 3 shots right there. I don't think the beatdown came out in time for them to capitalize on it, but Magico with that overshield. You can see no one really able to get a flag cap at this point in time, but this overshield might change that. I like the pre-nades onto the new route. That's kind of smart, anticipating maybe that new route being utilized, but Magico senses or smells something. There it is. He's gonna smell his target and gets the kill as well.
Asendrado was able to sneak in a melee there though, so while Magico is weak, he had to slow down just a bit, but apparently doesn't skip a beat, because still gets that kill. Now still securing the palm tree side of the map here, a lane that ultimately that flag can run through, as Lightspeed do end up going 3 down, but the last player in Asendrado being a nuisance and delaying so much time. Unfortunate for Noobs.
Yeah, Asendrado did a great job off a spawn to try and make as much impact as possible. And you see Drift is actually going to be, or was on the other side of the map. There he is. So it's going to make this pull even more difficult for the side of Noobs. He kind of overextended off his spawn. So Asendrado actually did a lot more than it looks like he did, right? Coming off a spawn, just being a nuisance. And it allows Drift to kind of get on the side. Cinder shot once again up on the map. That's going to be an important factor. Drift still being an impact here. All a lone survivor on this side. Can he stop this flag though? They're getting it pretty far.
Yeah, back in things to be a rocket over toward that top side where the Cinder shot was, and even a Bulldog over toward the bottom, which was complemented by 2 Manglers. For a map this small, there was so much resources, now toned down just a bit here. And man, Drift with some mean shots. 3 down go Noobs. Return should be clean, and flag does make it quite far, but return is out, and now both teams restart. Overshield about to come up.
Yeah, I mean, that entire sequence out of Drift was just phenomenal, right? Extending off the spawn, circulating all the way back towards the palm tree side, staying alive the entire time, stopping the flag basically on his own. I mean, that entire sequence was just masterclass out of Drift, and now he's got the overshield as well. So just honestly, incredible play. I love that jump up by Roar. She's able to get 2 beatdowns. OS is now off the map and out of the game, and he ends up getting Drift end up going down there as well. So still no caps on the board, really no presence as well. We'll see what Envor is able to do on this side of the map.
Yeah, Warsh is happy with the double melee, but he was also going for that ninja as well on the overshield player. And man, would that have been a highlight if he was able to get literally just that. We switch gears over to Pink Sakura. 3 players down for her team. So how do you navigate this? You have both Magico and Lore in front of you. Already stretched out over towards this base. Can you buy time for your teammates to come up? I see a player over toward the low ground and one approaching the Cinder shot. The right time, but eventually goes down in a trade, and Noble being sneaky with this flag. He's not dropping it.
Yeah, I really like that play too. You know, you just try and get it as far as you can without anyone knowing, and then you can end up dropping it when you feel a little bit more safe. It's really good communication. The fact that they found Pink Sakura right there, because she played that really well, slowed down the pace of the game, was able to get all the way inside of the VR and just kind of stayed alive the entire time. Now flags are back and forth. Flag is away, the return's coming out, and it's going to be Noble that has some help here. This is going to be the first cap for Noobs already, and that's a really good start to the game.
Already up 2-0 in the series here and up 1-0 on Bazaar. And back in the day, this map was known for being the hardest map in order to cap flags on. Now, obviously, there's been a bunch of changes since then, but defense still is key on this map. With Overshield coming up, you have to imagine that Lightspeed needs to get hands on it.
Great job by Leor, creating a little bit of a distraction here. Gonna get the overshield as well. 2 down for Lightspeed. Envor goes down, make it all 4 dead. The nice curb slide into the base. Now you gotta worry about where spawns are happening. Depending on where he pulls this, looks like they're gonna happen on the tunnel side. So this will be an overextension on a drift once again. He loves to play this position, but he does not know that there's someone behind him. Now he does.
Drift over toward the low ground. Needs to do a whole lot more than that in order to stop this flag. Actually, just takes an entirely different route. Instead of going toward the bottom bombs, ends up going towards that shortcut way. Now Lore, killing spree for him. Keeping the flag alive here. Hold on, Noobs. Getting this flag all the way through. What, do you have one more player you might have to go through? This flag's going home.
Yeah, Envor is not really in a position to stop anything, and that's going to be 2-0. And like you said, yeah, I mean, the changes to the map have really sped up the pacing a lot, and I really like to see that too. Cinder Shot isn't as big of a factor as rockets are, and because of that, it's a bit more balanced in that regard, and it's Envor with the killing spree. Last player alive now. Can he create some presence towards the side of Noob Space?
Yeah, it feels like without having to run the flag over towards the middle door or the middle double doors, or even trying to climb up towards the high ground, getting that flag in tunnel and avoiding damage and nades is a lot easier here on Bazaar. Or at least Noobs make it look easier. Magical going right at Pink Sakura. Does he know that Envor is about to replace her in just a moment? Envor slides and flies. That's one more kill for him in 20 seconds until an overshield comes up. Now this time you have 2 members of Noobs. I don't think you're making it out of that one alive.
Yeah, they were flying at him too. Wait, the double nade is real good though. What's gonna happen off of that though is the question, right? It's nice and cute, but you gotta get presence on their side as fast as possible. And he does, Asendrado does, and he hides in a great spot. That spot was utilized from the very beginning as well. It's such a strong position to be in. I love this routing too.
The fact that Asendrado and both Pink Sakura had those perfectly timed nades were just so crazy. And now look at them in the base, largely because of those back-to-back kills. The timing seems like it was everything, but Noble somehow makes it through and unaccounted for. Able to make the flag carrier one shot, not able to get the kill. But the flag carrier letting it go towards the double door route. And just like that, Lightspeed, they're the ones that end up 3 down. It looks like Noob should be able to get returned.
Yeah, it depends where these spawns happen. Roche is going to jump right on top of it, but he's got to be worried about the grenades, and it's going to be Noble who jumps on it. There it is. Beautiful job by Noble. Great heads-up play to get there as fast as possible. That flag was all but home, but it's Noble that stops it, and now Pink trying to change things just a bit with 3 down for Noobs.
I don't know if I want to say it was beautiful by him if he was the one that team-naded his teammate in front. I don't know if it was him, so you know what? I mean, unselfishly, he does jump on the flag, but he might have do some selfish nades. I'm like, how did he get the team damage in? 2-0 in favor of Noobs at the moment here. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, so Lightspeed, I love the constant pressure. They're going to literally need just that. Right now, a secondary round of slays because the timing just doesn't seem to be on their side, but they need this type of pressure if they want any hope of capping a flag against the Noobs, and Asendrado avoiding most of the damage until that nade comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, playing ring around the Rosie here. Roche is going to try to capitalize on the kill. Oh, great shot to the head. You saw the pull down and the burst to make sure he got that headshot in. Drift. Lots of good shots by Drift, but he's all by his lonesome here. 3 go down. There's another one. The spawns come up, but they're not going to be in time.
The flag's already gone. The flag already made it there. All of that was just a distraction. The flag already made it past the 50% portion and was running in the middle of that triple kill. The efficiency, the counter pull, we almost missed that entire flagpole.
There it is, the 3-0 for Noobs here. And there you see the flag running towards the bottom center, and Rorsch just gonna slay Drift, who is the only one in position, like I had mentioned. And then once they get that kill, this one goes down, and the last two not in position to stop it. And there it goes. Bye-bye, Noobs. They find themselves in the grand finals.
Wow. What a triple, what a counter pull, and what a run by the Noobs there, sneaking that third flag cap. And again, I don't know if it was just the Evo settings or maybe Noobs' coordination and teamwork, but flag caps on Bazaar have never looked that smooth or easier than we're seeing right now. Maybe we need to start experimenting with Bazaar again. It always had a cool aesthetic to it. I think back in the day, they used to call it maybe similar to like a Counter-Strike or something. Like, it always had a really cool aesthetic, so maybe we experiment with it.
Yeah, I actually really like the changes, and you saw that last one of the previous flag runs that went through the bottom of palms and into bottom center is just really hard to stop. There's a lot of coverage there, so again, the routes were really well thought out, and excited to see that map once again. It's been a long time.
Well, an unfortunate end to their tournament for Lightspeed, but a very good run coming out of Noobs, who make their way back into the grand finals to go up against the very Usubeni roster that put them into this position to begin with. So when we come back from this short break, we have the rematch of Usubeni going up against Noobs. Take this time to do yourself a favor. Type an !newsletter in the chat and make sure you get involved in all of the goodies, all of the drops, and everything that's going on in the Halo scene. And when we come back, we'll have the conclusion of your Lucid and LVT Evo number 2.
Killing spree.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Double kill.
Enemy halfway through. Ball dropped. Enemy has the
Double
ball.
kill. Perfect.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the Lucid X LVT Evo number 2. My name is Active, and alongside me for the grand finals, I have Tools. Hello, Tools. How are you doing? And are you excited for Noobs versus Usubeni?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about the series in general, right? I think we have some really great teams, but when I look at this best of 5, I get really excited about what we're going to see. And the first one is Argyle, right? We've seen it one time before in the tournament thus far. I'm really excited to see it again and to see how it plays with two very good teams going up against each other. And he was about half a second away from hitting that nade, but he stays alive and goes straight for that quantum translocator at top middle.
Yeah, quantum is going to be a huge deal here in this game. Leor taking the vent as well. And this will be my first time casting this too, so I'm excited to see the changes that have been made. I just remember watching Argyle. These vents were so very strong. Looks like they haven't really changed too much, so I'm curious to see how this will play out with the 2 grapples on each side.
I remember the sniper's still on the map, but with reduced ammo once again. The idea being if there's ever 2 snipers on the map, you don't want to have so much ammo as that can create these big snowballs. So having to be a little bit more mindful about how you're using that sniper. You know, are you going to be a little bit more cavalier with it? Are you trying to set up the big important kills? How do you play with this weapon in your hands? And so far, I feel like we've seen a very disciplined sniper from Acid, right? He's not going out of his way to try to hit up those snipe shots. He's letting the game come to him, and well, he hit a big one when the challenge came by, and now he's trying to get even further in as Acid. I love the way this guy plays. He gets the big kill, but even then, right, he's understanding where everyone is on the map, how to find the big kill, and keeping this team on its back foot.
Oh, Leor's going to go back towards top center once again. It'll be Magico there to support him on the bottom side of the map. Some shots go into Yaxin. Usubeni gonna do all they can to take that halfway portion back. Acid and Piggy back in their base, playing the defense side. Piggy, lots of shots go in, but he ends up going down to the trade by Noble.
And with that, you see the pressure starting to mount. Noobs trying to get into the base of Usubeni, but not gonna be able to get through. His breaking shot went underneath to try to combat that. We see another addition to the map, the carbine being put on the bottom. That's going to be a weapon that excels in these long-range gunfights and can give you a step up against that VR. That is also, very effective at long range. It's hard to find a weapon that's going to do more. And breaking shot looked like he was maybe going to go off the map for a second, and now he decides probably get the sniper off the map. It's going to be worth more than my life.
Yeah, getting that sniper off the map is a big deal, even though the snipes only have 4 bullets. You can see that little escape as well. Inside of that room, usually you're kind of just stuck in that corner there if they end up pushing. But looks like there was a window added, which again, that traversal is going to be a big deal. Leor playing with his teammate down below. It's going to be breaking shot, who takes a lot of damage. Leor doesn't have the help though for Magico. Magico scurries away. I think he was in a different fight, but on different pages, unfortunately, for both these teammates.
Magico going to be able to find breaking shot before he gets around that corner, and with that should be able to clear out most of his base. Whoa, finds a one-shot Acid where Yaxin basically in the same position that a reticle was for Yaxin. Acid manages to find that same spot. Yaxin's been alive, but not for much longer. I mean, really clean play by Magico just to clear out his side, get some big kills, and get them back to even. This is what you kind of expect on Argyle, right? It should take a lot of effort to get the flag grab and to get that flag back home. I'm curious about how these changes made onto the map will help in this part, right? When you have that flag to the halfway point, is it going to be easier? Is it going to be harder to get back home? I mean, if you hit shots like that, it might just be a bit easier.
Piggy finds his way down though to get that cleanup kill. He gets the double kill on top of it all. It's going to be Leor who was trying to make something happen with the double of his own, but that flag does get returned, so the play is over now. Now it's just about cleaning up the pieces, and it's 3 down for Usubeni.
You see Noble going to track back. He's going to look at the sniper grab, and ooh, tough play there for Yaxin to deal with. Just trying to make sure that sniper was not going to go into the hands of the enemy. Noobs will retain their own, but still a sniper on the other side that they will have to worry about. I believe it's Acid that's got his hands on it, and he's already hitting some big shots.
I love that wall being gone from computers, though. Like, you see this route that he can just take now. He's not trapped anymore in that room. There's a lot more of an opening for him to do different things here. Magico going to get a double of his own. Decides to chow. He wants to jump out, but I love the play. Be nice and safe. This isn't matchmaking. You have to make every play count, and Magico does just that. A couple bullets left to work with. Piggy, watch your face. This could be the first cap for Noobs here.
Oh, Magico found the ammo on the ground. He's got more to work with. Jackson's in trouble from the high ground. That's 3 that go down in the first flag in. Magico's 13-4 to start our grand finals.
Apparently he really likes Argyle. He's got 1 bullet left to work with, 2 repulse charges as well. He's going to be taking control of this vent. Piggy's playing it slow, which is a definite smart play here. We'll see what he's able to do, though. Piggy coming off of that slow play, sitting in the corner, still down to no shields. It's good that he played slow, but in that play, he wasn't much of a factor due to his shields being taken down. And Magico still providing offense here with some shots across the map.
Yeah, providing some big damage from that far on the map, right? That's where a sniper really shows its strength, and that's going to make this too low. There's just no way Usubeni's going to be able to stop this flag from going back home. Noble's going to punch this one in, and with that, you know, next sniper's up on rotation. Suddenly, these snipers are going to be do or die. I don't think that Usubeni can really afford, one, to have free deaths to the sniper, but the other is they can't afford to miss with their own. This is just a crucial moment in the game.
Very crucial moment. Noble gets his shot. 3 shots to work with. Gonna be saving Magico here. Playing the slow roll. Magico pokes out for some information. Not gonna spot any. It's a shot out of Noble once again. Early misses breaking shot. Quantum translocator towards the top center of the map. Piggy almost gets his toes taken off, but my goodness.
Yes. Piggy went through that bottom window and, you know, just able to save his life for a bit longer there. But you can feel the momentum that has clearly been on Noobs' side, but after they've lost their sniper, Jackson has 1 bullet left. They've got a couple of kills here. This is their chance for some offense. And Jackson, knowing how important it is to stay alive with that snipe, wraps back, tries to get the easy shot, but just misses to the right. And with that, their push is dead in the water.
Yeah, my eyes are on Magico at the top right. What kind of pace is he going to continue here? 16-7. To start this game off. His pacing is I think what counts. I think the reason Noobs are doing so well is just due to those slays that he's been able to accumulate, but can he keep it up? Breaking shot down to no shields. It'll get cleaned up by Leor. Some good shots into him. Magico comes back, does more damage. Look at the max damage he's able to do in this sequence. He continues to poke out. That might be a bit of an overheat, but it allows Rorsch to get a couple of kills of his own.
Yeah, maybe an overheat. I think Rorsch could have been maybe a little bit quicker to that help there, but the other part of that is Jackson just not only winning that fight, but then getting that trade out. That's a huge trade. If he doesn't get that against Rorsch, I think we're seeing another flag come back home, if I'm being honest. It's just, right now, Noobs have been all offense, and you can see the difference in the game. Not only comes in the kill column, but it's been the assist. Noobs aren't letting players from Usubeni get through the cracks and to find these overextended plays. If they see a player and they get damaged, the cleanup has been there consistently. That has not been the same for Usubeni. I mean, look, Piggy just got a 1-shot player over on his own sniper. Are they going to clean this up? That's the question. No, Magico's getting away. That hasn't been happening for the side of Noobs. They haven't let these players get away. Whereas Usubeni, a lot of times they're having to send players time and time again to try to get those cleanups. And this time, able to play a better job, a better role at that cleanup crew as they sent 3 players over. But that needs to be a clear shift in gameplay for this team if they're going to have success.
Well, Noobs end up getting that first kill. Breaking shot's the first one to go down. Noble down to no shields as well. That flag's still going to make its way forward. And Leor and Rorsch going to route back towards the computer side once again. I'll try to take a different route here. This might be a solid play if they can get some slays, but as of right now, the slays aren't coming through. Finally, they do. Piggy ends up getting one onto Leor, but look at Rorsch. He's just playing so patiently. The dance around happens, and the flag return is in.
Yeah, I mean, that's just committing for the return, right? Trying to make yourself as hard of a kill for a second there. And able to do that. You know, we saw Magico come off to a hot start this game. I mean, who else? Rorsch to follow up, and now Leor's getting some of his own. That's a 3. He's going for the over. He'll get the unofficial as he trades out. But everyone from Noob starting to step up in this game. Flag returns.
Wow. And you see the overcommitting because you kind of have to at that point. That flag is very forward on the map. You don't commit to the return, then you're in big trouble. That overkill was deadly, and it's going to be maybe a counter by Magico. Can he get this through the PC side? No, the PR is just so strong long range, and it's going to be Acid on the other end of it and trying to do the damage that he can. Oh my gosh, it got grappled to the wall. Jeez.
But he can get tested here. Look, these are really smart nades. He's going to get a good bit of damage here. Piggy commits for the fight. Piggy wins the fight.
Wow.
Oh, man. He said, no, I'm the big bad wolf. He took him out of his corner. The tent was down. I mean, wow, what a play.
And that entire sequence was beautiful. I think that grapple to the wall was on purpose. Like you said, you can contest that through the wall. I mean, that is just phenomenal work by both sides. The chow by Piggy, that is a very important kill, and he clutches it up as he normally does. And it'll be Rorsch now with this turn in the sunshine. Couple kills go in. Another player down and no shields. It's going to be Yaxon, but he gets himself out of there as fast as he can.
Magico's trying to check every corner. He does eventually find Yaxon. I wonder if he saw that grapple on the body as well. Scats is going to clean that up. Like, he's got one grapple to work with. One thing that can be dangerous is just using that grapple as your initial momentum to pulling the flag, right? And getting a lot of initial speed. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to potentially hit a route to the back and work onto that. Breaking shot already back there trying to give some info to Acid. And here we go. Acid's going to go for the pull.
Ooh, wrong
way. Pulling into his wrong way into every opponent on the map. Not sure about what the communication was there, but I mean, that's a 3 down from that play. And now with 47 seconds left, it's like you're on desperation mode.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. I don't know. The kills have to come out. Leor, there it is. Breaking shot finally goes down. Leor with one shot in the sniper to work with, and that's what they're gonna do. They're just gonna hold the 50% portion of the map and get the kills that they can, and not allow Usubeni to push through.
Yeah, there's no reason to go for a flag pull, right? With 30 seconds left, they have to get 2 to win. For you, your win condition is just keeping them on their side, and you see they're doing that hyper effectively right now. And well, Piggy's gotten away with some kills here, but at the end of the day, it was just too little and a bit too late. And you know, look, every single player on the side of Noobs went positive on the KD here. They just outslayed Usubeni, and they were on the offense way more often than Usubeni.
I mean, yeah, look at Magico and Rorsch. My goodness gracious. Rorsch was a surprise one. As Magico's taking over the game, Rorsch comes in and does a little bit of the same, but just beautiful runs right at the start. And like you said, they unfortunately, the hole was too deep. They couldn't get out of that one. And it's going to be Noobs that win game number 1, but it looks to me like this is going to be a pretty close series if we base it off of that game 1.
And obviously, like, this is a map that is going to be really punishing with BR starts, right? And this is like kind of been my philosophy with it, and I'm curious how people differ, because I don't think there's necessarily a one size fits all. But when I look at a long, big map like this, I think this is a map that almost benefits like a bandit start over a BR start, because you don't want people to be able to just shoot across the map. I think that's what Noobs was doing so effectively. Like, they were so good at their team shot from across the map, and they really showed that, like, how strong that can be. Whereas, like, this might be a map where I'm like, okay, like, maybe this is like the bandit start map because it's bigger, right? You want to have a gun that has a little bit less effective range so that you're forcing those closer gunfights. And I think, if I recall correctly, Tim, wasn't this a map where we had it for BR starts and bandit starts?
Yep, I believe so. If I'm not,
yeah. So it's
correctly.
fun to see the changes. Like, I think a lot of the changes were good. Like, I like the wall being open. I'm curious, like, where Lucid's stance is on it. Maybe we'll ask him after the series, because I'm like, man, it felt very dominating when they had that control, right? Because they didn't have to move off the half line. They could always hit their shots. They could get that team shot together. But either way, we'll see how this Usubeni squad tries to bounce back in the game too, as Noobs has taken a dominant 1-0 lead after that performance.
Now, remember, a skewer towards the bottom center of the map, OS on the sword platform, camo towards the shock rifle on 30-second delays for these power-ups. Breaking shot playing slow, not making any noise as well. I think they checked down there to see if that was the route he was taking. He stayed so quiet that he's able to get that kill. But on top of that, he can have OS if he wants it too. It's right behind him. He decides to take a route instead.
You see Jackson trying to get involved in those gunfights up into the pipes. He actually got one while Breaking Shot's trying to hold off these players at A. That's going to give him some skewer to work with. Acid's got the overshield, and with that play, Jackson was trying to hold him off on the camo. I mean, they are getting involved in all 3 critical points on the map at the same time, and I mean, for the most part, they came out on top, but I said that until Breaking Shot went down with the skewer. Acid's overshield got blitzed off in no time. That was a crazy sequence.
Yeah, Piggy loves this bandit, dude.
I'll say it feels like a power weapon when you're in a lobby of BRs, because the weapon is a little bit easier to aim with. It does have better base damage, and when you're fighting against other BRs, like, I think the bandit is superior in those gunfights. It feels like a true power weapon.
Oh, here we go. The push on to A. Multiple players inside of A, but also 2 players on that pipe side. Wow. That was just a break apart if I've ever seen one. All 4 dead for Usu Benny. It is noobs that do lose 2, but that was pretty clean for the most part until the very end.
Noble's thinking about getting real aggressive at the White Tower here, and he's going to wait for the shots to go down over at Long Haul. And
oh, is that a stick? No.
No, not close enough, but look, they won the fights over at Long. Noble can just fly through it. You see the scan, like, popped him up blue, so he just shot through that. As soon as the scan hit him, he was like, oh, there's a player there.
Very aggressive. Piggy makes them pay, though. 4 down for noobs now, and it's going to be Usu Benny that's up by 4 in this game. And he'll continue on the tear. Look at the spawns that come out on the bottom of the pipe side. They're kind of trapped. It's going to be Noble and Rorsch kind of trapped. Noble decides to overextend on the A side, but Rorsch is not there with him, so it will be Breaking Shot that gets that kill. Magico, he's going to get the trade. Really solid out of noobs, but not as clean as that last game, in my opinion.
I like to reach out for Magico there, but they're down by 7. You can only afford to play trade for so long when you're down by this much. At some point, you're going to have to value your life more. Man, Acid, that's a filthy 4 shot.
Very hard to hit the burst, especially when someone's jumping up like that and you don't see their head for very long. Piggy gets a kill onto Lore, though, and it's going to be this lead continuing on. Like you said, it's really tough to come back from something like this, and Piggy's making it very tough. He's 8-4 already in this game, and Acid's 7-4. So just a really good start from Acid, Piggy, and Yaxon, actually.
Yeah, and Breaking Shot just backsmacked the camouflage, so they just have to worry about the overshield now. And with that, I mean, Jackson's got the skewer to take down anyone that tries to get overzealous here, and they have a double-digit lead. The reality is Usu Benny doesn't. It's not their prerogative to try to make a play. They very much can be reactive, as long as they're proactive about their positioning on the map. Ooh.
Oh, a swing and a miss.
He's gonna come in for this challenge. Oh boy, did Magico get ripped though.
29-19 here. Breaking Shot, trying to look for something. I believe player was right above him. It's really hard to win those fights, of course. Overshield will come up. Yaxon, he's not going to pop it just yet. I love this late pop. Maybe going for a route with one of his teammates here. It is all of noobs, though. In that pipe side, no one really overextended.
Yeah, look how effectively they're checking A. Like, they are not going to let any corner go unchecked, and I think they're a bit surprised that no one was here at A. They have all turtled up into this pipes area, and it's a risky play to make because you basically force yourself into these close quarter battles, which are very easy to trade out with. And you see what essentially happens is just trade for trade, and you can't afford it, right? You're still down double digits. Your runway of being able to come back into this game is shrinking as time goes on. I think noobs, they either have to have one of those defensive stands go brilliantly where they get a 3-4 down without losing a number, or they just need to start being aggressive, right? Like you got to start upping the tempo and being the one that's dictating the plays.
Oh, great repulse. That Dave's going to do some damage. Gets cleaned up. Breaking Shot. Starting to feel it. Getting aggressive here. This is where things get real interesting because Breaking Shot seems like he's able to move freely on the map. You see the timing is really solid as well for him. 41-29. going to be some good shots out of Piggy, but he'll go down. The double team. And that runway, like you said, is shrinking, especially if Breaking Shot is not missing shots whatsoever. I wanted to use the word flow state earlier, but that's exactly what I see out of him.
Yeah, that's a crazy kill. And see, I'm going to jump onto that ledge, try to survive for a little bit longer. And right now, I mean, the lead's just going to continue to grow. And at this point, it's just a matter of what the victory is going to look like for Usubeni, not if there's going to be a victory here, because this lead is just too big to overcome.
3 more kills is all they need. Piggy gonna do some damage and back off. Breaking Shot gets the kill in the feed, so it's only 2 more now, and Acid will go down as well. At this point, you're just trying to make it respectable. Breaking Shot with that camo can potentially get the very last kill if he wants to with his skewer.
360 skewer, no! People don't know about the culture. Yeah, the skewer is right there.
There it is. It's a good showing out of Usubeni. There's the shots right here. This is what makes the BR, I think, so good.
Oh, was there a player behind him?
No.
Wait, can we rewind that? Where did that extra damage come from?
I think he just got the burst, dude. I think.
You think so?
1, 2.
I feel like there's damage right here.
No,
yeah, Magic Acid got damage in it.
Okay. All right.
Still cool kill. Definitely got the
for
kill because of Acid. Ace it. Yeah, shout out Acid right there.
Yeah, shout out Acid. It looked cool though. Acid just sit in the shadows for a minute. It looked nice. You know, just let him have it. But yeah, that was again. I just like seeing the VR.
That was one of Acid's 2 assists that game.
Wow. Jeez. 9.0 out of Breaking Shot though towards the end of that game, and now we go to game number 3, Interference, King of the Hill. One of my favorite maps in terms of the changes that have happened. I think this map and the changes that were made are probably the highest impact out of all the maps in terms of, you know, I absolutely hated this map before and I kind of like it now. So definitely the changes were positive.
Yeah, remember, folks, if you're like watching this and you're like, you know, hey, I want to play some of this. The thing you do is Lucid's been having these 8s lobbies pretty consistently on his stream, so I'd make sure that you go get followed over there. If you're like doing nothing during the week, maybe check it out, get yourself into some lobbies and playing a little bit of the BR8s, because I think it's a lot of fun. You know, it's a different, refreshing way to play the game. No reason not to get involved and you know, maybe get signed up for the next Lucid Evo tournament.
Yes, sir. And if you want to support in other ways, we're trying to hit this level 2 plus goal where we get 70-30 split, and we need 300 subs for the month of March, but they have to be tier 1 subs. You have to sub tier 1
so the commentary
in order for us to meet that mark.
So imagine. Yeah, no, we need to get there. We got some time. We got some big events coming up this month, so you know,
very good.
If you're able to help out, please feel free to do so. Good shout there, Actor. We see, remember, folks, this is King of the Hill, but it's a little bit different than what you've seen in the HTS. The mechanic of the time stopping is the same. The mechanic of the hill moving and how you score is what's going to be different here. So you score by seconds in hill, as you can see, as it ticks up 1 per second, and then the hill will rotate by itself on a timer. So you don't have to hit a certain threshold. Instead, it's just going to rotate every X amount of time. I believe it's 60 seconds in the hill, and then it'll go to the next.
All right, this is definitely the way I like to see it played, to be honest with you. I just feel like it flows a lot better. There's a lot more of a chance of a comeback for multiple teams. You don't have to see like that one hill gained and then just time being dissipated. It just feels like you're watching paint dry. These pros make it look fun, but you know, I just like it this way much more, in my opinion. We'll see how it pans out in this game. Leor, snipe in his hands, 3 bullets to work with here. Breaking Shot in his face. Oh, Breaking Shot slide is too quick. Too fast, and he misses another one as well.
Leor's like, how does he get away with it? Those were 2 shots he feels that he probably should have hit, and eventually we'll find Acid with that sniper BR combo. But reality is that they're not getting many points in this hill right now. Nest just kind of locked down, even though Usubeni hasn't been able to get like a lot of these kills. Noobs hasn't necessarily been effective in getting inside this hill yet. Looks like they're gonna clean up the last 15 or so seconds. And, I mean, they've been really effective on these slays so far. I mean, they are outslaying by a pretty significant margin right now.
They are, and it's
what is it, 10, 20, like 18 to 4 kills right now?
Yep. It's insane. And if they continue to allow this to happen, things will spiral out of control. And you do see that Usubeni is going to get this hill, though. With all those slays, the hill time isn't as much as I would think.
Yeah, right. That's where I'm at. Right, you got 18-4 on the outslay, but you're up 53 to like 12 at the end of it.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna like keep watching this with eyes and like thinking about what kind of slays Usubeni get here, but like
Double kill.
I feel like you need to be getting a little bit more time with how much you're slaying out here, and you know, maybe this is the change of it. They got right into this hill this time. The spawns are gonna be really far away.
Yeah.
They have a sniper up into play, so this is where they can really get a lot of time.
This is a lot quicker of a transition. I 100% agree. And that's why you see that score really starting to grow. I love this back area, man. I'm telling you, like, this should have been when the stupid map was released. And this too, this drop. Oh my gosh, it's just so good. Like, I
mean,
love.
Look, Jackson got a kill there where he probably should have, like, if we're playing this 2 years ago when it was in rotation. He's never getting a kill in that spot, like being right out like that. Just being able to zone yourself off from a sniper and force your gunfights on your initiative is huge in those little spots.
Jackson continuing on that sequence too. Player in front of him. Oh, the melee's gonna miss. Nice turnaround though. Gets the cleanup kill. Overshield in 25 seconds. This is very important overshield for the side of Usubeni if they want any chance of catching up in the slays, which means, you know, essentially they would catch up in the objective. They've got to get that OS. They've got 3 down. This is the moment things change.
I mean, look, they're still down by, they've lost, I think, -12 on the kill KD spread, and they're down by less than 20 points. Usubeni has to be pretty happy about where they currently are with how kind of horrendous the beginning of this game has been for them. This is very much doable for them, and I think that's a big benefit of the timer being in play, right? It's like it more matters about how much time you get in the hill rather than the slays and getting that last second of time, because if we were playing regular King of the Hill, like the noobs would be up 2-0 guaranteed, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And like it would have been a pretty tough road for Usubeni, but instead Usubeni's been able to get in, scrap out, and it's putting way more emphasis on the objective, right? Rather than just getting slays.
Right. I like it so much more. Now they have the lead. Usubeni in the lead, starting to get the slays as well. Piggy's gonna fall, but Acid gets the trade. It's Jackson creating space here. This is very aggressive. Does he know the players behind him too? I don't think he does. He's gonna have to turn around quickly. He gets taken out. That would have been a massive play if he was able to check that BR angle, but Piggy cleans it up with a nice, perfect 97 points and counting here for Usubeni.
Tough angle for Piggy here, but the help's coming in time. Oh, Piggy almost survived, and they caught him out. And look, there's, I guess, now 2 players that are positive for Usubeni. They are up by almost, what, 40 seconds now of time.
Yeah.
Talk about being effective, right? It is the tale of 2 sides right now. It is the overslay versus the hyper efficiency of Usubeni.
A lot more organized too with the way they push things. Look at this. It's like a 2-on-1, 3-on-1 push. They're able to get this new hill control. They've just got to make sure they extend towards that hill. They don't want the spawns to happen anywhere near there. They turn around, bro. Rorsch, watch out. The burst. Lots of confidence coming out of breaking shot, but Rorsch still is alive. Oh my gosh. Jackson with the remote debt.
That's a tough one. And you know, staying alive is always great, but sometimes there's the argument of like, okay, if you're gonna die early, because the longer you stay alive and then you eventually die is just the longer you're off the map.
Right,
like, exactly.
exactly.
That was basically the maximum amount of time that player can be out of the play, and I mean, you can see Usubeni has taken pure advantage of it. I mean, they are getting hill time and Acid's just creating all sorts of chaos over by the snipe to the point where Magico's having to burn ammo. I mean, this game has completely shifted, and you can still see like the mirage of the opening plays of noobs is still there. Like, you look at the stat screen, you're like, oh, this game should be pretty close. It's like, nope, it has gone completely the other way. Usubeni has taken over.
Jackson's about to take over. He's got 3 bullets to work with. Watch out, Rorsch. Oh my goodness. Must have saw the glint the last second. Hides his head. I like the reroute here by Jackson. Jumps up. A little late jump tech right there. Comes in with the double. It's Leor at the top of the hill. I like the recharge of the shields. Comes in. Still has Leor weak. It's breaking shot that has to make something happen, but not a lot of stuff to do. Just a quick little nade. Gets the chip damage. 165 and counting for the side of Usubeni, who is down drastically in the beginning of this game.
One thing I might think would be interesting to see the return of is the in this map you'd play Stronghold, it would have the Stronghold inside that nest, and it's like, man, it's like almost like, does it work like putting something in the middle there so you have like this thing to play around again?
Yeah, interesting.
What came to my mind is Usubeni. I mean, it looks like they're going to take away this game. I talk about
Steal.
like, I cannot believe how fast this game is honestly finished, but with how Usubeni, like how much they were being outslayed at the beginning of this game, it has been a stark difference from the start to the finish. But you know, hey, look, not out of it yet. They only need 4 points, but if noobs can get back that slaying prowess that they had at the start, and you work at this one hill at a time, like it's not impossible.
OS in the hands of someone, but it's going to be Rorsch. Tries to stay alive. Jackson able to get that kill. The melee comes in. There's the double on the hill just to make sure they can close it out. And they will. Usubeni in the grand finals now leading 2-1.
That's probably the game where I have the most like conversation that I would want to have with someone else, right? Like what happened there? Because it felt like we saw a whole lot of differences between the two styles of play, and like it felt like the time scoring played a huge factor there, and like the efficiency really mattered. I almost think to that game, I'm like, man, is 200 points enough? Like that was like really fast. When things changed and like you get a little snowball momentum your way, like the game can be over in a flash.
Absolutely. I wonder what was said. I always like think about what was said in that moment. Maybe nothing was said and Jackson just decided to put up 4,400 damage. There's a possibility of that, but like what was said in that moment where, you know, things shifted, because they just drastically shifted before our eyes. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a gradual thing. It was like an instant thing. So curious if there was like some comms like, hey guys, we got to do this more or whatever, like in the middle of the game. I always wonder what was said, what's said in those moments. But regardless, now we go to Streets, Oddball, and a very decisive win, 200-100. Usubeni come back after losing, I would say, for the first 3 minutes of that game, drastically come back in dominant fashion, and now we'll see what they're able to do on Streets.
And I want to give a big shout out real fast to some support. Yamada's bag butt.
Oh, wow.
What it is.
Your mother.
Gave 5
Okay.
gifted subs. Patty Slay with the tier 1 sub. Topher giving a tier 1 sub. Topher giving a sub as well. We had Elite Gamers. Is it Gamers or no? Elite Games ZRK with a tier 1 sub. Scary Man with a prime sub. So thank you everyone that's been out here supporting. For those that don't know, right now we're trying to get back to our 70-30 split. We've been under it. So if you have a tier 1 sub, we need to get 300 of them this month and try to maintain that for 3 months. So if you know, support, that is one of the best ways you can right now for LVT Halo.
Well, here we go. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, in this game, we're at 81 out of 300. In this game, let's get to 100 out of 300, okay? It'll make me really happy. But here we go. Piggy with the sidekick in his hands. The push comes in. Both players stay alive on the side of Usubeni. The teamwork just seems a lot cleaner, Tools. And this is what you like to see. Magico's the first one to go down. It's a 2v2 on the map. Piggy turns around, has help. Breaking shots there to assist. It's a massacre and
It's all 8
down.
down.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
You don't really see 8 downs too often, but it's always fun when you do, and then it becomes kind of a crapshoot about who's going to spawn closer to the ball and get early time. It looks like both teams, oddly enough, spawning very close to the ball as Usubeni got there first, but Noobs with the early cleanups.
Magico going to be pushing on that purple side. Lots of damage being output here. Looking for that cross, and it looks like someone did make it in. It's going to be Yaxon. Great entrance by him. The timing was good. It allows him inside of PD, and that ball will be rotated right back. Oh, the patient shots. He gets to clean up on the Leor. That's 4 dead for Noobs.
And Roar's going to have a really tough task ahead of him, right? Because it takes a long, look how long it's taking for the spawners to come up. Finally, the spawners come up, and this entire time, Roar's has had to basically remain stationary, and he's going to be the first one that goes down as Yaxon, because he had all that time to get up on the map, is able to pressure those players essentially off spawn. Usubeni's going to use that to get a lot of ball time here. This is just really well played by Usubeni.
I really like that too. I like that aggression right there. Just again, allowing, pushing the spawns, allowing breaking shot to get that ball time. 40 seconds to 9 now. Play ball, not able to do it. That's going to be a pretty big deal, to be honest. Noble now on the back side of the A spawn. Warsh gets a spawn on the purple side too. So Leor, if he can get this kill, this will be really good for the side of noobs, and he does.
See Noble thinking about hitting a rotation here towards Warsh. He's going to opt for it. And you see why. All the spawners over at the PD, they are flying through, and breaking shot, that remaining straggler on the other side goes down. Noobs played this, I think, just about right. They are getting all these kills. I was really heads up by their ball rotation, and they're going to clean up everything there. That's probably some of the best play I've seen from Noobs.
Yeah, I was really curious. Like Acid kind of trying to get away there. Maybe didn't hear the communication. That might be something that, a new area on the map. Maybe doesn't have a call out just yet. Ali, I don't know. It's a little mixy, but regardless, noobs do take the lead.
Lucid, right? He's in the Lucid.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. I like it. Lead
Ali
for
1,
noobs.
dude. Ali 1, Ali 2.
Yeah.
You want to have one or the other. Overshield still up on the map. Yak's going to use the last of it to tank a little bit of damage there, but in the end, there should be some fall time that goes to Usubeni unless... No, it looks like they are able to find that player that had the Sentinel beam, and they spawn onto the red gun, so Breaking Shot going to have a power weapon to use, and Piggy going to try to get to the safety that power weapon affords.
Yeah, I love this opening up of the B side. It allows the rotation to come through. They don't rotate quick enough, though. Don't get it inside of PD. Jackson ends up getting a kill, but it's 2 down for the side of Usubeni. And that will allow noobs to get some more ball time here. There is that Sentinel beam in the hands of Magico. And that'll be a lead for noobs once again. It's going back and forth here in round number 1. Only 3 minutes remain.
Magico flying into this. Not quite able to get that kill. The Sentinel beam just did not have as much juice in it as he thought it did. Ends up costing his life, and you see still a fight that's necessary for the ball. And Usubeni somehow is winning these gunfights. It felt like noobs had a really good position, but instead Usubeni gets the first kill. They're going to be the ones that dictate the pacing of fights and winning them right now outright. Big double kill. The only reprieve that noob's going to get there is that ball reset right as they got those 3-4 kills, so not going to be as quick to getting that ball time as they probably like.
Acid gonna go for the Sentinel beam. Out of bounds for a couple of seconds here. Magico from long range. My goodness, I love that weapon. He's gonna get that kill. 2 down for the side of noobs, though. Jackson playing his life, has multiple people from multiple angles, but look at the attention he's gathering here on the side of noobs. Unfortunately, a bit shaky with that BR, but it does allow the rotation inside of Tram, and they'll make as much time as they can here, but they've got pressure coming.
Adding that out of bounds barrier has been I think a big improvement on this map. Before we were watching Oddball, there was a gravitational well towards that area, just because of how deep you can sit there with the ball and soak up time. That out of bounds being in that room prevents you from just putting the ball like sitting there with the ball and using that as a basically a really long route that someone would have to take. So far we've seen Oddball kind of playing the way we would expect Oddball to play, but having some extra opportunities or decision trees to make as you try to find your break to the ball. It's been really interesting to watch.
I love that extra alleyway, and that is good that they added that out of bounds area, because I can imagine it being real rough if that wasn't there. 81 to 52 now. Minute and 40 seconds left in the game on neutral time. Jackson and the team of Usubeni are playing a bit slower now, trying to maybe just look for an opportunity. Stalker rifle up, and it's going to be the OS as well. What a great addition too. I like the OS at the bottom center of the map. You can really do this, right? Pressure through.
Yeah, that's almost borderline abusive. What he was able to do with the overshield there. He grabs it, went down to one shot, pops it back. He's full shield to take on a reach out, a 1v2, and well, he takes the win in the 1v2. That's going to be enough to give them the round. I mean, that's a huge swing from that overshield there.
Love it. First round goes to Usubeni, and I believe one more, and that will be it for them. See if they're able to close it out here. Piggy looking towards the bottom center. That OS is delayed. It'll be Leor inside of B. OS comes up. It looks like Noobs are on the side to get that overshield. Leor's gonna miss a couple shots here. Almost goes down. OS is still up. It is gonna be Usubeni who picks it up. 2 go down for Noobs. This is an opportunity for something to happen here, but Acid's gonna be between a rock and a hard place. He's got everyone looking at him.
Yeah, can take a lot of damage to those extra shields, but still a tiny bit to work with to maybe give him a small advantage into the next fight. Thrust to dodge the punch, but no kills coming from it. Usubeni not able to capitalize on that as fast as they'd like. Yaxon, though, might be the survivor they need. Wow. I mean, he takes down 3 players, essentially, and Magico gonna get some ball time, but it's not gonna be as easy as they had anticipated.
Not able to get that ball on the C stairs either. Magico decides to take a different route with the sidekick here. A player gets behind him. Once again, really great job by Usubeni to spread on the map. Breaking Shot's going to get that kill. Great shots by Acid. Now to push up into C. That's a kill onto Rorsch, and it's ball time here for Usubeni.
See, ball going to go back into their hold, but I mean, right now, it's just, you have to win some gunfights to get some early time, and those gunfights are not coming easy this time around. Yaxon picking up the ball, and there we go, a 3 down, and where is Magico is the question. Can they take advantage of this? Sitting over on the B ledge. Looks like the spawns are happening over at Red Room. Leor gets a early spawn, and that's going to give him access to this ball right away. That could have been maybe a big opportunity for Usubeni to recognize that and hit a rotation in time, but because they don't, Noobs find this break pretty fast. You know, going 3 down to getting a break within 10 seconds is huge.
Yeah, I was not expecting that whatsoever. That break was clean. They kept all their players alive. Rorsch is going to go down, though. Magico goes down as well. Breaking Shot's going to be the one that's traded out for that. Trades on the other side, too. It's 3 down for the side of Noobs. Ball in the back of Tran. Noble, as the last player alive, going to make something happen through the cracks. The burst is going to connect. And because of that, Noble has control of C and has stopped all the ball time from occurring.
Yeah, you know, a couple big breaks from Noobs so far in this round, but the other reality of it is you don't want to just be the team that's getting good breaks. You need to be the team that's getting a hold, because so far Noobs hasn't really been able to have an effective hold. Every single time they picked up the ball, it's been in a kind of a scrappy situation. Whereas Usubeni, every time they picked up the ball, they've gotten their hold. Now, have they been effective at keeping that hold? That's a different conversation, but I think you'd much rather be in the position of, oh, we could be a little bit better at prolonging our hold than being in the spot of, hey, we need to get a hold.
Right. 100% agree.
Last shot.
And again, it's the hold from Usubeni. And continuing to get time as Acid expands on the map with that overshield, utilizing it to his benefit, and the stalker rifle too. And now that damage is going to prevent that push from being too easy. Like the great positioning by Acid works out for a while, but unfortunately, it's going to get broken up pretty quick.
Ball dropped.
Breaking Shot trying to stay hidden here, and fortunately for him, they did the calculus of who should be alive. Found that remaining straggler, got that kill, and for the first time this round, we see Noobs establish a stronghold in this game.
I can't believe Magico got that kill. It didn't look like he got it, but cleaned it up. 36-60 still.
I like how aggressive they're being on the Yaxon here. You shouldn't let him stay alive. You know where he's at. I'm surprised Yaxon even gets a trade out there, but yeah. I do like that aggressive play. You know, to try to clean up that last player, but at the end, I think Yaxon getting that kill might have been a bigger impact than I would have thought. Yo, very rare bandit on bandit fight in the BR starts.
Yeah, that was a big fight out of Noble too. Look at it, solidifies the seaside control. Yaxon goes down as well. That's all 4 on this side, and it's free time once again for Noobs. They're gonna need this round if they want to stay alive here. If Usubeni are to win this round, it will be over. We are in the grand finals here, of course, in game number 4.
Everything comes down to this whole roar.
Oh my!
What a double!
They get it
They
towards
take
C.
the lead with that.
Yep. Breaking Shot prepared though. I think he's just waiting for an entrance. 2 of his teammates go down, so he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He wants to just get that first kill. That'll open things up for him. They're playing perfect positioning though. Breaking Shot goes down. Yaxon gets the trade here. Lots of time being added. It's a double push, but the rotation's there. B is open. for that rotation. And now they have to work their way up the mountain, up the hill. And it's another double out of Noble.
Enemy team near.
Yeah, now look, with the one hold away is essentially what they're telling themselves here. If we can get one good round of slays, we're good, but breaking shot
Enemy has the
weakens
ball.
out that first initial push. You see Jackson spawns at B closer to the ball because of it. That fight is much bigger than you probably realize. With that, now it's a big fight at the back, and right now it's going Usubeni's way. That shot, that kill by breaking shot is having a much bigger impact than I think Noobs anticipated. They will not be able to finish out this round, and I would be a bit nervous coming off a spawn, understanding that this next push is very important for the team.
Acid is down and no shields here though. Oh, and the breaking shot takes a nade. This is not good. Acid goes down. Jackson goes down as well. The nade comes out. It's 3 down now for Usubeni. Picking the last player alive. They know it. They know they have to focus on him, and they do just that. That'll be round number 2 going to Noobs. We're going to round 3.
I love to see it. We talked about, you know, being wanting to be known more for your ability to get a hold rather than breaking. Well, I think they showed us, hey, if you're good at breaking a hold, it doesn't matter what happens. You can find your way back in. That might have been the cleanest break I've ever seen in such a high stress situation. They don't win a break there. They're likely losing the tournament in that round.
A lot of momentum on the side of Noobs as well here. OS coming up right now. Leor gonna take that over shield. Noble's down. Piggy down for the side of Usubeni. It's a melee taken on to Leor, so not a lot of OS to work with, but enough to get, oh my goodness, never mind.
That's his 30th kill of the game, by the way, and you can see why he's been a pain. Just couldn't get that reticle up to get to his head, and he punishes for it right away.
Love that too, though. That trade right there that he caused, it allowed the spawns to come out on the PD side. So now solidified is Usubeni once again. Shots go in. Rorsch's going to try and push with his teammate here. There's no rotation allowed on the B side because there's B pushers as well. And it's going to be Noble. Ends up bringing the Stalker into PD. Magico with the kill onto Acid. That opens things up once again. The Wiggle Strafe is not good enough. It's a trade.
That was some more time going into the hands of Noble and Noobs. The push from Usubeni gonna be coming from that B side. 2 players trying to move in, but Rorsch with great timing onto the first. He'll get great damage onto Acid as well, and Acid will have to reapproach at a different time. There's no way he's gonna try to take this challenge until he gets his shields back.
Rorsch pushing in. Not allowing the shields to come back here for Acid, but breaking shot across the map is going to get that cleanup kill. The ball thrown directly towards breaking shot. Hey, unfortunately, gonna melee there, but regardless, they do get the spawns onto PD once again. The spawns for Noobs happen across the map, and this allows Usubeni to get some time.
It's interesting there. Like, he has the option between BR, Bandit, and Sidekick, and he opts to go BR and Bandit, leaves the Sidekick on the ground. I'm trying to think of, like, what would be my preferred weapon set, and I'm thinking I probably want the Bandit pistol.
Yeah,
Enemy has the ball.
might have been the high pressure situation, not being able to pick it up quick enough.
I think it's all
whatever,
preference at the end of the day. I was curious about, like, oh, that's interesting preference, like taking Bandit BR there.
37 and counting for Noobs. They're able to get a bit more time as Usubeni are 2 down, or were 2 down for a moment here. Looking at the Slades, it's pretty heavily in the favor of Noobs if I, do my, eyeball math. It's incredible to see, but Rorsch is 30 and 20 with 19 assists. The assist column on the side of Noobs is huge, but with 2 players almost at 20.
Let's see right now, Jackson trying to do his best to keep this ball out of the hands of Noobs, but there are players all around. Breaking Shot might just try to throw this out into the middle of the map. I think he knows the spawns are lost here, and for the first time, I think that was the first time we saw Breaking Shot not win the big one-on-one there, and with it, Noob's going to be able to establish themselves quite a bit of a lead here. With the Overshield coming up, they can very much swing this round into 100 points here if they can get away with this Overshield and keep their strong hold established.
3 down for Usubeni. They're starting to fall apart a little bit. The double kill comes out from Noble. They get the Overshield as well. And Noobs are they're on a tear right now. They're looking to bring this to a game 5 here in the grand finals.
Acid came off. Oh, Piggy Breaking Shot must have crashed. That's a tough one. I mean, Noobs had so much momentum going their way, and looks like they're gonna end the game there as Breaking Shot not able to stay in the lobby, and have to take a look at what the score was at the end here, but I thought this was like such a big swing. They got overshield. They had everything in their possession. I thought that was crazy, by the way. As it comes off a spawn in PD, there must have been a red gun on the ground. He picks it up and immediately fries the ball carrier.
Breaking Shot was moving that whole time, wasn't he? Or am I crazy? I don't know.
I think it's perfect in the feed. He might be, I mean, he could be moving, right? Because it's just, he could just be running into a wall.
Okay, yeah, he's not moving at all. I was wrong. Piggy's like, what are you doing? He turns around. He's like, what are you doing, Breaking Shot? Wake up.
Yeah, I like how Piggy like ran to Breaking Shot.
Yeah.
Like, he's dead. We got to kill him. We're not hosts. We're not hosts.
That's funny. I'll see what the can you can change the round score, but can you change the like score in the round on those settings? No.
That's the
So
unfortunate part. So
yeah.
And the reality is, what you could like play to score. What was the score at the end? Did you see it, Tim?
60 to 50 or 40 or something. I think it was 60 to 40 in favor of noobs.
60 to 40. So maybe we like, okay, you guys play to 80, and then we'll play to 100. After
Yeah,
boys
something
in
like
action.
that. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't just say like the map is someone's because obviously.
Yeah,
that
there's
doesn't
no
make
way
sense.
you can say map. Dude, Acid came off the spawn and ripped a 3-shot on the ball carrier here, guys. Like, it's like they're up numbers when this happens.
Yeah.
Like the only reason it looks like the way it is because Piggy ran to Breaking Shot. Like if Piggy just goes off spawn and rips forward with Acid, like they're breaking that setup almost immediately. It's a shame that noobs had like that momentum. They're gonna lose it, but they were about to lose their setup. 43-59.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So
That's a lot of
are they
momentum
gonna do
broken
it?
though, Tools.
43-59. Okay, so are they gonna play to the score that they need to win from 43-59, or are they gonna do the differential? Is my question.
No, Magic.
Are they saying they need 43-63? Dude, I'm so good. Oh, they're disputing the numbers right now.
Pondre 63 porque tenemos. Okay.
We had overshield.
Very good, Tools.
He said we with 63 points because we had overshield.
Very good.
He went to theater. He said I looked, but he's trying to be a good guy. He's not trying to fight too much of a fight. There's a little bit of politicking that has to happen.
Okay, they're debating.
See, you can understand why you speak Portuguese, so like, you
Yeah,
should be good.
please, dude. I am 100% Portuguese, but I almost failed my Portuguese class, so let's just not go there.
And also, Portuguese and Spanish are not the same language.
True,
They're
yeah,
similar,
they're similar, but very different. Equal. That means equal. I don't know the rest. Sorry. Whatever you guys need to win. Okay. Woo. But, okay.
Piggy's like a low key shit talk, bro. I love a Piggy shit talk because he's
It's like a passive aggressive one.
yeah, he's like passively aggressively like being like.
Oh, there's some English.
See, like Leor's saying that, but like if we go back, Acid did kind of come off spot or rip him. I guess they did have overshield, so that's like, I think you give it. You're getting more than you should. So I love the politicking that happens here.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that Piggy and Usubeni feel that way. Like there's sometimes where you're like, oh, okay, like you're jockeying for position, but I don't think they feel like they are doing that right now. I think they feel that like, no, it should be this.
Yeah.
But on the other end, like from Noob's perspective, it's like, yeah, you very much do feel like it should be 60, 7 because you had overshield, you had 3 players up.
Yeah,
that's
screw
not
Piggy.
how it
Just,
works.
Piggy, just
And
tell
that
me.
is true. What Piggy's saying is true. That's not how it works. But if Piggy wants to be a good guy, he can be a good guy.
Tell me's trash. Everyone call each other trash. Let's get this drama started, man. Like we need some spiciness up in here. You know? No.
What does Lucid say? What's Lucid like? Probably like thinking about.
Yeah, I wonder.
What
yeah,
would
Lucid
Lucid do?
Yeah,
WWLD.
Lucid should have the last say, man. You know. I'm curious what they'll come up with, but regardless, there was. I'll be honest. Regardless of that spawn, he crashed like 16 seconds before that, and we all stopped, but just started. I don't care. Tell him, Piggy.
You hit it with the beat drop. That was insane.
Get your popcorn out, ladies and gentlemen. Get it out. Come on.
we should have Lucid join the lobby and he lays down the law, bro. He's like, this is what it is.
Oh, Leor.
I can't start it. Breaking shot isn't here.
True.
Dude, Piggy's like, start it. Leor's like, bro, your team's not here. Like, why?
Yo, but Piggy,
Good
I'm gonna be
clap
honest
back,
with you,
good clap
Tools.
back.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tools. Piggy got those eyes. You know, like he like looks down a little. He's like he gets angry. Like his eyes get wide and focused.
Dude,
I'd be
Piggy's laughing
scared.
in Spanish.
Wait. Whoa.
Laughs in Spanish. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I think he's just on fire. He just wants to go. You know, I get it. I like that.
He starts saying, va, 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 va. Go,
Vamos.
Go. Type in evidence, Laz. Yo, Laz, type in the VA.
Tiamo Acid, come back for Rorsch. Ja, 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 ha, ha, ha. Okay.
I like it. Isn't that go in Spanish?
No,
Yeah,
vamos.
vamos. Well, vamos is like we go, right? But va would
I
be
don't
like
know.
go, like you go, like go.
Wait, did he say something bad? Piggy just did the.
Wait. Is that not how you conjugate? Like, am I crazy? Is the conjugation for va like for?
Why are they doing? Wait, they're doing mouth
Vader,
open
not
tools.
va?
They're doing mouth open. What does that mean? That Magico just typed.
He called Yaxon trash. He called Yaxon trash.
Oh, he just talks trash to everybody, so it's fine. All right, I'm excited.
Hey,
let's
dude, I
let's
feel
bring
like
this in the match, huh?
I'm pulling out the Spanish from like 10 years ago. Like, I feel like tomorrow is V-Day. He's at Walmart. Dude, that was a month ago, bro. Yeah, with the
Acid
times, dog.
nude.
We're in March.
He's calling acid nude. Oh no.
Acid nude.
Okay.
Yo,
yeah, let's close the chat. Let's close the
We're
chat
gonna take
now.
it down. You can't have that on stream.
Oh, you big buffoon. Goodness me, man. Just block. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that now it's tiny. Goodness me, you people. Like, oh my God.
Yeah,
Anyway.
yo, Lucid, type in our chat. Come talk to us. Give us the lowdown. What's the? I'm looking at his stream. Is he like? I want to see. I'm gonna pull him. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull him. I want to hear his thoughts.
Oh,
yeah, Lucid. What are we doing here, bro?
Good break.
What's the commissioner's call?
Commissioner's call? I mean, you just have to do it when breaking shot was standing still. Realistically,
yeah.
that's just what it is.
okay.
Like if he spawns in and it's like 60 points, and he's not standing still, that would be like the time you call it. But then it's like the fact that they also, if they like just killed him, like he was playing the play before, and then he just spawned in, like just give them a little bit of a buffer, like whatever they want, as long as it's not too crazy, I guess. But whatever the spawn is, I guess.
Now, what would you grade the trash talking that's been happening?
I was just saying, these last two tourneys towards the end, they've just been getting pretty trolly. He's not as trolly as last time. I don't think anything will ever top the first one, but we just need breaking shot back. His power go out or something?
They said his PC blew up.
Oh, well, he needs to blow up the Xbox or something.
Yeah, they should be practicing on Xbox, right?
They really should be, but
Gotta get my girl a Valentine's gift.
they might be digging deep right now. Digging deep for the PC.
Wait, when is Valentine's Day?
You were gone for the last one, bro.
Oh, it already happened, didn't it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, dude.
No,
We're in March
Yikes.
now. We're in March.
Yeah, we're in March.
Common left before playoffs, and then because he told his team he had to go get a Valentine's Day gift,
No way.
and then he just never came back.
And the Walmart that he was
There's-
driving to was like way too far away. So then once
Wow.
his match was up, they literally had to DQ. We DQ'd like each match or FF'd each match for every like 15 minutes or 10 or 15 minutes, and then he still wasn't back for the next series after FFing the first one.
We thought he died for a second there because I was
Yeah.
like, he didn't. Apparently, he didn't tell anyone that he was back until like 1 a.m. So it's just like,
Wow. I hope it was worth it. No?
Yeah, I guess he had to do it.
That's crazy.
He really had to do it.
yo, what did you think about Strongholds on not Strongholds, King of the Hill? On the last one, I thought it was like playing out. I was curious how you thought it played out and whether you liked that gameplay loop or not.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going pretty well. I was yelling at the screen because it looked like Noobs they just weren't taking advantage of some opportunities like at all whenever certain OSs or snipers were up and they're literally standing on top of it or have some picks. So I really thought that if they were able to actually capitalize on some of the, some of the elements spawning on the map, like they would have been able to be in that game if not win it, depending on some of the tournament events. But yeah, they just had to keep their eyes open. Some of the situations, even in the last game too, I was saying like Sentinel Beam is up in some of these holds that Noobs had towards the A side of the map. They get like 3 dead. Somebody's like standing cafe, gunning down somebody at bottom C. Hit that route, go grab the Sentinel Beam, and then come back. Something like that, even.
I gotta say, I never thought anyone would make me like interference. And I'm very impressed. I'm not trolling. Like, it is insanely good now. Like, I love it. I love what you did with that. Like, I've been saying it on stream all day, but I wanted to say it to you. Like, just some really good changes. Like, Bunker, even since Halo 5, and I think you would agree, just been always just a very horrible spot to spawn and a big spawn trap. But like, it is so opened up now that the map just feels so balanced,
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying, like, shouting out Astro again, like the actual map creator for taking a re-looking at it and reworking it himself. And I mean, all I did was kind of give my blessing after he already did it. And I was like, yeah, this just seems good.
Cool, okay, yeah.
I was like, this seems good.
Really good.
And I'm glad to run these maps and these settings and then add some different weapons and some elements. Like the entire sandbox, I did a pass over and added some things and changed some things and timings and all that. And yeah, I mean, I've been really happy with it. I think Hill on every map so far has been working out great. And Strongholds is still a little iffy. I think we might need to, honestly, I'm thinking maybe we add some extra cover. We added some extra element to like the A side of still, because I still think that Stronghold in particular is very hard to actually get anything going on.
Oh yeah, that's like what the A side. I also thought like maybe adding the Nest Hill, the Nest Stronghold, like having the little thing back.
Oh yeah, the drop down.
Strongholds from H5.
Or oh yeah, the actual pillar.
Yeah,
right.
The little pillar that was like there. I felt like that was like kind of important to play. All right, it looks like our grand finals is up. I'm gonna pull you back after the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll do a
recap
recap after. We'll talk about it.
Do a little recap, but hey, thank you for helping us get through the little downtime there.
Of course, we'll be back in a bit.
Appreciate you, brother. Oh, he said that once, by the way, like earlier when we talked, that it was Astro, and I still gave him credit. So he was like, no, I'm shouting out Astro. But yeah, no, regardless, it's just really good
Astro's,
changes.
He's from Portugal, by the way.
That's awesome. That's cool.
I believe so. He's definitely European. I think he's from Portugal. But,
well, here we go. You see 63-43. It's all tied up here. It's going to be Noobs. 4 down for Usubeni, and they'll take advantage and get those points that they were fighting about for an hour.
Yeah, well, look, they just need one good hold here because they set the score to what it needed to be. So this is a big fight right here. It could basically determine the game. And Rorsch getting in some of that damage, not going to quite commit to that fight yet. As the longer they delay, it might just end up being a victory, a big fight. Acid wins it, but it's still the overshield that's in play. Not getting any ball time for now. Players from Usubeni all about, but Magical has so much of this overshield still to work with. It's up to him to get the breaking shot. Where did you?
Oh my God!
What just happened?
Is that a new jump or something? Is that a ledge right there on the front of A? Dude,
no, he just
has the ball.
didn't look. Got the backsmack and oh no, not like this is what they're saying to each other. This is a big fight over at Purple Stairs. Leor trades out with one. Rorsch is there to get there. Acid, though, has an angle at B. Acid kills one. Oh, it is chaos. It's just Noble, but he just needs 15 more seconds.
Oh, he plays it towards ATM once again. The spawns come out on the C side. They've got to make the run for this. Magico's not able to expose too much. There's a big push on the B as well. Magico's in trouble, but he's trying to do all the damage he can. Breaking shot, double push into Palms once again. They'll get the ball time. They have 2 down as well, but Roar somehow gets a kill. Can he get the second one on a breaking shot? No! Breaking shot once again. Clutches it up.
He's got hands. They're rated E. He's got them for everyone in this game. Don't do it again. Trying to close that space. He got the stick. Breaking shot, you monster. How is he getting away with this? 61-85. Noobs just need one good hold, but Usubeni refuses to go down without a fight.
Oh, the spawns come out onto C as well. Rorsch is going to go down. Leor trying to put some damage in. backtracking just a bit. That's going to allow the safe spawns to happen. Breaking shot with the hands once again. That was another melee tools. He has not lost a melee battle this entire time.
Run, sprint at him. Don't take them. Run forward. It's just all he needs to do at this point. They're down by 10, but right now, noobs are so far away from this push, trying to coordinate their way through. They're hitting out the middle lane together. Breaking shot, the first one that goes down, and Yaxon might find himself in trouble here. So many players to deal with. He's gonna throw it out towards Leor. He knows there's players on that back end, but he might have done just enough. They're gonna try to get this ball away.
2 down. Roar has to escape. He's down to no shields. The nades come out. Acid gets the kill, but it's 2 down for the side of noobs. It'll be Magico that comes in. Piggy's trying to get the kill. Magico with a clutch kill right there, but it is Magico that does have this thrust. He can double team right now. That's exactly what happens. Breaking shot's the last player alive. Keep your distance from this man or you will get punched.
And look at that. They decide just every angle. They have it. Noobs spawning them so far away. Usu Benny not going to be able to make up the difference. Game 5. Here we come.
Oh my goodness, I got really intense there for a moment. You know, there's a lot of mixy plays by Breaking Shot, though. That's what I noticed, right? It was a lot of just mixy plays that he was able to win, which kept them in the game. But now, like you said, we go to game 5, Slayer on live fire.
And I love me a game 5. Like game 5, we couldn't ask for anything better. Get the Slayer in. Let's get these boys locked in, and we have all of the drama, right? It's like all that drama leads into the hypest game 5 we could possibly have.
Yeah, noobs unfortunately coming from that lower bracket, so if they win this game 5, unfortunately for Usubeni, we're going to another best of 5. But if Usubeni are to close this one out, it'll be a very different story. As you can see at the very bottom of your screen, on game 2, Usubeni 50-36. I think the tides have shifted just a bit, so it'll be a very different game number 5. But this Oddball, you didn't expect it to go the distance, and it did. That reset, a little bit of trash talk said back and forth between the two players. Who's going to have the last laugh as we get into this? And why don't we take a look at the stats real quick as well? Obviously, this was a reset, but Leor 10-4 in this game with 4 assists. Absolutely dominant out of him. We talked a lot about Breaking Shot winning those mixy fights, but it was obviously Leor that was able to get the slays that mattered the most. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying yourself, remember that LVT has and will always be, well, maybe not always, but we are right now community funded. And if you love Halo, hashtag save Halo, you can do so by subbing with tier 1 right now. We are, I believe, at 81 out of 300 tier 1 subs to keep our 70-30 split, which means keep these tournaments going throughout the year of 2026. So if you want to see more Halo tournaments, if you're enjoying yourself, a tier 1 sub is how you support. And you know, just a couple, 2 cups of coffee or something, and it's once a month, and you can support LVT in that way. But regardless, here we go, game 5 of your grand finals, Usubeni versus Noobs.
Roar's racing to get to that thrust, and he in fact beats Acid there as he dropped down with that shock rifle, and he'll get rewarded by getting the power weapon and now the thrust to work with as well. They got the QT, and at least Acid's going to spawn over by the Mangler, so Usubeni's going to have something to fight back with, but this is about as good of a start as you can ask for Noobs.
Breaking Shot gets a stick, though. Things change just a bit. Roar's able to clean up that kill, now 4-2. Noobs still have the lead here, and Roar still has that shock. 3 more bullets to work with for him.
See, it's really Usubeni's slowing down the game quite a bit. They're going to try to get some info. They're gonna hear that sprinting bottom mid, but yeah, Breaking Shot took advantage of it. He got down there, got the kill. No one went with mobile, so it's kind of a free kill for Usubeni.
Breaking Shot and one of the teammates taking a route towards bottom. I don't think they know they're there. They're going to go towards the big door. Leor's got that Nangler to work with. Shots come in. Acid gets the stick. Acid looking for more, but Magico's there and ready.
Yeah, great job by Magico. Get in, get the kill, get out with your thrust. And with it, the Mangler been a little bit of a hot potato Mangler. And one thing to know, that Bandit Evo, it's got 15 shots in it. So yeah, 1 clip.
1 clip, is it enough to get 2? Nope, the Yaxon gonna end up getting that cleanup. Yaxon has to stay alive here. He heard the slide, but he didn't know the nade was on its way. It's Noble with a beautiful nade off that slide. And the thrust in his hands now as well. He'll go towards the key door to stay alive, but it's going to be 4-2 out of Magico starting off. It's the highlight player here. He actually gets another one right there as well. QT, I'm sorry, coming up soon.
The Breaking Shot ended up getting that thrust as well, so they were near that thrust, but it ends up going to Usubeni, and Usubeni taking advantage. Double kill for Yaxin. Acid cleans up the third. Quantum Translocator and thrust gonna be in their possession. You see Yaxin go pick that up. Big swing and momentum here. Usubeni, they're down in the game, but I wouldn't say they're gonna be down for much longer. You can see how trapped this Noobs team is right now.
Oh yeah. What a great QT, by the way. He's the forefront, right? He's the one taking all the damage, and because of that, he's able to QT back, get away, play his life, and still able to do damage. Look at this out of Acid. Great job out of him.
Yeah, he got those kills. It could have been a little bit cleaner on some of those kills, but I think that wasn't necessarily his fault. It was just the team not able to clean up. And with that, it gets a little bit more chaotic, and we end all the chaos at a 1-kill differential as Noobs able to find that last pick, but they get another one as well. I mean, Piggy's going to find himself in a really tough spot here, especially as Acid goes down. So, you know, what looked like a really great sequence for Usubeni. Noobs able to just get back onto the high horse, get that speed back, and capitalize.
Got a shock rifle, though. In the hands of Breaking Shot, only down by 2 now, is aware of the 2 players, uses thrust to get out. Lots of damage done by that nade. And they're looking for more kills, staying alive on the bottom tunnel. I absolutely love this so far out of Usubeni. The jump up's going to be good. It is, though, Leor that gets that kill bottom center. I like the patience out of Breaking Shot. This is one of his things, right? Very aggressive player, sometimes a little loose, a little bit of a loose cannon. But this time, plays his timings a bit tighter, able to get that kill, and the communication's apparently not there. He's gonna get damage onto a second.
Wow.
No
Good
way.
heads up recognition to know there's a player checking the door. I mean, he got his shields back. I'm shocked that he got that, and he might just shock the competition. No, not able to get that final one to land, but talk about living for a little bit longer than you ought to.
He's got to be a little upset there. I think that player was no shields that he shocked, but it didn't connect. Rourke instead picks it up, and the no-scope's good, but the beat down from Breaking Shot once again. Still, though, Noobs in the lead, 31-27.
Yeah, Breaking Shot's like the Lucid of this tournament, man. He's just picking up every weapon on the ground, just always having something in his hands. Now, Breaking Shot, gotta say, I just don't think this is your weapon, you know? Just gets a kill with it, but hasn't had the prettiest Mangler clips today. He's missing a couple shots there.
Piggy 1v1 against Noble. Noble ends up backing off. Breaking Shot's gonna push him though, get him down to no shields. Noble still has a QT to work with. He's not gonna pop it as his shields are down, but Yaxin does get a kill on the feed to bring it within 3.
See Noble getting in, gets that bandit. Big fight against Yaxin here. That bandit gonna give him some really fire superiority in those close range fights, and Noobs opening up the lead to 5. We could be looking at a bracket reset here.
Yeah, just one by one they're going in here. Breaking Shot's gonna be the one to get that kill with Acid. They're gonna double team again. Some good swing and momentum for a moment right now. Magico though at the bottom of tower, he's gonna go down as well. There's the teamwork starting to shine through. Breaking Shot down to no shields. Piggy gonna overextend on this kill. I don't know if this is a great call. The spawns are coming out, but he thinks it is. Gets the melee, gets the trade. The kill comes in, and trades are back and forth. 38-40 here. Make that 39 as Yaxin gets another, and it's within 1.
Action Yaxin, 13-11. He's getting involved, and honestly, after all that chaos, I'm surprised it's just a 1-kill differential. I thought News would have their lead be pretty well established here, but instead, Usubeni, I mean, one well-timed push, and they could get a pretty significant lead. Here comes the first play. Yaxin able to get the first kill. Breaking Shot gets another, and it's even game.
I love that backup too. Piggy gets one in the feed as well. The backup by Yaxin. Acid gets another. It's now a 2-kill lead. Noobs are starting to fall apart just a little bit. Yaxin gets another one in the kill feed, and overextension by Acid. I'm a little nervous about that, but the flank is coming in. You saw Breaking Shot and Acid get kills of their own.
This is such a dangerous spot. I mean, Noobs went from such a dominant position to now find themselves on the back foot. Could be game here. Here comes the push. They need to survive. One player goes down, just 2 more to go. Magico, though, able to clean up Yaxin. It's up to Acid. Not able to get the kill. 46-48. Magico finds Biggie on the rotation. He's going to try to force the one-on-one. Breaking shots coming here for the fight. 1v2. Not able to win. 49 kills now.
Very aggressive with such a lead. And there it is. Usu Benny gonna win in the grand finals. What a close game. 50-47. The shots are going into the dead bodies. Noobs. The trash talk between the two teams, but Usu Benny comes out on top when it matters the most.
I'm sure we're going to see something in the chat after this game, but definitely felt like Noobs had control of the game. I mean, especially here, you know, we see all this chaos end up becoming a 2-kill lead for Noobs that just gets slimmed down, and then suddenly on the push here is when it all changed. Yaxi comes into the fight. Love the backup, right? Back up, trust your BR to win the fight, start winning all these slays. The shock rifle in their possession. I think that was probably the biggest difference maker. It felt like Usu Benny had a much more consistent control of the power weapons throughout this game.
Yeah, what a way to come out on top at the end, though. Every play was counted, or every kill was counted, I should say, but the plays that made that happen. Acid a little aggressive right there. That was where things kind of changed. But Magico going into a 2v1 here, maybe thought he had the timing, but probably the biggest mistake, I would say.
I don't even necessarily think like mistakes. I think like most of the time you probably make the same play. He just didn't know about breaking shot. The reality is he thought it was a one-on-one that turned into a 1v2, and yeah, that's just a bit unfortunate. You know, it's and I don't necessarily blame him, because you're just trying to go out there and make a play to win the game, and that's a play that wins the game, right? He gets that one-on-one against Piggy. They find themselves in a really good spot to win the game, but the spawn just happened to be very close, and it was obfuscated from his angle. Really unfortunate for Noobs, and you know, I gotta say, Noobs played well though. I mean, if you found really convincing wins in game 2, game 4. We had the lead in game 5, and you're going against a team that has, you know, 2 players that finished top 3 at the World Championships. Acid, you know, probably establishing himself as the best player in LATAM right now. This is a really, really good team that they went up against and pushed the distance.
100% agree. It was really cool to see the ending of that game, and of course that oddball game as well. But at the end of the day, Usu Benny is going to come out on top with the victory, and they will do so in beautiful fashion. I absolutely love to see these new maps and game type combinations coming through, and seeing everything kind of back and forth, which is you know, I think made the game a lot more just refreshing, right? It's important to have like refreshers like this often.
Well, let's pull in Lucid for our final chat here. I'm gonna pull him down. And hey, yo, Lucid.
Hey,
how we feeling? I mean, tournament done? How do you think about the whole thing, start to finish?
yeah, overall I thought everything was looking pretty good. I'm really happy with especially the additions of Argyle and interference. Didn't put as much Argyle as I maybe should have, but I was still happy to kind of implement it, not overload it. If anything, interference got a little bit more limelight today, but I was really happy with the end result of like classic hill across the board, the faster strafe speed reintroduced back in. Everything's looking good. I saw had a lot of fun with the matches that were going on. I was actually not necessarily pulling for Noobs, but I really thought they were about to pull it out. I could not believe Magico just went solo, just throwing himself out there after the team just pulled themselves back into it, having their lead and then losing it, and then getting back to it with a shock at the very end. Kind of blew my mind.
He went for the challenge. You know, I was in the same spot. I was like, I think I'd do it. Like, you think it's a one-on-one, you win it, you think you're good, but nope. Turn around the corner, there's 2 players there. I think you and Tim were in the same show. Like, I don't know if I'd do that.
Yeah, that was definitely a heat check. He definitely needed to be a bit more careful then. Once they're down 2 and get the shock in hands, like, you gotta get those shots on Pig, and then just, you know, hold out for a second. You know, just get some eyes on the mat. Make sure, his breaking shot literally just spawned Big Door right there, which he didn't really catch, but tragic.
Yeah, it literally is like the angle is so perfect for him not to see breaking shot, which is so unfortunate because he drops as breaking shot goes around the corner. But I was like, honestly, like, maybe he should have saw him there, but I was surprised he didn't get the 4 shot on breaking shot. I thought he like perfected it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, hey, you know, Piggy maybe a little weak. You win the 1v2, bro. Imagine the adrenaline you get winning a 1v2 there. Not that that's the ideal play,
that
but
would be insane. that is the dope that we're playing for in this current year with these tournaments. That's what I would like to see, but didn't turn out that way for that moment for Magico. But it's okay.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, I'm curious what you think is like out of all the things, all the changes that have happened. What is your favorite one? Like I know it's kind of a wide-ranging question, but out of all the map changes, out of everything that you know, the maps that you've brought back, Bazaar and all of those, what is I guess the change that has worked out the best in these 2 tournaments so far?
It's hard
or
to
like
say.
You're the most fun, I guess.
Yeah,
you know,
it's hard to say because I would like to say the like extra jump ups. Like today, for example, I don't think I saw a single person go from bottom mid to top mid on live fire as like an example of something that's like so strong and like something I really like that I added to the map. But I hadn't really seen that. It really comes down to the exposure because obviously these guys aren't playing, like this isn't anything in matchmaking, so they don't get to just play it on repeat, that type of thing, and get used to it to kind of really push the limits of what was added to the maps. But a lot of the jumps on the maps, like the forbidden jumps, you know, the jump I was just talking about on live fire, a couple of the ones on live fire, some of the recharge jumps, like all the jumps I think I'm really happy about. And in the sandbox, like I just love seeing like the sentinel beam in play. It's just fun to see that. Like same with the skewer too, like just the development of seeing some cool plays happen while also seeing the drawbacks, which I think for me is like one of the most important things that I like keep pointing out to my stream. Was like, it's so cool to see somebody, you know, hit some good quality skewer shots, but then like someone with a camo just completely whiffs a skewer shot and then they just get punished super hard. And I feel like that is something that hasn't been in the game like for like ever, if not like for a very long time, where, you know, that is also like a drawback to the sandbox, like having some of the crazier elements, like quote unquote crazier elements, not just being, you know, the starting rifle in our hands, that like people almost get greedy with their power and then it just gets to them and like they don't, like they just fumble basically. Like allowing people to actually mess up when they get these like advantages is like, I think very important for competitive play, even though like at times it can be or seem like almost a little too strong, but more often than not you'll find a pretty good balance of people like, again, just screwing up. Like you'll just see, I honestly think there's more missed skewer shots today than I saw people actually hitting them, and we still saw plenty, you know, actually land.
Yeah, I mean, I think the skewer's a lot of fun to watch throughout, and I think like that's the big thing with the tournament, is it being fun. I think last time we had the tournament, you said some of the big changes that you wanted to make immediately was to streets, and I think those changes played out well. After this tournament, what is the main thing on the docket for you to change for the next one?
Yeah, so I kind of talked about it with my chat a little bit today, but I think the next thing to try is we're going to maybe try and do some loadouts. Not really like a true loadout, like Call of Duty style, but maybe try like a 2-2 split on BR Bandit. It is possible, and so I would like to try that out, getting a mixture of the weapons that, you know, obviously there's a pretty clear divide among a lot of players, especially in the community right now, about like which one's better, which one they love to see. And I know a lot of people are really happy to see the BR back, just like myself. But I do just want to keep mixing some stuff up. So we'll try and I'll maybe try and tune up some of the sandbox on some of the maps in the future, whenever we run another one of these, just to change it up, you know, tastefully, not go too crazy, but just try out some different elements and maybe try out that new system with, you know, those selections for your starting weapon, like that type of thing.
And so you were saying earlier, you think it's you're gonna set it so it's not like a true loadout, like where you get to choose it every life or whatever, but rather that each team is allotted 2 BRs and 2 bandits, and then the players choose which one they are going to be at the beginning of the game. Is like the idea.
Yeah, that would exactly be what it is. You get that choice, and especially it would be probably kind of frustrating maybe in a matchmaking scenario, but at least when we're running, you know, our own custom tournaments and you have your own team, knowing people you're in a call with, that you can kind of discuss like, yo, I want to be the BR player, I want to be the bandit player, and then you're not gonna like steal it away from each other intentionally. And kind of like plan around that, and then you just make that choice for yourself and your team at the beginning whenever you load into a map, and then, you know, you get to it and we'll see how it plays out. That's kind of like the vision I want to see play out and see how it looks.
Are you choosing the BR or the bandit?
I mean, I'd probably be the BR player. Maybe it depends on the map even.
Yeah, what about you, Tim? You choosing the BR?
BR, dude. Yeah, this
the mouse
has been
and
such a
keyboard
fun...
is like better on that or something?
Yeah, BR, like long range on M&K, like with the BR, I don't lose. Okay. Well, I lose against good players, but I don't
bro,
lose.
When I fight you in the kill feed, just know I chose the bandit. just know. Lucid, I feel like we got to see you play in one of these tournaments one time. It's like I threw around the idea. I'm bringing it up on stream because I want to like try to will it into existence. What do you think about like the Lucid caster super team taking on a tournament one time?
That would be fun. It would be fun. I mean, I would like to participate. I would enjoy to play it. I do enjoy playing the 8s whenever I get the opportunity to. Like just playing day to day with like my own streams. So I mean, doing something even more competitive like this would be fun to do for sure.
I think we get top 8, right? Like top 8.
I would think we have to.
You're probably like the final boss on this because you know all the jumps. Like you're not gonna like miss a jump. So it's like, hey,
right.
we'll get you in there. I think the only other like I want to get a little technical right now because like I was like thinking about what my feedback would be after this tournament. And I was like, okay, so. I think like Argyle, one thing I noticed, I was like, maybe that's like a map where like BRs just don't kind of work on it. Is like kind of like where my initial head was. I'm kind of curious where you thought about Argyle. I was like, man, that one like felt like a map where it's like, oh, maybe this is like a map that is like suited more towards the bandit to the BR. Like, how'd you feel about that? And like, did you have that conversation at all today?
Not particularly. I was more concerned about just the changes. I think Argyle is also a map like out of all of them today, it's like. I think it almost still maybe played a little bit better than what we expect. It wasn't like very stalematey, wasn't too standoffish, and I don't know if that's also just like a sign of we haven't played the maps. People haven't played the maps in quite a long time, so they're not so used to it, and everyone's running around a bit more. And also having the BRs helps too, plus some of the changes. But I think there could be more changes to the map, if anything. I like the discussion about like the effects that BRs have on long range, to me, I feel like obviously it's like, yeah, it can shoot very far. You have like a pretty damn long range, red reticle and all that too. But at the same time, I always just think of like the nature of everything being even. Like everyone has a BR when there's a BR on the map right now with Argyle in particular, in every map with these settings. So I'm not like too necessarily worried about the balance of it to some extent. It could, if anything, it more so comes down to like certain walls being up or certain paths being more open, or maybe adding cover in certain zones about certain things. That was like the one thing I pointed out to my team, or not my team, my chat, about the play going on interference, where, for example, like think of the open field area where like sniper is, like that zone. There's actually, I think Astro added another column under the bridge that normally wasn't there even in Halo 5, and it wasn't there, I don't believe, for this iteration of interference initially. Like I think there's almost an extra column, so it like breaks up some of these really open paths. Whether you're using a BR or a bandit in this game, like I think some of the really open zones that they're just like death zones. It doesn't matter if it's a BR or a bandit. It really just gets you killed. And some of like, I almost feel like that is something that's sorely lacking in Infinite as a whole, where like you just go from these really tight hallways to these really open spaces. And then like obviously with the BR super long range, you get blasted. But it's like you still get blasted with almost any gun in the open in this game at any range, as long as it's, in its effective range. So
yeah, especially with the pro players.
Exactly.
Hands, right?
Exactly.
It's like, it can feel one way when the Onyx or the Diamond has it. It feels a whole nother way when the pros have it in their hands. I think the only other map where I was like curious about what you felt about it was the Street Strongholds. Like I felt like today we saw a lot of that like snowball effect that we saw in like year one when the map was in play come in. Did you see any changes that you'd want to make there? Do you think that Street Strongholds is a map that you want to keep working on, or do you think it's like, where do you kind of put it right now? And at what point do you decide whether you're going to keep something, or that, it's like, hey, maybe this game type doesn't work on this map?
It's hard to say, because I don't feel like I would only really get to that point if there was like true like constant blowouts, which I don't. The closest thing to a blowout that I think we saw today was interference Strongholds, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was like 250 to 50 or 250 to 80 or something around like in that range. That was like a little bit more of like, that might be more concerning on like, okay, there's probably a need for change in some regard. One thing right now that I'll say that I was thinking that I would like to change for Strongholds, which I believe I can change immediately right now, is actually reducing the amount of time it takes to capture a stronghold by yourself. I think that's something that's just in the settings, so I think I might reduce that. That could make it so you're not so much a sitting duck. It wouldn't be something crazy. I believe right now it takes 7 seconds, which that doesn't sound like too long, but 7 seconds is actually an eternity. If you're like solo capping something, your teammates are coming off respawns, so maybe I'd reduce that from like 7 to like 5, like maybe a couple extra seconds if you're capping something solo. And maybe we'll see how that plays out. But other than that, maybe changing some Strongholds locations. I know on streets right now, it sits in front of Cafe because it got moved from top A, but maybe we move it back to top A. Like we can try some little things like that, some little tweaks to see if that helps the flow of it. But I also think it comes down to, again, like some of the games today is like teams just not really fully utilizing, you know, certain routes, certain weapons, certain gear in these scenarios. But they really could to actually, you know, bounce the game back into their favor.
Well, we saw the addition of interference in Argyle this tournament. Is there any other maps that you have your eye on that you want to try to take a stab at? Is there any maps that you're trying to maybe rotate out it for new maps? Like, what are you thinking about the map pool and game type pool for future tournaments?
Right now, I think we'll have to just kind of leave it be. I was really happy to bring back Argyle and interference because those were two that I wouldn't say interference was like a crowd favorite, but I know Rig was, and with the changes that Astro made, I was really happy to try and look to see how it played out, and I was very pleased with it today. Argyle was definitely a little bit more divisive, but I think more loved than not by the end of it. So I don't really know if any other map necessarily stands out at the moment that kind of fits in that same bucket. So we're going to probably just leave it as it is for now, and then maybe we'll get to adding some like actual new like Forge creations in the future.
And if people are trying to get their hands on the VR starts, get their hands on these maps, what are some of the best ways that people can go and get some reps on these maps?
Yeah, so best way to get reps on the map, these maps and game types, just filter into my stream during the week if I'm playing Halo. I'm probably going to be playing a little bit less Halo for just a little while, but I'm still going to be playing it throughout the week, here and there, especially like at the end of the streams. So tune into the stream, drop on by, drop your gamer tag. We're just doing view raids. And if you just want to play with some buddies or you just want to hop on a map, just look up the name of the map and then Evo. That's all you really got to do. It should be in the keyword search and you just type that in, it should be there.
Yeah, I loved watching. I think you and APG had a battle between each other on the map. So I was like, that's fun.
Brad was trying it out.
I was like, I hope we maybe see a little bit more of that in the future. I like the idea of having like 2 pros on each side, and it's like whatever that team looks like, but at least you get to see like 2 pros go at it.
Yeah.
It's always a lot of fun.
Exactly.
I mean, hey, I think this has been a great tournament. I'm excited for the potential loadouts, right? Like I very excited maybe for that to be the next one. Is there anything that we haven't talked about that you want to talk about before we wrap up?
No, I think that about covers it. Thank you for everyone for watching and, you know, supporting the streams. Doesn't matter who's you're in, but appreciate you supporting it. And hopefully you guys are looking forward to more.
Chat wants you to give a little oink oink to celebrate Piggy's win.
Oh yeah, apparently he went live, so we're gonna have to raid him after this.
Okay, so no oinking, but we'll raid Piggy.
Oh no, we're oinking. We're oinking.
Oh, we're oinking.
Yeah, everyone has to type oink at least whenever you join them.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so when we raid, just get your oinks.
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna hear you oink. I was very excited about that. No, you're not gonna.
No.
I was gonna say like we can end the stream with us all oinking, but no. We'll raid. We'll get it over there. Okay, well, hey, once again, thank you, Lucid, for throwing on the tournament with us. I think this has been a lot of fun. Congratulations to Usubeni and Noobs for reaching to the grand finals. I believe you also said you're gonna throw $200 in for 3rd place as well to man, it wasn't Smiling Friends, it was who was in the lower bracket? What was the team name?
Lightspeed?
Lightspeed. That was Envor's team or Envor's team.
Yep.
So congratulations to them, and hey, thank y'all for watching. Go give some Piggy some love, and that does it for us here at LVT Halo.
Have a good one, guys.